Training camp has opened with some big deals, like Green Bay Packers re-signing offensive tackle Zach Tom to a 4-year, $88 million extension, and some holdouts like Bengals edge rusher Trey Hendrickson, first-round rookie Shamar Stewart, as well as Commanders wide receiver Terry McLaurin. We've got some developing news out of Jets camp. Quarterback Justin Fields was just carted off the field back to the locker room with an apparent lower leg injury. Per Connor Hughes, who is the NFL reporter for SNY, he said that Fields was sitting upright on the cart. The cleat was removed from his right foot, but then he began to walk under his own power. More information coming, hopefully, on his condition. And perhaps the most anticipated NFL position battle has already begun. Cleveland Browns quarterbacks, they all took the field for the first time at training camp. As of Wednesday, the competition remains a four-way race between Dillon Gabriel, Shedeur Sanders, and vets Joe Flacco, Kenny Pickett. ESPN Cleveland tracked each quarterback's their completion rate during the 7-on-7 scrimmages. Here's the tally. Joe Flacco went 5 for 5, no touchdowns, no interceptions. Shedeur Sanders, 3 for 8, no touchdowns, no interceptions. Kenny Pickett, 6 for 7, 0-0. And Dillon Gabriel, 6 for 7 with 1 touchdown. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Boop, boop, boop. What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia, points north, south, east, and west. We're about 35 miles west, Ashburn, Virginia, day 2 of training camp. Good morning, Brian. How do you do?
I am fantastic, man. How you doing?
You know what I did today?
What?
I bet you noticed.
You worked out?
Nope, but thank you.
You normally pitting all the time.
Dog, it's hot. I'm letting the stream know. It's hot out here.
Put that down, dog. The whole odor changed in here. As soon as you lift your hose
You
up.
mean flex for them?
Oh,
All right,
man,
fine.
man, come on, man. Put those 22s up.
I'm happy with 22s. You didn't notice what I did this morning?
No.
I did not park in the ditch.
Oh, yeah, I noticed that. Where were you? I didn't see you.
I parked on the left side. I come into the left.
I saw your truck, but I didn't see you.
I was at practice. We talk about practice.
I mean, you text when I get to practice. I'm like, where the hell is he? I didn't see you.
I went to the far side. I wanted to watch the D-line. Well, I'll tell you the truth. I wanted to watch Von Miller. And, 10 minutes into the session, I realized Von Miller's getting a veteran day off.
Yeah. He was inside in the weight room.
Which is fine. I mean, dude, one of the reasons Wagner and Ertz, these guys talk about DQ with such esteem is because he knows how to take care of his veterans.
Yep.
But I think I did enjoy going to watch the D lineman. I wanted to make a point of watching Lattimore. I've gotten a ton of questions about Lattimore just running. He's running. He's playing full speed. Like he's doing what everyone else is doing.
Mm-hmm.
The dude that stood out to me though, man, is Javon Kinlaw. Like getting up close, watching him go through the work. I posted a bunch of videos to my Twitter this morning. Kinlaw's a big man, B.
Yeah.
Like,
That's why they got him.
Yeah.
Big guy that can move, and they expected some big things from him. But, everybody else have their opinions about what's what. They just feel that if they get out of him what they know he's capable of, he's going to be a big plus.
Yeah. He's really long, too. Like, just his arms, all of it is just very, very long. We got an exciting day out here. I got to talk to Frankie Louvu. You're going to hear that. Von Miller's supposed to have a press conference, which I think will be really interesting. DA, David Aldridge from The Athletic, is going to sit down and join us. Peter Rosenberg, I believe it's Rosenberg's birthday, and he's going to join us late in the show. We're going to try to sneak some calls in, maybe a little bleep.
That old Leo in the house.
Little bleep you
There we go,
Thursday.
Peter.
Wait, is this Leo season already? I thought that was August.
Nah, July 23rd.
It's not just by month?
No, dog.
It should be.
It starts July. You wouldn't know anyway.
Yet one other dumb thing about cosmetology.
And you call
just make it by month.
See, that's the dumbest thing you can say, cosmetology. It's astrology.
Potato, potato.
Nope. Cosmetology deals with other stuff, not with that.
Okay. Kerwin pulled a hair out of my neck on television. Is that cosmetology?
That's called neckology.
Who knew? Chris Kerwin, practicing neckologist. So here we are. I don't know when we get to this, but I couldn't help. Dan Quinn talks every morning before practice, right?
Yeah.
And DQ said a lot of interesting things. I think he made a good point, and maybe it was DA. I don't remember who asked him, but like some of the problems in the social media content age is that like people will take 4 words of a paragraph and make that a thing. And all of a sudden yesterday people are like, oh, Sam Cosmi might be ready for week 1.
Yeah, that was DA asked that question.
That the situation is Cosmi is on PUP to start camp.
Yep.
So he could just stay on PUP until they activate him later. Now they could keep him on PUP, get him on the roster, put him on IR. That means he's out at least 4 weeks. They're basically trying to maneuver the roster rules so that if they think Sam can go week 3, okay, then we don't have to put him on IR. But if they know, all right, he's not going to be able to go till week 5, then they know what they're going to do.
Yeah.
And there's zero hurry for that. So it's not about Cosmi playing week 1. It's about where he lands on the roster to create the most roster spots and to give them access to Sam should he be ready.
Yeah, but he never completely ruled that out in his answer either.
Agreed.
He said, I'm not saying yay or nay, but I'm just saying what we're trying to do. We're trying to maneuver this thing to make it a lot easier for us to do it.
Well, and so it just, the way DQ talked is, yeah, we're going to see in about a month.
Yeah.
A month from now is August 24th. They'll have just played their final preseason game. And you're still 2 weeks out from your first regular season game.
Mm-hmm.
So the reason I wanted to point that out is if they're not worried about their starting right guard, who's arguably Pro Bowl level for another month as far as his injury status, right?
Mm-hmm.
I saw him jogging out there today. He's moving around pretty well. No brace, no bandages. If they're content to just watch that play out for a month and then kind of circle back to it and make some decisions, for all of the, oh, my God, what's happening with Terry, like you can almost put that on a similar timeline. The questions aren't about health with Terry, obviously.
Yep.
But, like, the time they need a decision on that is probably relatively similarly.
I think you're talking to a wall if you think the fans are not going to get up worried about it. That's what they do.
I get that.
I think ultimately those situations are the same. You'll see when they're worried about it. But I don't think we can solve any of it anyway, fans or whoever, no matter what we say or think. And I think that's the thing. We really think if we worry more, something's going to happen. I don't buy that.
Agreed. I also noticed, now granted, it's only, today's what, Thursday? So DQ talked Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday now, right?
Mm-hmm.
We found out officially Terry was a camp holdout Tuesday evening. So then DQ talked yesterday and said, I'm not going to judge it. I want him here, but he's got to do his thing. I don't think Dan got asked about Terry this morning.
I didn't hear anything.
Right?
Yeah, I didn't hear anything. I mean, what else are you going to say?
Right.
You know, if you don't see his car pulling in the parking lot, ain't much you can ask.
Right. I think, the Terry stuff, I feel a little bit of Terry isn't here fatigue. I think yesterday it was certainly a story because it's the first day of camp, but yesterday was also so exciting just to have football back, just to watch Jaden Daniels throwing passes.
Mm-hmm.
And, I think a lot of folks, the Terry thing was, I got asked this last night on Channel 4, is this a distraction? And you went through this as a player. I know my theory here is that, like, when guys are on the field and in the locker room, they're not talking or thinking about that. It's just basically when the media asks them about it.
100%.
When you were a player and somebody was in a contract situation, was it on your mind?
No. It wasn't on my mind. I would tell the reporters, I'm not talking about their business because I'm not going to want them to talk about mine.
Wagner said about that. Wagner's line yesterday was terrific. He's like, this is a business, and some business isn't your business.
Yeah, that's it. And I think we all assume every player is concerned about everything going on. And most guys don't ever think of anything like that unless you ask questions.
I thought you would really like this. I wanted to read this to you. Bobby Wagner yesterday kind of got asked about the age thing, and his answer was just so good. He said some of it I think is the media's perception of what old is, because if you say 35 in any other industry, we're considered super young, but 35 in this industry, you almost think that we are like 200 years old or something. So I think it's the media pushing in, my opinion, that narrative. But where that marriage comes is, it's always kind of funny. If you watch a guy that's been in the game for a long time that understands, and you watch a rookie, there's not that many steps because you know where the ball's going. So he might take 10 steps to get where he needs to be, while I'll just take 2. And so I don't waste movement. And that's kind of where that comes. You hear checks, you hear different things, and you can make up for maybe some of the speed or whatever by just knowing where the ball's going. And so this guy that's moving quick and moving this and doing that, you beat him to the spot just because you know where the spot's at faster than he is. So I've always thought this game has been more mental and physical as you get older. You got to use your mind.
When the people would always say that football is 95% mental and 5% physical, I used to always tell them just go play it. But that's basically what he's saying. I always use the example, Matt Millen. Matt Millen was slower than the D lineman. But Matt Millen arrived at the spot before everybody because he knew what was going on. A young guy who's very fast. Remember I told you about Cole Holcomb?
Yeah.
I say, yeah, because everybody say how fast he was. I say, yep, he run himself right out of position because he don't know where the hell he's supposed to be. Or he's running over there very late and he does something stupid. Well, that veteran player already has figured out where they're going, and he takes less movement, less step, less effort, and makes the play over and over again. But I would just have to tell Bobby, it's not a media thing. The front offices use that to try to hold people back. And then they'll tell you the media keep pushing it. They don't talk about it unless the front office talk about it.
That was the one thing I wanted to say. It is front office
If the front
driven.
office would not talk about it, the media wouldn't talk about it. That's why I try to just get rid of it on a regular basis.
Yeah, I think, you've got to examine your roster from 100 different angles. That's kind of the game. Mm-hmm. But you also have to allow for outliers and guys that can do stuff beyond what the data set shows, because every year those guys exist. And, there was a reason all the analytic people liked Drake May over Jaden Daniels. And a lot of it was just based on, unseen potential. Remember, Jaden's age was a talking point going into the draft? How absurd does that sound? And Drake may end up being a great quarterback. I just think when you were talking about age of a player that was 22, you're overthinking it. And I don't know. With Terry, dude, maybe there is some real concern. In golf, shooting your age is pretty incredible feat. Mm-hmm. For Terry to make his age at 32, maybe that gives the Commanders brass some pause. But I don't think age should be the driving factor in getting the deal done.
I've gotten better with age in golf. I don't know if that works.
Did you ever lose a step football-wise?
When I was playing?
Yeah.
No. You remember they said I lost a step here.
Right.
And my last game was a 100-yard touchdown. And then I went to Philly, and I had more steps. I had more touchdowns than the people that they were to get, that they thought were faster and better. So, as I stated, if I did lose it, I found it on 95 on my way to Philly.
But at the same time, you must have seen some guys lose steps, right? Because as much as there are guys that continue their game, Bobby Wagner's a prime example. You're a prime example. There are guys that fall off.
But see, this is the question. Did the guy have a step to lose? Okay? D. Green was running 4.13. If he lost a step, he runs 4.2.
True.
Still faster than all the other damn people running with him. So until he gets to about 4.6, him losing steps don't make a difference, does it?
Especially if you're smarter.
All right, so when you are a running back, if you were running 4.4 and now you're running 4.49, 4.5, is that real slow? But you lost that step, but now instead of rounding out like you did when you were a young guy, you're cutting everything real sharp. So now your quickness take over instead of your speed. People always say he's quick, he's not fast. A quick guy gets through a hole. And then if the guy has come downhill and then that guy is chasing you, that guy who's faster than you may not catch you if you have the endurance to keep running. You have the physicality to keep going. So that lost the step thing is just something they throw out there because that thing, you can take it all types of directions.
For sure. I think a lot of reasons front offices want young guys. Let's be honest.
They're cheaper.
They're cheaper.
And they are not as smart. Sometimes you can manipulate that. I'm not saying they're not as smart on the field. They know football. But sometimes you can do things with young people you can't do with that veteran guy.
Mm-hmm.
You know, just like a lot of times you notice some coaches, they were here, want to get the veteran guy out the locker room because he educates kids too much. He let them know what they shouldn't be doing. When you're doing some practice stuff that's not supposed to be happening, the veteran guy can tell you about it. He understands all the rules. The young guy just do whatever the coach wants him to do.
Well, dude, it's interesting because we put this on All Ears last night. I thought it was really interesting. Wagner got asked about why the guys want to play for DQ.
Uh-huh.
And he said that. He's like, Dan lets you be yourself. Mm-hmm. He's not trying to bring you in to conform to what somebody else wants. And
one thing he wants people that want to work.
Right.
If you want to work, then you can be a little aloof, or you could be the hip, like Joe Gibbs. Joe had people from all different walks of life, bro. Darryl Green and John Riggins aren't the same people.
Right.
Let's get that straight.
Right.
You know, Mark Rippon and Alvin Walton, they ain't showing out the same. They both from the West Coast. One guy from Washington State, other guy from Compton.
Yeah.
Think about that.
Well, and that's one of the best parts about football is there's a role for everybody,
yes,
right?
Yes.
Tall, short, skinny, fat, slow, fast. I think, you know, as they continue to build this thing out, you do see – listen, man, it's July 24th. If everybody's not getting along well, you're doing something wrong anyway. But, like, you do see the real team building they put in and what it means. Also today, when you hear these veteran players say how well Dan Quinn takes care of them, you got Von Miller and Laramie Tunsil on the second day of camp getting a veteran day off.
Mm-hmm.
And
so I used to think about that too. I just thought about it when you mentioned it earlier. They get a day off because you know why? People think, oh, they just showed up to camp yesterday. They're getting a day off. They were working out all the way up to training camp. So now they're getting that day
right.
off. You know what I mean? Like, you think about it where, like you hear the coaches are leaving for that month. The player can't take a month off.
Right.
You get in shape all that time, then you take a month off, and now you come to camp, you'll die.
I mean, you might get cut. Like, depending on the type of player you are,
yeah.
what you are contractually.
You got to keep working out, man. So.
That's a great point. I think, you know, with DQ and the staff they've put together, they are pushing all the time. I mean, these practices are up-tempo. I posted this one video of the D-line going through drills, and it was so fast and so furious,
Mm-hmm.
to quote Vin Diesel. Like, it was just the pace with which they're going. They're also going to ramp this thing up a little bit more. Yesterday was probably a little less than 90 minutes. Today I think it's going to be closer to 100, closer to 2 hours. It's just they know how to build the organization out here. And the Terry thing is lingering and probably will continue. But I think the way DQ talked about Cosme is like a fair window into when the organization will get alarmed about Terry, frankly. Now, we are hearing, I guess Mayor Bowser was on with the Junkies,
Mm-hmm.
and I got texts from a bunch of people about, you know, exciting developments with the stadium. It does sound like we're going to get some news today. I don't know what that news is. Maybe it's just the news of when they've scheduled the vote.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you get enough people that come out and say.
Mark said yesterday, Seagraves, that he's thinking next week, but we'll see if they change that.
Move it up.
You know, but he mentioned they will be trying to do a vote sometime around the 30th, 31st, which is next Wednesday, Thursday.
Yeah. They have my full support.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that they're asking for it, but they have my full support.
Yep.
I'd love for that to get done, and I think it will. I'm firmly at the point now where I just think it's going to happen. and I don't
You
really.
think the stadium's gonna happen?
Yeah,
I've been at that point since they when they got the rights when Comer was involved with it, and they
when
went
it was
100
99 to
when
nothing.
when they went 100-0 that they were going
Right.
with it. I at that point felt it's going to happen.
When they carved out so the bill got killed, and then they carved out time at midnight or whatever to make sure it got through.
And they stated, all I know is on that little bill, number one was stadium.
Right.
And I don't think 100 people that live in Washington agree on nothing unless they want that to happen.
Right. Right.
So
Players you will hear from today include Von Miller, Frankie Luvu, and others. I do want to talk a little bit about Terry. We got news going around the NFL as training camps are underway everywhere. Nobody go anywhere. B. Mitch and Finley live in Ashburn. Commanders training camp day 2, just getting warmed up.
DC Council Chair Phil Mendelson has reached a deal with the Commanders on an amended stadium agreement, which he will put before the council in a vote within days of next week's public hearings. Mayor Muriel Bowser has been in support of getting this deal done from the beginning. She joined the Junkies this morning to discuss the plan moving forward.
This is not like a hard sell, RFK. Like, it is perfect for the football experience, the views, and the importance. You know, Roger Goodell was at our announcement for a reason.
DC Council is expected to hold public hearings on the project on July 29th and 30th with a full council vote likely soon after. Bowser suggested a vote could come as early as next Friday. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B, you remember this song? Damn, dude. You can be cut if you handle football like that. Can't get your headphones on.
Yeah, but see, I don't get cut off of this. That song, yeah, I've heard that before.
No Rain by Blind Melon.
Yeah, couldn't tell you the name of it.
It's a good tune, though.
Heard it when I was going down the elevator one time.
That's kind of weird.
Elevator music.
Dude, I want to get to this Louis Riddick thing, but I did want to ask you, did you see the catch Jacob Young made in center field for the Nats?
No.
Jeff, see if you can drop that in the text thread, the Jacob Young catch. It is, I mean, legitimately one of the best catches I've ever seen.
He may get him, what you call him, an ESPY.
Maybe.
For the best catch?
I think Jacob Young won a Gold Glove. I love when dudes can go like deep center field catches like that. You remember my man Otis Nixon? I think he played for the Braves way back. He had one of just the all-time awesome catches. Who was it for the Mets that had one in an NLCS game? Andy Chavez, I want to say. Like, really memorable catches like that. I love that stuff. Jeff, drop that in for B to watch, and we'll get a live reaction. Or maybe I might be able to find it faster than Jeff. I just watched the Otis Nixon catch from, I think that was in like the NLCS against the Pirates. Jacob Young, it's just bananas, B. You're going to enjoy it. I'll work on finding it. Okay, it's in the chat, B. Open that joint up. This is Jacob Young for the Nats yesterday in that day game. Tell us when you got it.
All right. I got to go to it now. I was answering a, what you call it?
What? Candy Crush?
No, I was answering an email. Oh, man, I'm just looking at it. It's still right now.
Yeah, like where he is?
Yeah.
Like, his arm is the equivalent of, like,
that was hit.
his head over the rim.
Oh, that was sweet.
Dude, I mean.
That was sweet. And it got that little step.
Yeah.
And look, the guy.
I love how his shirt
other
got
guy like,
untucked.
oh!
Yeah. I love how his shirt got untucked from jumping up on the wall like that. Also, this Reds hitter mashed that ball, dude.
Oh, he did.
I mean, that is deep center, almost to the bullpen.
That's some great
guard.
awareness to be able to be running and put that foot and go up
Yeah,
at the
dude.
same time.
I thought that was really cool.
Yeah.
Nats also won a game, which is also cool. They're still 20 games under 500.
They won a few of them in that series, didn't they?
I
think they won the other night. Then they lost. I think
they've won.
yesterday. They lost one.
They lost
They won
yesterday.
like two of them.
They took 2 out of 3. They won the series. They day off today, and I think they start in Minnesota tomorrow. All right. I did want to play this because I think of a lot of the national kind of analyst pundits.
Uh-huh.
I think Louis Riddick, because he once worked here, I feel like Riddick tends to be pretty pro burgundy and gold. A lot of guys aren't. I think he is, though. And so this stood out to me the other day. I'll be honest, I don't know what show this was from, but it was from one of the ESPN shows. And Louis Riddick talking about...
Yeah, they cut off Stephen A. at the end. That was good. Yeah.
And Stephen A's too busy planning his stadium in Laurel. But this is Louis Riddick, a guy I respect. I think he has good football opinions on the Terry McLaurin situation.
I know we've differed on this, in talking about this earlier today, but I'll tell you this. I'm a 10 out of 10 concerned because every day matters, regardless of the fact that I know it's late July. Terry is a great pro. He's played a lot of football. They don't play football until September. I know that's always the very, the very common response to this kind of thing. And then, some are going to say, and I know I'm already jumping ahead of Kimberly, so I'm going to get out ahead of some of her arguments right now. And look, Terry wants to be there. He's a guy who is, who's going to be on the wrong side of 30, so to speak. There's a lot of reasons as to why maybe Washington is taking their time. But look, if you want to guard against making sure that the guy who basically has resurrected your franchise and made this city and this region, the DMV, as excited as it has been in the past 30 years, and that being Jayden Daniels, if you want to make sure that you safeguard that trajectory that he is on and keep it going the way it's going, then you need to make sure that every day that he can spend with Terry McLaurin, he spends with Terry McLaurin in a football setting in your building. And you shouldn't be haggling over, well, you know what? How much longer will Terry play at this level? How much nickel and dime him to the point where the guy is not in camp and he's not practicing? This is another one of those things that should be done. And look, they have done everything right. Every move they've made has been a absolute hit out of the park. And I believe this team will be right there in contention. And I'm not one of those teams, rather one of those people who believes that there's an automatic sophomore slump because people get film on you and people understand what you're doing. Mm-hmm. I don't believe in that crap. I don't. And I damn sure don't believe it with Jayden Daniels. But if you keep messing around with the guy who is his dude and you don't allow them to continue to grow, you're playing with fire. Just get him signed.
10 out of 10 for Louis Riddick. I agreed with everything he said there about the sophomore slump. I don't see it coming.
I agree with a lot of stuff as well, but the thing is, they've done everything right. Who's to assume they're not going to do this one right? I think his concern is more about Jayden's growth being stunted. Okay? And listening to Dan Quinn this morning talk about Jayden, watch Jayden out there. Jayden is going through his process just like he's always done. And I think he would rather have a Terry McLaurin in it, but he's not going to change his process. You know what I mean? So I think Louis' concern is more about you don't want to stunt the growth of Jayden in no way possible. But I don't believe that they have to just do whatever. Like we stated that yesterday when people say, just give him whatever he wants. That doesn't work for the long haul for everybody. You may have to give him more than you want to give him, but not just whatever he wants. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I understand the aspect of it, and I'm with you. I probably don't listen to most of the people on ESPN because I know that they have a tendency to tell people to take sides just because. I listen to Louis more than any one of them because I believe, like you state, he has a very, very good football mind. He has very, very good football opinions and things like that. But that argument was more about Jayden than it was getting that deal done. And I don't know if that will stun him that much if Terry is not there for a week or two or three.
I think Jayden, and one of the most fun people I love talking Skins or Commanders football with is Yang, because she's just such a big fan, and she reacts with the highs and lows. You know what I'm saying? And
she is a true fan. Totally. I've seen her.
She gets animated, and she keeps asking me about Terry. And I'm like, listen, yes, it's a concern, but at the same time, this is football. And I think I'm not worried about Jayden's growth getting stunted. I'm really not. I can't imagine you are.
No, I'm not. And I think the ultimate thing about this is, you have to have a concern of what things are going, because I think everything has just been working so smoothly. But it's a little saying that nothing good comes easy, and I totally believe in that. If you want something to be great, which is having Terry come back on his team, and he's going to be a while, you're going to have to stumble a little bit. You're going to have to go through some tough times. And I believe that Josh Harris and this crew wants that to happen. I believe Adam Peters wants it to happen. But I can't just go with fans and people that say, give him whatever he wants, because if you give him whatever he wants, you may mess up the opportunity of signing somebody else later. And then you're going to say, give that person what he wants? If we give everybody what they want, then you know what? You're not going to end up with anybody. So you have to go through the process to make sure this thing works. Louis' concern about Jayden, I think is a good one. But I think, just like he said, he doesn't believe in sophomore slumps, especially when you're talking about Jaden Daniels. So if you don't believe in sophomore slumps, especially when you're talking about Jaden Daniels, then you shouldn't believe that he's going to be stunted like a typical quarterback, because this kid is different. You know, I've been around this league for over 30 years, and I know most people come into the league because of what the league can give them, what they can get from it, the notoriety. Jaden is in this league to win and be the best he can be. Does he indulge in some of the same things? Yes, but that's not his main goal. You know, I don't see him running around here with that NFL medallion like most guys do as soon as they get drafted and then they stop working. He has worked more and harder this year than he did last year. As he told you last year when, once again, fans were tripping because Dan Quinn hadn't named a starter at quarterback, the young man that we all were pulling for said, if I become the starter, it's not going to stop me from working. I'm going to keep doing what I'm supposed to do. So, in essence, we can't worry about some of those things that we don't have any control over. We have to educate ourselves a little bit more on what's going on with this team. Like, you know, what's the pro moves? What happens in pro football? This is the business side. So as fans, I think we need to educate ourselves in that aspect too, so we can just not be so concerned, so worried about some things. So as you go forward, and I've said it, I said to JP, I said to anybody I do radio TV with, we're not here just to entertain fans. We're here to also educate. So let's educate them in the business side, so when these things come up, they don't have to be getting their blood pressure going up so high and losing their minds all the time. All right, we're going to take us a quick break here. When we get back, we'll continue on. Coming to you live from training camp, and it's all brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation. But, hey, it's B. Mitch here. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, you need to turn to Ruud. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? You can adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference instantly. And here's the best part. Ruud systems are whisper quiet. No more noisy interruptions, just peace of mind. Ruud's variable speed compressor ensures precise temperature and humidity control, operating efficiently even in extreme conditions. Its comfort and performance, perfectly balanced. Also, don't forget about the savings. You can qualify for federal tax credits up to $2,000 on heat pumps throughout 2032. Visit Ruud.com/federal incentives to learn more. Ruud, R-U-U-D, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Ruud, it ain't right. All right, welcome back. B. Mitch and Philly, 106.7 The Fan, as we come to you live from training camp out here at Commander's Park, all brought to you by our good friends over at Paul Henry's Window Installation. And Brandon Coleman was talking to the media, and he was discussing going against guys like Kinlaw and Von Millers and things of that nature, Eddie Goldman. And I think a lot of times as fans and media people, we see a guy being signed, and we always just think about the person as an individual. I can remember playing back in the day, whether it was being here in Washington or even in Philly, where when our defenses were outstanding, I looked forward to practice to go against those guys because that made the games relatively easy. And now as I look at this football team, when I see guys like Javon Kinlaw, Big Goldman over there, Deron Payne, Newton. Then you got Von Miller, a future Hall of Famer. Going against those guys has to be a great joy because most athletes don't want to go into practice and waste their time. They're trying to hone in on their crafts. And I believe that those things are happening, and these coaches are doing this for a reason. Not only did Coleman discuss going against them and getting that experience, he talked about how he had a little difficulty yesterday in run fits going against a guy like Kinlaw. So after the practice, he started asking Kinlaw about what did he see, what's going on, and the day he was able to approach him differently and had a little success at it. Last year, if you remember, every time you would see Jaden Daniels do something, he had a discussion with one Bobby Wagner. And I've said it many times on the same airwaves where I say guys can not only study the people that they're playing against, they have to study themselves as well. And what I mean about that is you got to find, and if you have some veteran guys who've seen it all, hell, Bobby has probably seen everything. He's a quarterback on defense, so he has to match wits with quarterbacks all the time. He's been doing it 15, 16 years. And I believe that by Jaden talking to him, that enabled him to be better, make quicker adjustments like last year. And I believe the same thing is going to happen when you got a guy like Coleman going against these guys like Kinlaw. And I would tell every offensive lineman on that football team, I don't care if you're a guard, center, tackle, get Von Miller in front of you, put him on the edge, and have to block him. Because this guy has an unbelievable knack of getting off the ball, and that's going to help you out, which it could do, like Jaden talks about how he does the virtual reality. When he does virtual reality, he puts it at 1.5, which means it's moving way faster than what the typical thing is going to do. So you go against Von Miller, that's like going against virtual reality. He's quicker off the ball than most everybody out there, even these, the young guys. Von's first step is so damn quick that I would just tell him, like Coleman was discussing, JP, going against the veteran guys. And I'm like, I don't care what position you play on the offensive line, have Von Miller go against you. Because the guy is so damn fast, so quick, that it will be like watching virtual reality. Totally. So when you go against the other guys, they're going to be slow. And I just think that we hear coaches talk about older players. We hear a lot of people talking about the age of a person. But there are also people who make sure they utilize the guys who are older, who helps. Good locker room guys, good leaders. Von Miller is that. Javon Kinlaw, obviously, because he's been helping out Coleman already.
Totally. I mean, I went and watched Kinlaw. That's a bad man, B. Now, I think we do have a little stadium news, just kind of coming down. I think it's what we expected. Chairman Mendelson is briefing the D.C. Council on changes to the deal, and then this sets up a possible first vote on the stadium deal on August 1st, which also allows for the public hearings that are scheduled for the 29th and the 30th.
Okay.
Mendelson says he has negotiated a number of changes to the Commander Stadium deal that would benefit the city to the tune of almost $800 million over 30 years.
Okay.
So they got more cash, right?
Yeah.
That's what they want. We now have a statement from Mark Klaus, president of the Washington Commanders, team president. We are thrilled that the council will vote to hopefully support this project on August 1st. We appreciate their effort to keep us moving toward our goal of opening our new stadium for 2030. We are also grateful for the valuable feedback and support from our fans and community over the last several months. We believe in the transformative power of this project for DC, and thank Mayor Bowser for her vision and leadership, as well as Chairman Mendelson and the council for their thoughtfulness and diligence in collaborating on our plan. Through this process, we've seen firsthand how committed our city's leaders are to building a strong future for the district. With the council's announcement today, the opportunity to bring the team back to its spiritual home and revitalize a critical part of the nation's capital is now one step closer.
Cool.
That tracks, man.
I like that. That's $26,666,666 per year.
Great.
That
like
works.
throughout my support of getting RFK done, in no way do I want this to be only the Commanders make out well.
No,
you
no.
want it to be better for the city. I just happen to think and have thought all along that a major economic development surrounding a stadium at a portion of the city that is, one, underserved, and two, currently just a urban blight. It's just a dead zone. Now, you got the fields, but so much of that space is fenced off. The actual stadium is decaying
Can't be
before our
used.
very
Yep,
eyes.
yep.
And
It's an eyesore.
yeah, dude, and you think about Nats Park. You know what I mean? Like,
Oh, yeah.
I think I'm really glad. This seems like a really positive development. And I think all along, July 15th was great. Let's get this done by July 15th. It's also an arbitrary number.
Yeah.
If it's July 15th or it becomes August 1st, I don't think that impacts opening day in 2030.
Nah.
Now, if it was July 15th and it becomes December or it becomes next February,
That will affect something.
then you're talking, right?
Yeah.
And I think a big part of why they wanted July 15th, they just wanted it ASAP. Because what you find with construction, whether it's at your house or you're building a new shed, there are inevitably complications.
Yep, permits.
Yo, you start digging and there's a rock slide.
And
or
that's
something.
what Mark talked about yesterday, where the money that the city is giving is there for basically, foundation and things of that nature. He said once they start digging, they don't know if they're gonna find water.
Right.
That's why they refuse to do underground parking. You don't know if you're gonna find water down there. You don't know if you're gonna find some type of chemicals or some stuff that may be harmful. So you got to go through all this process, and you want to make sure you get out the way. But what I know about this area, permits take for damn ever.
Well, dude, at some point, the council getting this done is obviously the biggest step, but it doesn't mean that there won't be other steps, there won't be other hiccups. Like there is more stuff to come.
Yeah.
But
once
you got to
they
get this moving.
Once they decide and vote that they're going to do it and they start to build it, I don't think we care at that moment. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Once you say yes, and then the builders are going to start doing what they're going to do. But I watched the thing yesterday on the Golf Channel. I got home early, and it was about this Cross Creek, I think the name of it, was this old golf course in Philadelphia. I think Charlie Sifford used to play on this golf course. And I think Tiger Woods and also the National Links Trust and all this got involved with trying to do it. They were dealing with the same thing with the city. All right, and you watched all the stuff, and we saw all. They showed like some of the hearings and all this, and these people were like all against it. But they had already realized Tiger Woods about to build this golf thing where you got all of this stuff, kids coming in with computers and all this. When they got to that vote the next day, guess what happened? Everybody went for it.
Right.
Because a lot of the constituents were talking. They were by themselves individually. But this is going to be something great for the city. The city has to pay for. These other people are paying for it. They building that golf course.
Right.
Well, they revitalizing this old golf course. They're going to renovate it, and do all the good stuff to it. This is what I believe is going to happen over here, too.
I think for the people that want to say, oh, you could maybe build something different there, maybe you still get the same economic output, who else is coming in with $3 billion?
But the question is this. Why it hadn't been done in over 30 years,
Right.
and the people that gave you the approval to do it, they basically wasn't going to give you approval if you're going to do something else.
Right.
So those people that say that understand what you're saying. You know,
I'm with you. Here's what we're going to do. Quick break. We should be hearing from Von Miller soon. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Mayor Bowser joined the Junkies this morning on the heels of the news that D.C. Council Chairman Phil Mendelson reached a tentative agreement with the Commanders to amend the financial terms of a proposed new stadium at the RFK site. If you missed the full interview, I highly suggest going back, checking it out, listening to the whole thing. But there are some highlights, with one of them being the mayor saying it is an absolute lock that with a new stadium, there will be a Super Bowl hosted in D.C. Plus, we got some details on the stadium itself and the plans the city has for it.
So we want people to pregame at the stadium, and yes, they will be able to tailgate. And we want people to stop at all of the restaurants and eateries along the way, like on 8th Street Northeast, which is just a hop, skip, and a jump from the new stadium.
In a bit of training camp news, Jets quarterback Justin Fields was carted off the practice field this morning with an apparent lower leg injury. He spent a few minutes in the injury tent before a cart arrived on the scene. He was taken to the locker room, sitting in the passenger seat of the cart before he did walk into the team facility on his own. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, Commanders training camp day 2. We're out in the tent in Ashburn, and people are starting to complain about the heat.
I'm not.
None other than Chris Russell.
I mean, he say he walking outside. I walked outside. I didn't sweat. Now we're sitting in a tent that they took care of us. We got a fan. We got an air unit. We got another little. Is it the one I bought last year?
Might be.
Yeah.
I've carried his. I think I have one more fan in my car.
It's not even on, but that thing moves, dog.
Yeah, let's get that over here and on.
Yeah.
Rooster, Landfill, I'm not an expert, but if you know you're going to be in the heat in training
Why
camp.
wear long pants?
Why are you wearing long pants?
Yeah.
Landfill, can you answer what makes Chris Russell so insane?
I wish I could. I've been trying to explain that for 15 years.
You've been knowing him for 15 years, Landfill?
Damn, dog.
A little longer.
I've known
actually.
Landfill. I've known you a long time too, Landfill.
That's
Well,
correct.
B, I bet you've known Rooster that long.
Yeah, I've known Rooster. He's still the same crazy dude I've known for years.
How about this? So here's one thing. I'm a member of the media. B tries to pretend he isn't, but I own it.
I just happen to be in the media. I'm not a member of it.
Okay.
You pay dues and you're a member of clubs. I'm not a member of no media club.
I'm a member of Pro Football Writers Association.
I'm not.
I guess I'm a member of a union, too.
I'm not.
Channel 4 made me unionize, B. What
Yeah.
union am I in, Kerwin? I'm in AFTRA.
After, yep. I used to be a member of that one.
Come on back. They take a
Nah.
lot of money.
Well, I mean, the people I work for don't want me to be in the union because the union gets you a lot of. They take money because they get you money.
That's probably true. Uh-oh. Kerwin's telling us to shush. So here's my question for you. Yesterday was pretty nice, honestly. It really wasn't bad. At some point, we're hoping to hear from Von Miller here. He was in the cold tub, so we'll see when he arrives. Training camp is a lot of TBD, a lot of to be determined, so everybody understands that, right? So the Commanders, Tuesday, when was the happy hour thing? Monday?
Monday, yeah.
All right, so I've been out here every day since Monday.
Yeah.
Um,
No, you haven't.
Yeah, I have.
You didn't come Tuesday.
Yeah, I did.
You
Oh,
couldn't
you're
make
right.
it.
No, I came after the show.
Oh,
I did.
well,
I
I wasn't there.
Yeah, good for you. So on Monday, there was like this brief kind of walkthrough, remind everybody of the rules during training camp, right?
Yeah,
For the
yeah.
media. Because there are lots of rules, and it gets a little complicated on days where fans are out here because the media, we're not allowed to film anything once the team gets into team drills,
Yeah.
right? And understandably, this staff is very cautious about anything getting out because, let's be honest, the opposition is always watching, right? The streets are always watching.
Opposition watching it, and you can control the message a lot better if you don't let stuff get out.
Like yesterday, I don't know if you noticed this, Jaden's first pass of training camp was an absolute dime to Debo. Absolute dime. I knew what the team does is they are able to post stuff on their social media channels. And so I was kind of waiting for that play to hit social media. However, when they finally posted it, did you see the video they posted? It was just an extreme close-up of Debo catching it and running. So you don't know where he came from. You don't know what the route was. You never even saw Jaden in the play. You didn't see anything. And I'm like, all right, well, clearly they want to bucket.
But that pass was better than Jackson Dart's first pass yesterday.
Well, his first pass was good. It was the second one. It was 11's that was bad. But I think
Went the other direction.
so. Monday we're out here, and the PR staff, who just won a major award, they won the Pete Rozelle Award as the best PR staff in football, well deserved. The PR staff kind of ran us through all the rules, everything that's going to happen, and they told us, listen, our training staff is going to watch the heat index this summer, and we're going to make a real effort. If the heat index starts to creep up too high, we're going to move training camp up an hour. So tomorrow's the first day we found out. Tomorrow's supposed to be hot, right? So practice moves from 9 a.m. to 8 a.m. And
Hey,
yeah,
how you gonna do that?
get up earlier. I mean, I'm not worried about it. But my point is, overall, the media, right, likes to complain about the heat. I don't complain about the heat at training camp. It's August. It's supposed to be hot. It's July. This is summertime. You practice in the heat to play when it's cold. But people like to complain. Chris Russell's probably in his car. I hope he's listening. So Rooster going to complain about the heat.
Stay home, Roos.
But then tomorrow they're moving it up an hour
Rooster will be here
that
at
it won't be
9:30.
as hot. Do you think there will be more complaints about the earlier start time or avoiding the heat? You know what I mean? Like, would you
Well,
rather it be hot and you
It's
don't
gonna
have
be some people that's late. They gonna say they didn't know.
100%? We've just talked about it on the radio. I know 90. I think
Rooster now knows he'll still be late.
it'll be interesting tomorrow. 8 a.m. is early though. I think players and staff, they're all here by 6.
They're here anyway.
They don't care.
Yeah.
Their day, like our day is kind of, and we're on the air until 2, but like for a lot of media, they're out of here by 12:30. But for the players, they're here till 6 anyway. You know,
Yeah.
4 or 5, depending on the day. Like these are long days. And they don't care if they start practice at 8, 7, 9.
Yeah, maybe. I'm still Jay. You say you don't care. Well, you have a tendency to be rolling in right on time sometimes, and since it's not your typical time to get up, how you gonna are you gonna just get up and get out the house?
That's what I did this morning.
You have to.
So the only difference is when Lauren has to go to the office. That's when it's like I got to wait for a babysitter. I got to drop him off somewhere. Those are things beyond my control. Lauren's home tomorrow. I'll get up. This morning I was out of the house at 7:30. Tomorrow I'll be out of the house at 6:30.
Well, tomorrow Friday should be lighter traffic for you too.
Yeah. Honestly, the ride out here is generally not bad. That one day there's a terrible accident. I never heard. I hope everybody was all right that was involved. Like that's a one-off. Driving out here is usually not a problem. Driving home, like yesterday I had to be live at 4 o'clock, so I left here about 4:45. Now that ride, the amount of roads I am cutting through in McLean, thanks to Waze. Shout out to McLean. Balls Hill, Swinks Mill, Old Dominion. Yesterday, dude.
I've been on all those roads.
Yeah, dude. Yesterday was so jacked up that I took the toll road to 123 all the way to GW, back to the Beltway, and then crossed the Legion Bridge. And it was okay. I mean,
Might have been less time you just got on the Beltway.
according to the apps, it wasn't.
A lot of those apps, I think the apps go based off of what they think the speed is. You got to know how to.
A lot of days what I do, if it says, all right, the Beltway, if you just take toll road Beltway is going to be 58 minutes versus if you cut through 100 different streets it's going to be 53 minutes, I'll just stay on the Beltway.
Yeah.
Like some of that is not worth it. To me, it's like if it's like over 12 minutes, I know you love when I say 12. If it's over 12 minutes, then I'll follow. You know what I mean? What are you laughing about?
Yes, I'm listening. I'll be here at 9:45 tomorrow.
Rooster?
Right on time. Practice will be over, Rooster. It starts at 8.
Since he's texting us, Rooster, why'd you wear pants today?
He said he gonna be here at 9:45. Practice will be over.
If we can, we have 3 Odyssey employees behind Brian: Jeff Walker, Toby Alberhauser, and Grant Paulson. All 3 of them
Have on shorts.
smart enough to wear shorts.
Yeah.
Why is Rooster wearing pants?
He's insane.
Dude, it's one thing I've always noticed, like people when they come out for their first training camp, they think they have to like kind of look more professional, and they'll come in with pants on and like shoes and a tucked in shirt. And I'm like, well, that's your first time out here because you don't need to do all that.
Nah.
Rooster been coming to camp for 20 years.
Yep.
Why you wearing pants, Roost?
Crazy.
Crazy.
Crazy as a Bessie bug.
Also, Toby, he doesn't like how his legs look. Okay.
What?
Rooster has chicken legs?
He doesn't like how his legs look.
Maybe that's
Your
why they call him
legs look
Rooster.
like out of bounds states because you don't let the sun get to them. That's what's wrong with it. They too white.
While we're
he need to go home, Rooster, tonight, and lay out back by your what do you have? Don't you have a whirlpool tub? Lay around there and get your some legs, some tan, bro.
Can we 2 things I want to discuss since we're just talking about Odyssey employees. I don't know that you follow Drab on Instagram, but we need to talk about that. But Toby, real quick, can you come show the stream your stunner shades? Look at my guy Toby just flexing. He looks like
He look like
a fighter pilot
He
from
look
Top
like
Gun.
He like Chips. California Highway
Poncho.
Patrol is Chips. He look like a damn state police.
Toby got the stunner shades on. All right. I know how much you love wrestling, right?
No.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you love wrestling.
Okay.
Do you follow Drab on Instagram?
No.
I'm gonna pull something up for you. Drab.
Did Drab go to a wrestling party? He
Not.
used to hang with somebody that used to have wrestling parties.
I don't know that you would call this a party.
They were real tight.
Drab is obviously
It may still be tight.
the producer of the Junks. Drab and Valdez do a great job producing the Junks. Drab last night. I'm just going to kind of show you this. Although I get no service in here, it'd be a miracle if I could actually show this to you. Drab last night went to. I don't want to get in trouble for what I'm about to say, but this is what the event was called. Look, B. He went to.
A little people match.
Yeah, he went to. I think it's called midget.
That's
Can't
the
say
words
that?
You can't say. You gotta say little people.
Little Mania Wrestling
Yeah.
All Stars.
Uh-huh.
And Drab got front row seats, so clearly he's got a hook at Little Wrestling All Stars. How much money? Look at this guy. He's got a chicken head on, doing a sexy dance. I've seen Jeff Walker do that dance.
Rooster say he wear long pants too, so bugs don't get him because he's too sweet.
B,
Weird.
How much money would it take you to go to this event? If they hit you for an
Nah,
appearance fee,
You know what?
what would that appearance fee have to be?
It don't have to be much.
Oh my God! Look at that, B.
Whoa, he putting his butt in his face. His real butt.
That is gross.
Oh my lord. Hey, I go to things sometimes when I just want to experience something, so that'd be cool.
That's a heck of an experience right there.
Yeah.
Landy, I think Von Miller's going to be here shortly. I know.
What Drab went to that one? All right, Drab, I got you, dog.
Trav went to that one.
Yeah.
Landy, let me know what you want to do with Von. Do we want to try to go to break and then just come back and run it in full? Von Miller's going to the Hall of Fame. Von Miller's a 2-time Super Bowl winner. I want to hear what Von Miller has to say about why he signed here, what he thinks of Jaden. There is a lot I want to hear. So let's do this. Quick break from us. When we come back, you should hear from Commander's new defensive end, Von Miller. Before we go, though, got to tell you, yesterday I parked in a ditch, and I wasn't sure I'd be able to get it out. Our friend Greg showed up, put in four-wheel drive,
Yep.
and my Toyota 4Runner had no problem getting out of that ditch.
Yeah.
You know why? Because the good people at Oarsman Automotive Group of Virginia know that I'm a dummy, and I need a car that can get out of ditches. Now, that's personalized service.
Oh,
B.
yeah.
If you are looking for personalized service, hit up Oarsman Automotive of Virginia because they've been serving the DMV for over 100 years. With that kind of track record, you know they're doing something right. I'll also admit that Greg drove it out, not me.
Yeah.
They've got 7 locations all over Northern Virginia with the best-selling brands you're looking for. Toyota, like I drive, Kia, like B drives, Ford, Lincoln, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, those big old Ram trucks that got no problem in ditches, Chevys, Buicks, GMCs. Beyond the unmatched selection, Oarsman has great deals and great financing. These rates are tough, man. You need the best financing you can get, and Oarsman will do it for you. Plus, B, they got that Oarsman Lifetime Edge.
Yeah, but before I get to the Lifetime Edge, they had a guy driving an Oarsman truck to come get you out of a ditch that you didn't know how to drive your truck.
Yeah.
And I drove off in mine laughing at him.
Yeah, but you were on the other side.
Yeah, but I was laughing, though.
I heard you were, I don't know how I could get away with saying this on the air, so I won't.
I was laughing at y'all because he couldn't even drive his truck. Oarsman need to also get drivers for JP. All right, they give you the Lifetime Edge, which means they give you up to $1,500 in extras, including the complimentary car wash with every scheduled maintenance. They give you loaner cars with every major maintenance, and they give you a lifetime engine guarantee. If you're trying to sell your car, take it over to Oarsman. They'll give you up to 125% of the Kelly Blue Book value, regardless of its make, model, or year. It's simple. They like to keep their customers happy, just like they did for JP and I. To beyond satisfied
Keep you out of the
Oarsman
ditch.
customers, and let's ride together, not in the ditches.
Jets quarterback Justin Fields was carted off the field at training camp on Thursday earlier this morning with a toe injury. First-year coach Aaron Glenn told reporters. Now, Fields appeared to injure his right leg or foot. Glenn later revealed after practice he believes that someone just stepped on his toe. Fields avoided a fracture to the toe, according to NFL media, but he is getting an MRI as the team continues to gather information. Still waiting to see how significant this toe injury is, but much better than the lower leg injury that was earlier reported. And Mayor Bowser joined the Junkies this morning, and they talked all about the new stadium and some details, but something fun that football fans should love in this area.
If you get a new stadium, you get a Super Bowl, right? That's a given. That's a given.
Lock for a
what
Super
other
Bowl.
things can we lock?
So Mayor Bowser confirmed that if RFK is built, it will host a Super Bowl. So a Super Bowl could be coming to D.C. as soon as RFK is built. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
BJ Finley, 106.7 The Fan. We're coming to you live from training camp as we do every year at this time. But Von Miller, future Hall of Famer, was talking to the media. Let's go out and take a listen.
15th year in the league. It never gets old, especially being out of work for 4 months. Perspective kind of changes a little bit. Back when you were young, you was like, man, why we got to go to OTA? Man, I wish I was home, man. And you sit on the couch for 4 months and it's like, man, I wish I was in OTAs, man. It's good dropping the kids off and it's good, picking the kids up from school, but I want to go to work. I would go to work, and the Washington Redskins called me, a month and a half ago, and started talking, and agreed to come here to Washington about a week and a day ago, and here I am. So excited to be here.
Von, welcome to D.C., man.
Thank you.
You've been intentional last few years about where you wanted to go and the places you wanted to go. What about this organization was compelling to you?
Yeah, it was extremely intentional coming here. You just can't leave Josh Allen and go anywhere, man. You just can't go from, the AFC Championship and just, go anywhere. I feel, whenever you get older too, losses, they like pile up. It seems like they just hit way harder than what they used to when you were young. And, this team is all about winning. I'm all about winning. Whatever it takes to win, I'm going to do. That's on and off the football field. It's nothing like winning. It's nothing like the locker room. It's nothing like, coming in here and talking to you guys after a win. It's all good after a win. So that's why I'm here, is to win. And, understand that, the goal is to win them all. But in reality, we're going to have some struggles and going to have some adversity. That's all good, too, because, sometimes, well, most of the time, adversity reveals character, and it's all good medicine at the end of the day, and it'll all just feed back into the main goal, and that's to win. So this team is all about winning. I'm all about winning, and it was a good marriage.
What did you hear from AP and Dan specifically about how they plan to use you and what they want you to do?
They're going to let me rush. They're going to let me rush. That's what I do. I can still roll out the bed, at 36 years old with my house shoes on and still rush the passer. There's other stuff that I got to work at to get better at, of course. But the main thing for me is rushing the passer. I can do that right when I wake up, fresh out of sleep. So love rushing the passer. And then I'm a team guy, too. I'm a team guy through and through. Those are the two things that I toot my horn on. It's nothing like being on a team with other guys. It's just like me going towards a common goal. I've been on a football team since I was in the 5th grade. So now we talking about, 25 years, something like that, playing football. So I just know the dynamics of a locker room. I lead with love, and then you can start to demand and, kind of mold and talk to players and tell them what you see. But I lead with love. With the coaching staff too. I love the dynamics of a football team, from, the front office to the coaches, the strength and conditioning staff, the athletic training staff, analytics. Football is my life. I love everything about it. So having a new opportunity to come here and experience a whole nother football organization is pretty cool to me. And I accepted it. You know, I try not to get caught in comparisons. You know, I try not to compare teams to Denver or Buffalo or LA. You know, this team is special in its own ways, and all 4 of those teams are special in their own ways, and I just try to embrace it and just take it all in. And so far, it's been good. You know, I like it here. The food is amazing. The food is definitely amazing. Right when I got here, I was just driving by stuff, and my mouth was watering. I was like, dang, what's going on? You got Korean barbecue and steak houses, and they got everything. So that might be my biggest challenge while I'm here. Is just trying to stay away from all the food. You know, food was good in Buffalo, but options are just a little bit different up there. Here they got a little bit of everything, and I like it.
Vaughn, welcome. If you like Korean, Annandale is the place to go.
Yeah. Cool.
Why did you and seemingly a lot of other veteran players want to come here to play for Dan Quinn?
It's crazy. I had felt like I've known Dan Quinn for so long, and I had met him for the first time about 2 months ago when I came here for a visit. It just all the players that I had played for, all the players that I had played with that had played for him, they just talked about him in a way that I felt like I knew him too. And all the coaches that had coached me, that had coached underneath him, they talked about him in a certain way where I felt like, he had coached me before. So when I came here, it was weird because I felt like I had known him before, but met him before, but I really haven't. So he's a player's coach. All the rumors about him are true. He's a great coach. He's a great man. I'm excited to play for him. AP is great too. I had met AP in Denver. He was part of the front office staff in Denver, but I had sat down and met with AP at the Combine. I think it was 3 years ago. I was shadowing Brandon Beane, just trying to get the lay of the land on, what it takes to become a general manager in this league, a front office exec. And I sat down with AP and we talked about all type of stuff. This was when he was still in San Francisco, and then boom, a couple of years later he was here. So it was just a great, merger all the way around. Coming here and playing for these guys, and of course they got Jaden Daniels. He's one of the best quarterbacks in the league already. Defense is really, really good too. So it was just, everything just added up for me to be able to come in here and do what I do.
And when you mentioned the idea of you can roll out of bed and rush the passer, when you are there certain checkpoints that you hit physically where you're like, yep, still got it. I'm still the same player I've always been.
I like to be optimistic about everything. You guys learn that, but when it comes to that, it's just something I've been doing my whole entire life. When I put the cleats on and I get in my stance, I can just feel it. Still quick off the ball, still twitchy. Probably not as twitchy as I was before, like when I was 21 years old. That's just life. But I still got enough twitch to still go out here and do what I do and be effective in the game. And I still feel like I have something to give to the game, on and off the football field. See, the trick is you don't want to get kicked out the league, but you don't want to leave too early either, though. So I'm still in between that sweet spot, and I'm doing everything in my power to stay there. This is all I ever wanted to do my whole entire life is play football. So all those times where you get on your knees and pray, like I hope I can get a scholarship to play football in college, and then you get to college, and then you pray before games, please let me play well so I can make it to the NFL. Then you make it to the NFL, and you're praying for championships and wins. And I still have that gift that God has given me, and I just don't want to give it away. But at the same time, you don't want to get kicked out, and you don't want to leave too early. So I'm in that sweet spot, and I'm gonna try to stay here as long as I can.
Hi.
Howdy.
How are you?
Long time no see.
Likewise. Bobby Wagner yesterday was talking a bit about the mental side of the game, and as he's gotten older, he's gotten obviously even better just from experience. How have you evolved just on the mental side that has helped you?
I think, repetition is the father of learning. You just see so many different things, and it's only, football is only played in so many different ways. So once you experience, so many different defenses, you play so many different offenses, go against so many different, offensive linemen and schemes, you just start to learn, and you're just able to pick up on it, a little bit faster. And, defense it's only so many different ways that you can play defense, and it all end up being the same thing. It's just different terminology. So the trick is just to learn the terminology so you can learn defense and learn how you fit. But the mental side for me is where I tend to spend most of my time. I'm still sharp up there, still haven't lost any, fast twitch or get off up there. And, I like to spend, a lot of time mentally, and especially with my mentality and mindset. Mindset is everything. I come to work, I'm ready to learn. I still feel like a rookie when I'm in there learning the guys. Like, it definitely feels like I'm a rookie again, going through new defenses and, new players and new coaches, but I just embrace it. And, it's a gift to be here, and, I love to stay sharp mentally and just learn new defenses, and we got a good one here.
Today I'm working with Ryan Kerrigan, one of your draft classmates. What was that experience like?
I had met with Ryan when I came here on my visit, and it was weird. Me and Kerrigan, we trained together coming out for the combine. As you guys remember, the local press here, he was huge. Like, he was jacked. He probably got 6 more reps out of me just training with Ryan. He got 6 more reps out of the bench press with me, just training, being beside him. Like, he was so strong. Then you see him now, he's like, hey, who was this guy? But it's definitely cool, man. We came in together, we trained together, and now, he's coaching me. So it is definitely a different dynamic. I still, yes sir, coach. How's it going, coach? Well, we the same age, so it's all good, man. I got all the respect in the world for RK, man, and I'm excited to continue to work with him.
Hey, Von, I'd always heard how much you love practicing, don't want to take any reps off. So as you've become more experienced, how have you adapted to having these days off to stay sharp in your game? And was it hard for you to accept that at all, as you got older?
I don't know. That information might not be true, because
told me that.
I love a vet day.
Okay.
I love a vet day. Jeff, that's my guy. Back in Denver, yes, of course. But that was years ago. But as you get older, you got to be based in reality too, and you can't just wear yourself down out there. I try to push my ego and my pride to the side and just get away from comparisons and just run my own race. And back in the day, you want to just compete, but having a vet day is always good too, and to be able to rest and recover so you can be at your best while you're out there is amazing too. So yeah, Jeff, that was true, but it's a little bit dated. But I love a good vet day though, for sure.
So what also what impact do you think you can have on others around you still at this point?
I think it's just based on the defensive side of the ball. Not only the defensive side of the ball, I played with some great quarterbacks too. I've been on some great teams. And I wouldn't say that I just got a magic formula. I've been on some great teams, played with some great quarterbacks, been around some great coaches. So I'm just able to pay all the information that I've learned from all of those guys forward. Whether that's Peyton Manning, Matthew Stafford, Josh Allen, and now Jaden Daniels, or playing on a 2015 Denver Broncos defense, or the Los Angeles Rams defense, or the great defenses that we played in Buffalo. It's just all information that I've been able to learn and experience that I'm just paying forward now. Been around a lot of great pass rushers, from Aaron Donald, DeMarcus Ware, Elvis Dumervil, and they're all different and unique in their own different ways. So I'm able to just take whatever I saw from those guys and pay it forward to the young guys especially. I love being around the young guys. That's one of the things that really selfishly, that it makes me feel good to be able to tell somebody some information that they wouldn't normally would have had before. And things that I tell them, I don't tell him what I was doing. I tell him what I should have been doing, and that could be, just different dynamics on the football field, or rushing, or just, coming to work, just your daily process at work. So I still love working with the young guys, and that's something that I'll be able to offer to this team.
Dan Gwynn talked about studying your film, but then also really watching you yesterday, how you still have that quick twitch explosion off the line. How much of that is God-given? How much of it is learned? And then how do you maintain that?
I think it's a little bit of both. I thank you. I appreciate it. God is so good. He blessed me with this gift. It's still there. I'm still doing the same thing that I've been doing, my whole entire career, and it's still there. Is it as fast as it used to be? Probably not, but it's still effective. And all the biohacking stuff and cold tub, and I pretty much do everything in the training room to try to stay healthy. So, I just try to stay on top of my game so I can play as long as possible.
Story behind 24?
58 was taken, and then 40 was taken too. I didn't want to be that guy to come in here and, it's not that serious. I just want to win games. I'll put on whatever number you want me to. Not whatever number, but, it's some numbers that I wouldn't put on. But I just, 24 it just spoke to me. I've only worn 4 numbers my whole entire career, from Little League all the way up until now. And I wore 58 only in Denver. I wore 40 in LA and 40 in Buffalo. I wore 5 in junior high school, but obviously 5 is taken here. And I wore 24 for one game in college. I had one of my high school alumni. He had got injured. He was paralyzed from the neck down. His name was Corey Borner, and me and my teammate Cyrus Gray in Texas A&M, we both wore 24. That was his number that he wore in high school. So we both wore 24 for one game, and those are the only numbers I ever wore. And then Champ Bailey he was here too, and he wore number 24 as well. So that number just spoke to me in so many different ways. And you can't forget the greatest 24 of them all. Kobe Bryant, a huge Kobe Bryant fan. So that number just spoke to me in so many different ways, and I just decided to wear it.
Yvonne, you said you enjoy playing with the younger guys. What about playing with an older guy who's also a big Kobe Bryant fan in Bobby Wagner?
Yeah. So, I've been knowing Bobby for a long time. He's been a great player in the league for a long time. And, success leaves clues. You just watch the best in the league and study the best in the league. Even though we play different positions, you just study the best guys, to try to pick up any clue that you can. So I've been knowing Bobby for a long time. We've crossed paths many times. He's stolen a lot of first team AP votes from me a lot of the time. So you just sit there and you watch and you see and you just observe, man. And he's a great leader on and off the football field. You look at the championship team that he's been on, and you study that team, and he was a huge part of that. I was on the opposite side of that. We were in Denver, and we had the best offense in the league, and they had the best defense in the league. And they say defense wins championships, and it was definitely true that day. And you study that film and you study that game to see what was going on. And Bobby Wagner was a huge part of that. And then you just sit back and observe all the things that he does off the field too. It's definitely a amazing opportunity to be in the same locker room with Bobby and to be able to study some of the things that he does often on the football field to try to put into my game, into my life. He's an amazing guy, amazing human being. 35 years old too, still doing it, and that's different than, rushing the passer. I get in my stance and, time to snap count and go and hit a couple of moves. Bobby's all over the field, still one of the best open field tacklers in the NFL. He's able to, lead and guide so many different, positions and put the guys in one uniform call, man. He's a great leader of men, and, to be in the same locker room and the same team with him, and he's still doing it at 35 years old, man, is definitely a treat for me for sure.
Your sack numbers and some other numbers last year weren't like the league leaders, but from an efficiency standpoint, you were right there with those guys. How have you learned over time to maximize your opportunities, your snaps, to still be a pretty effective pass rusher at this deep in your career?
I mean, I would still like to play, but whatever role is given to me, I just got to take advantage of that. And in Buffalo, it was a learning curve at first, because throughout my whole career, I was used to playing the whole game and to be able to set up certain moves or to be able to capitalize in certain situations of the game, whether that's second half, end of the game, first quarter or third quarter, to really just feel the game and really just feel that offensive lineman to see what he does best and see what he doesn't do best. And my position now is like when I come off the bench, like I get in the game and I got to shoot the three right now. I'm coming off the bench and I'm dribbling and I'm shooting the three right now. I'm not passing the ball, not none of that. I'm getting the ball. I'm getting the ball and I'm shooting the three right now. I'm not running no plays. Or, give me the ball right now. I'm shooting it until they pull me back out. And then I sit on the bench for a little bit and I come off the bench and I shoot the three. So at first it was a learning process, in Buffalo. But I started to just figure it out, and just when I get in there, I gotta do it right now. I don't have multiple reps to be able to set it up and figure this out, and make the mistakes here and learn from. When I get in the game, I'm shooting the three right now.
Throughout your career, you've been also a big play guy. Dan Quinn and Joe Wade have talked more and more how they want to create more turnovers. What was that part of their pitch to you, and how do you accomplish that for this team? Like the fumble recovery in the playoff game against the Ravens, all those things you've done throughout your career. How can you get that done for Washington where they've needed those closeout defensive plays?
Well, I mean, the biggest play, in my opinion, in football is sack, forced fumble, fumble recovery, touchdown. I haven't been able to get there yet, but I have opportunities to do it. If I can just do my job, I'll be able to impact the game. The quarterback is the most important position in probably all the sports. He's the head of the snake. So if I can just do my job, I have shots to be able to impact the game. They're also the worst ball handlers probably in sports too. So if I could just get there and I can just get a hand on the ball and be able to, create strip sacks and fumbles, that'll be my way to be able to, impact the game and help us win football games. Thank you. I appreciate you guys.
That was Von Miller talking.
Dude, been around a while, brother.
Yeah, man. It's pretty cool to get to talk to a dude like Von Miller and just understand everything he has accomplished. I mean, just, what a incredible player and person. And, I mean, B, just all of that I thought was really, really neat and really, really cool. What did you think? What stood out to you? We're going to get to that when we return. It's B. Mitch and Finley. All right, folks, if you missed any of Von Miller's press availability, make sure you get on the Odyssey app, hit rewind. Wherever you get your podcast, we just played all of it. It was really, really cool. Getting to hear from these players that are so accomplished is just really for me, I've kind of built at least my professional life around football. Obviously not able to play it on any level, but I do appreciate it on a level that I think people can understand. To get to hear Von Miller talk about why he came to Washington and just get an idea into his personality and who he is and what he's about is just special, man.
Yeah, I know he said the quarterback makes a difference. Well, you heard him say that. A defensive player talking about you don't leave Josh Allen, he'll just go anywhere. But they got Jaden over here. They understand too, and they know what that guy can do for you. So when you listen to him, you understand. The guys that do this as long as he did, as long as Bobby did, they never lose sight of the fun of it. They know it's a business, but they have fun doing it. Like he said, ain't nothing else he wanted to do in his life.
I could roll out of bed.
Yeah,
rush
he
past
enjoyed doing it. So I tell people all the time, do not let this thing get a little boring for you. If it gets boring, you're done. If you can keep the level of excitement and keep that little childhood enthusiasm, you can play this game forever.
You could see it. You could hear it in his voice. Just
Hell
how he
yeah.
talked.
Hell yeah.
And I love the story on why he picked number 24.
Yeah.
And some of it was just like, man, it's not that big of a deal. I used to wear 58. 58 was taken. 40 was taken.
Yeah, I wore 5. That was really taken.
Right. And then to land on 24 where someone he knew was paralyzed and they wore it one game in college. And then, Champ Bailey and Kobe Bryant.
That's where you get sometimes when – I remember when I wrote the little thing I say finally somebody you can – enjoy when Austin Eckler got number 30. They used to get guy tomorrow. It's just a number. It ain't your number. You don't and whoever that guy. If you remember you sending that stuff to me, that's what it means. You don't understand how deep it goes with some people. It's important. People can get through a whole career with the mindset that they took a number for and why they play for it. So when you hear guys paying for numbers, want to buy numbers. It's because of that type of stuff. It's not just a number. No, the number itself means absolutely nothing. It's the meaning with it that means something.
But I liked how he owned it both ways. Like, it's not that big of a deal. So then when I had to figure one out, 24 just made sense. It just spoke to me. And I just think that's really cool, man. The way he talked about Bobby Wagner, the way he talked about how about what he said about the food? He's like, the food was good in Buffalo, just the options were limited. Here you got Korean
Everything.
barbecue.
Yeah. Oh, he don't understand how much he got now.
Right.
we can take a ride out, Vaughn.
You got options.
You got options, dog. You can go Korean barbecue steakhouse. You get you some half smoke. You can go get you some Ethiopian food. You get whatever the hell you want. Russian food, Italian, whatever you want, you get it.
What was interesting is I was talking with Mark Klaus, the team president at that media thing, and Klaus has lived like up and down the East Coast, Jersey, Philly, New York, a lot of places. And I asked him, what's different here in D.C.? He's like, it's just so cosmopolitan. There's just so many different cultures, and it's all so compact. And I think sometimes, you've lived here for 30 years. I've lived here almost my entire life. Like, we kind of don't think about it, but that's not the norm everywhere.
It's not.
There's access to everything.
Access to everything, and believe me, I have probably tried everything around here, too.
I believe you.
I like to eat, brother.
I know you do. I think you'd like to eat right now.
Yeah. Jeff, what's up?
Oh, Jeff's got content to make, B.
No,
he just doesn't have a computer.
All we need to do is run to the Chick-fil-A or something and come on back.
It's not a complicated. You don't have a car here? Here's what we're going to do. David Aldridge is going to join us. David Aldridge is going to join us. You guys are going to hear my interview with Frankie Louvu. Peter Rosenberg going to join us at 1:30. 1 o'clock, we're going to open the phones. Packed show, 2 more hours before B's on vacation. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
This sports update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. Mayor Bowser joined the Junkies this morning to discuss the potential stadium at the RFK site. They talked about everything from design to Super Bowls, and of course, she was asked about the traffic. Here's what she said.
They don't have to worry about that. People drove in and out of RFK for years. Remember all those championships? It's going to be bigger, but there are also more transportation options than when the football team played there before. We have more public bus. We have more people taking scooters. We have ride share like through the roof. This is a transit town. People are not single occupant vehicle drivers in D.C. like they are in other places.
Moving over to some college football news, Tennessee sophomore defensive back Boo Carter is expected to be one of the Volunteers' best players in 2025 on defense, offense, and special teams, but his status with the team is a bit unclear. He's missed numerous team activities and was even confronted by team leaders because of these absences. Now, we don't have a ton of explanation yet, but Vols coaches are expected to address Carter's situation during Tennessee's Media Day on July 29th. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Oh, just Snoop Booty.
High noon in the District of Columbia. Obviously, huge news with Hulk Hogan. We're going to get into that. Maybe take some calls on the Hulkster. Right now, though, I want to stick to football. The one and only David Aldridge joining us now from The Athletic. DA, how do you do? Thank you for making time, sir.
Of course. Y'all got air conditioning, so
you're in a good spot, right?
We love it, dude. We love it.
We're rolling here.
Von Miller just spoke, and he was wildly impressive and
good.
cool and funny. What were your biggest takeaways there?
I mean, he's like a vet that's been around and seen everything. Has got a ring. You know what I mean? Like, you could just kind of tell a dude is not going. I mean, you can be happy to be here, but not be like, wow, this is the greatest experience of my life. No, this is his next stop on the way to Canton. Whether it's his last one or not, I don't know. But obviously he's got the kind of, and I say this, I don't mean this in a bad way, the stupid confidence that great players have.
Yep.
That are just like, whatever you need me to do, I'll do it. I'll be able to do it and do it at a high level. And I think that's good for young guys to have. Bobby has it in a different way. Bobby doesn't put it out there, but he plays like it. You know what I mean? Yeah. Von says it and plays like it, you know, and you need different guys in your locker room. So I think this is a good thing.
When you look at them bringing people like a Bobby Wagner, now a Von Miller, as I stated a couple days ago, them being around him 1 year is way better than having a coach tell you something.
Absolutely. You know this, B. Yeah. Like, your peers are going to be the ones you listen to, not a coach. As good as Coach Gibbs was about everything, it was the guys in that locker room stepping to the other guys in the locker room that made that thing work. And it's the same here. And having young guys, you just think about the young guys on the defensive side of the ball, now being able to pick the brains of Bobby Wagner and Von Miller about stuff.
Absolutely.
Like, that's worth its weight. Like, Mike Sainristil is going to get a grad level education this year. You know, I was talking to Coleman this morning about what it's like playing next to Laramie Tunsil. He said that guy was my idol when I was growing up. I wanted to be him.
It's crazy.
You know what I mean? And so now you're like, so all of this stuff, when they talk about they want to bring certain types of guys in here, you can see it's going to be certain. It's not going to be maybe the flashiest guy, but it's going to be the guy that has the most gravitas, I think, in the locker room.
Absolutely. Talking with our friend David Aldridge here, joining us in the tent. You can follow David Aldridge at David Aldridge DC. Read all of his work in The Athletic. It wasn't lost on me that Von started his presser by saying, you don't leave Josh Allen to go just anywhere.
Right.
And then later in his comments when he was talking about why he picked his number, he's like, well, I used to wear 5, but 5's obviously taken. It's crazy what Jaden has done to elevate this organization.
It's unbelievable. It just keeps, the ripple effect keeps going. It never stops, right? Like, why did Cliff Kingsbury come here? Why did Cliff Kingsbury stay here? Sure. you know what I mean? Like, why does Von Miller come here? Why did Bobby, over and over again. I go back. We've talked about this, I think, before, JP. When Sam Cosmi signed his extension last year, and this was during about this time last year where he signed his extension. And he said, I signed this extension because I want to block for number 5 for the next 10 years.
Right.
That was an eye-opener to me because offensive linemen don't usually get all warm and fuzzy about stuff like that. For him to say, that's the guy I want to rock with, that showed me a lot about the impact that Jaden had before he took a snap in the NFL. And certainly after his year last year, you can see guys are like, I want to be around this guy and help this guy get as far as he can in this league.
And how impressed have you been with Jaden? Like, we get to talk to him weekly. We get to be around him a lot. You kind of have those casual conversations in the locker room with him. He's always picking your brain about basketball stuff. He has just maintained the same cool calmness all the time. It's really pretty incredible.
He hasn't changed at all in the year that we've been able to see him a little bit. And that's a good sign. That's a good sign because you want your quarterback to be the same all the time.
Yeah.
Like you remember Joe Montana, he never get rattled. You know what I mean? He was the same, up 40, down 40, never got rattled. And that's what you want your quarterback to be. And it doesn't seem like Jaden gets rattled very easily or for very long when he does, if he does. So that's a great sign for this team. And it goes back to what we were talking about before, just guys wanting to make sure that they help him become the best quarterback he can be because you know his potential is off the charts.
I think the thing when you look at him, just his whole mindset is something different than most people. And when you see that, you understand that guy is special because everyone talks about sophomore slumps. I'm not thinking about that one bit.
No.
You know, C.J. Stroud, they claim he had a sophomore slump. Both of his top receivers were gone.
Right.
He ended up back in the playoffs.
Right,
Won a
exactly.
game.
Played
That's not a
good.
slump to me.
Exactly.
You know? So
Exactly.
I just think Jaden is a different dude.
Yes.
Compared to most we've seen.
He's especially for a young quarterback.
Yeah.
Like they get all the attention, all the hype, all the commercials, all the social media, everything. They were talking. Somebody was talking to me about Sam Hartman blows up when they post something about him on social.
Yeah.
A 4th string quarterback.
Oh yeah, JP had some people tell him that they wanted the quarterback to come.
Tell you this,
and he was like, "Who?" And they were like, "The one with the hair."
Right.
And he was like, "Jaden." They said, "No, the other one."
Right.
Sam Hartman. Yeah, he's a heartthrob. Dog.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? So
might not score a touchdown for you, but he's a heartthrob.
But Jaden, you know, there's none of it. There's no commercials. There's just nothing that indicates that success went to his head or that he's compromising in any way in terms of trying to become even better next year or this coming year. So you just, like you said, he's different. He seems different in terms of how he approaches things, not even how he plays, which is different, but just his demeanor and like he's not tripping off of this, you know, which would be very hard for me, for 21-year-old David Aldridge. If I had this kind of success, I promise you I'd be reacting differently than Jaden Daniels is.
Dude, I mean, even when I was 24, I was an idiot. You know what I mean? Like, you could argue at 43 I'm an idiot.
I almost said it.
Right. Didn't need to be said.
He's a remarkable individual, and there is undeniably so much momentum out here. But there is kind of that elephant in the room with the Terry McLaurin situation.
Sure. Sure.
And I'm curious. I wonder what you think of my theory. The way DQ talked, and I believe it was you that did a really good job of kind of clarifying what he said yesterday. Because the problem in the aggregation world is when Dan Quinn mentioned week 1 as a possibility for Cosmi, people take that and run.
Yeah.
And what DQ was really talking about was we're going to wait till we figure out the roster move here. Because if we think he can go week 3, then we're not going to put him on IR. Right.
Exactly.
But the thing that really stuck with me was Dan Quinn was like, about a month from now, we're going to have to really figure some stuff out.
Yeah.
Do you think that's kind of the timeline of when they start to actually worry about a Terry deal?
I would think if, you know, they play New England, was it August
8th?
And then they play Baltimore the next week,
18th.
Right?
Yeah.
18th. I would say the Baltimore game.
No. Baltimore is the 23rd, right?
You know what? We've got it right here.
18th
Baltimore's
is,
the 23rd.
Cincinnati.
What's the middle? Was Cincinnati?
Yeah,
Cincinnati's the 18th. That's
my birthday. That'd be a good present if they signed Terry on that day.
That's the Monday nighter. Yeah. That's game 2 of the preseason.
The game where
the
real guys are going to play the most is game 2, right? They're not going to play it all in game 3. So, yeah, to me, it's like that Cincinnati game is the one I would circle. If he's not in that week, I would start to be getting very worried about this because I know he's been here. I know he's a vet. I know he worked with Jaden last year. I know they have chemistry. I know all of that. But Brian, I should give you a finder's fee because I say this every time anybody asks me about the preseason. As Brian Mitchell says, the only way you can get ready to play football is to play football. There's no other way. There's no other way. And so at some point he's got to play football and be ready to go week 1. And yeah, he could miss the first game. I'd rather he didn't. But he really needs to play the second game to me to be ready to play week 1.
Where do you think they are?
I mean, I don't know. They're both being very disciplined about not putting very many numbers out there.
Yeah.
But if you kind of read between the lines when you talk to people that are in this, like it seems to me that the DK Metcalf is the line of demarcation here, where Terry's camp is like he's better than DK Metcalf. He's been more consistent than DK Metcalf. He's better in the locker room than DK Metcalf. What are we talking about? He should get paid more than DK Metcalf. And I'm guessing, because the Commanders are incredibly disciplined, that the Commanders are saying it's not our fault that Pittsburgh gave DK Metcalf that contract. We're not going to work off of that. That's not our parameter. Mm-hmm. And that's where the disconnect is. And they got to figure out, all right, are we going to keep sticking with this, or are we going to go to something else to get to a number that both sides can be comfortable with? And I think that's where they're at.
I think that age thing pissed him off a little bit. But
I think so, too.
When you hear about age and then you bring in veteran guys like Avon we just talked about, and you see the impact they have on the team, a guy that's not as old as them, who's still impactful, who is a very positive influence on the team,
I hear this age
you should never say that.
I hear age all the time, whether it's with football team, basketball team, baseball team. It's always, well, the player's too old now for us to pay him. Well, when are you supposed to pay the player? You know what I mean?
You didn't want to pay him when he was young.
Right.
When he hadn't proven himself.
Then
he proves himself nice to old.
Exactly.
My best 3 years in a row was after 30.
Right. So if a guy hasn't missed the game in 4 years, you know, and just
position.
And just came off a 13 touchdown season, like at what point is he supposed to get paid? You know, so like you can the issue is too strong. The question I would have for the Commanders if they would talk openly about this is, all right, but you set this whole thing up to take advantage of these 2 years before you have to give Jaden the extension. We all understand that in 2 years you got to give him a massive extension.
Yeah.
We get it. So you have this money available for 2 years to take care of everybody you want to take care of before you pay Jaden. So why wouldn't you take advantage of it? Maybe pay Terry a little bit more in year 1 than you would like, but it doesn't matter because you've got the money. That's the whole point. Yeah. You got the money this year to take a chance on a guy.
It all also, to me, seems so contradictory if you make these moves to go get Debo and Tunsil. Like, if you decided just to really build this through the draft,
right,
and you're going to hit the ground running in year 4 for Jaden,
right,
because it's all homegrown, like, all right, but you veered from that.
Said, listen, we're winning now. We're going now.
Immediately.
Right.
We're going now.
The first year.
You realize, this kid can play with anybody.
Yeah.
Let's build.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So, like, if you're going to go that direction,
yes,
how do you not have your – Debo's an incredible player.
Right.
But he's a different type of player.
Right.
He's not like a pure wideout.
Right.
Terry's your best wideout.
Right.
And I mean, we might talk ourselves into some cool camp stories here, but Terry has a proven ability to get over the top on NFL defenses and give you verticality.
Look,
and
yeah,
do you really not want to have that?
Well, okay, what's the replacement cost?
Right.
Yeah.
Who can you go get that's as good as Terry McLaurin? I don't know
won't
that
be
anybody's out there right now that you can get.
Yeah.
That's as good as Terry McLaurin. And so you're not going to replace him with someone as good. You're going to replace him with somebody that's not as good, which seems to your point, contradict the notion that, no, we're going to go all in now because we have a guy that good. So if we improve at tackle and we go get the best left tackle in football to protect this guy, and we go get one of the top cover corners in the league to help the defense, how do you not then continue that by taking care of your best wide receiver who has a great relationship with your quarterback? Like, I don't get it. To me, it's not my money. It's not my salary cap. And all I'm saying, again, because I don't know, If Terry is asking for Justin Jefferson money or Jamar Chase money, he shouldn't get it. He's not as good as they are. Like, those are the two best receivers in the league. It's not close. But I don't think that's what they're asking for. I think they're saying he wants to be paid commensurate with the rest of the top receivers in the league. And I don't think that's an unreasonable request for a guy that's been as good as Terry McLaurin has been here his whole career. And again, maybe I wasn't at those 3 playoff games last year, but I saw him catch 3 touchdowns in 3 games and 3 playoff games on the road.
Yeah, I saw that.
And I didn't see anybody else do that.
How about the play in Detroit?
You know what I'm saying?
Was anyone questioning him losing speed at that age in Detroit?
Hey, bro, it happens. Like, I told him, my last game, I ran a 100-yard touchdown. They say I lost a step.
Yeah, maybe you did. But like,
I had a step to lose.
He had a step to lose. Like Bobby Wagner was saying the other day, I know where I'm going.
Exactly.
On the field. So I can afford to lose a step because I know where I'm going, and a lot of the younger guys don't know yet.
Absolutely. Acknowledging the Terry stuff.
Yeah.
How do you feel about this team in the conversation they're keeping as far as real contender? Maybe not in that first tier of Ravens, Chiefs, Eagles, Bills, but that next tier, Washington's firmly planted.
All depends on the defense. I just don't know. I'm not saying they can't be. I'm just saying I don't know. I have to see them do it. Like, they've invested a lot in the defensive line. We're bringing Kinlaw in here and some of the other guys they brought in there, and they brought Vaughn in. And they drafted high with Amos in the secondary. They went and got Will Harris to replace Chin. Like, they made some moves, so I'm not saying they're not going to work. I'm just saying I don't know because we haven't seen them play yet.
Yeah.
I have to see them on the field. I have to see
You got to see them in some pads.
how they do against that Eagles offensive line. Like, for real.
100%.
Because you got boat race the last time I saw you.
I know he said it wasn't really divisional oriented, but
it was.
You got to see them
Because
twice.
you got annihilated by Saquon Barkley when it counted. You gave up 55 points to the Eagles last time.
Totally.
So that's the question I don't know the answer to until I see him out in the field.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's pretty clear where they built. Now, you also build in the trenches to win games.
Sure.
Period.
Yes.
But especially when the Eagles are in your division.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
And you got Dexter Lawrence in your division, and you got Parsons in your division.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And then they improved the offensive line.
Yeah, exactly. So
Everything that our division is stacked with defensive linemen.
Monsters.
We went out and got that. Our division is stacked with offensive linemen.
Yeah.
We went and got defensive linemen.
Yeah.
They do what you're supposed to do. That's how you build a football team.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
DA, appreciate your time.
Of course,
man.
guys.
Appreciate you, D.
It looks like the stadium's going.
Yes.
I don't know if you've seen that.
Yes. No, we wrote about it yesterday, and I was just listening to, at the same time Vaughn was in there, I was listening to Phil Mendelson's press conference, the chair of the city council. Certainly looks like they have a deal in place that certainly Mendelson thinks is better for the city, and they brought out their numbers to say it's $950 million over 30 years. That's
additional
clawed
cash
back to the district. Okay. So it sounds like they got the votes and is, I think, going to get passed. And, it looks like that's where it's going to be.
Let's hope it stay right there. And
Yeah,
nobody else say nothing else.
Yeah, I think we're good.
Well, and
I think we're good.
I remember talking to you about that a while back.
Yeah.
And you were like, yes, you want it to get done, but you also want them to get the best deal they could.
Yeah.
And so, maybe they've done that.
It certainly sounds like getting some tax revenues from parking, getting some tax revenues from some of the other places that weren't getting tax revenues to the city before. And they mentioned now, I was listening, but I wasn't able to ask a question. There is a line in this list of things that they're getting which says executive staff and sales staff will move to the District of Columbia. And I wanted to ask, when you say executive staff, who do you mean exactly? Like, who in the commander's offices are now going to be in the district that were either out here or in College Park before? And I don't know the answer to that. Hopefully I'll try to find
They
that out.
do have a lot of people at the stadium now.
Yeah.
And I think since they're at the stadium, they
would move
they
there.
can be at that stadium.
Right, but does that mean the team president goes there? And I don't know.
Because like when Leon was over there, Leon office was there. A lot of the people selling the stuff in the stadium and stuff,
their
they
offices
all
are
there
there?
too.
Okay.
So
Okay.
they could be it.
I think the offices that are in College Park, because there's another batch of offices in College
Right.
Park, I think eventually at least that portion will be downtown.
Right.
If not, If the stadium's downtown,
If you built this
everybody.
complex that's not
Right.
just a stadium, but all
Right.
this office space and all this other stuff,
Yeah.
I would think you'd move your people down there too.
DA, we got a boogie. Thank you for the
Okay.
time.
Appreciate it.
man.
Thanks,
Appreciate
guys.
it, man.
All right, man.
That's our friend, the great, the Hall of Famer, David Aldridge. Give him a follow at David Aldridge DC. Got to react to this Hulk Hogan news. Plus, we got a Frankie Luvu interview. Plenty coming your way. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
This Sports Update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Wrestling legend Hulk Hogan has died at 71 years old. Medics were dispatched to the 71-year-old WWE Icon's Florida home early this morning, with operators stating it was regarding a cardiac arrest. Now, just a few weeks ago, his wife denied rumors that he was in a coma, stating his heart was very strong as he recovered from surgeries. Hogan has had countless iconic performances. You remember the matchup against Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson at WrestleMania back in 2002, a face-off with Andre the Giant at WrestleMania 3, and he had the most memorable feuds with The Ultimate Warrior and Randy Savage. Such a tragedy to lose Hulk Hogan at the age of 71 this morning. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
We're going to let this song play here. I'm going to tell you a little story. When I was a kid, I did not stick with wrestling, but when I was a kid, I loved it. I am a real American. Fight for the rights of every man.
I loved wrestling. Jimmy Superfly Snooker. Harley Race.
Bro, when I was
Junkyard Dog.
the JYD.
Andre the Giant.
I mean,
I go back there.
When Hulk Hogan body slammed Andre the Giant, I think in Madison Square Garden was like a seminal moment in this country, you know? The moment for me, obviously Hulk Hogan has passed away. I am not going to pretend to be aware of all the things that transpired in Hulk's life over the last 20, 30 years. Seems like it got perhaps even out of control. But the Hulkster I remember as a child, dude, when he and Macho Man teamed up to make the Mega Powers, and then the Mega Powers exploded at WrestleMania, whatever WrestleMania that was, 9, 7,
You don't know what
10.
you're talking about, brother.
Yeah, dude. Like, I remember watching that. I was a Hulk Hogan mark, period. And it just, it meant to me as a child. So when I was a little kid, my parents split up, right? And I was obsessed with wrestling, and I was moving back and forth from D.C. to North Carolina and back. And, like, that was my peak wrestling days.
Uh-huh.
And it was like, you know, in hindsight, I don't know that anything was traumatic or anything, but you got a lot going on when you're 7 years old trying to process.
And you believe it then.
And when you could just lock into wrestling and not worry about, like, what school you're going to or where you live and who lives where and all these things, like, wrestling was this incredible escape for me.
Yeah, yeah.
And Hulk Hogan was the dude. Like, I loved a lot of people. I loved Ultimate Warrior. I loved the Bushwhackers. Shout out the Bushwhackers. But Hulk Hogan was the dude, man.
He was. And he was a good guy at first, and he came back and he was one of the bad dudes. Wrestling is a trip. You just keep watching. They will all be on the other side eventually. No matter what side they start on, they end up on the other side.
Right. And then I legitimately don't know what year it was, but I think Hulkster lived down in Tampa. And this was, I'm trying to figure out what, all right, so this was 2018, November of 2018. At Skins are playing the Bucks, and Hulkster was on the sideline pregame.
Mm-hmm.
And I went over to him, and he had like a dude with him that looked like another kind of former wrestler, but I didn't recognize him. And at that point, I don't think all the crazy stuff had gone down in
That's the day
Hulkster's
when it was
life.
hot.
It was hot, yeah.
That day when I was sweating through my everything.
You might have been, dude.
Yeah.
Dude, you know what? You know what day that
was? The game they won the game, or they messed up something by winning or losing something.
No, that was prior to last year. No S on this. prior to last year, I had a running joke with Pete and Mitch that the last time the beat was fun was that Tampa game. It was Week 10 in Tampa, November 11th. They beat the Bucs that day to go to 6-3. If you remember, that game was nuts. Ryan Fitzpatrick, I think, playing for the Bucs, had like 400 yards
That's the
passing,
game I'm talking about.
but five turnovers.
Yeah, that's the game I'm talking about. Yeah.
If you remember, Pete, the night before was a show. That night we stuck around.
It's normally a show.
We were staying at the Tampa Harborside Hotel. We had a bottle of wine. Pete didn't know how to open a bottle of wine. Like that, I remember standing as the players were loading the bus, standing with Doc Walker. The Redskins won that game to get to 6-3, right? Mm-hmm. In that game, Alex Smith was just his super efficient self, 19-27 for $178 and a touchdown. Meanwhile, Fitz, 29-41 for 406 with 2 picks. And it was just everything. The weather was perfect. And I remember standing next to Doc as the players are loading the bus, and he looks at me, he's like, this is Southern California, man. This is perfect. And it was just, the weather was perfect. Everything was perfect. The next week, B, is when Alex broke his leg.
Yeah.
And all hell broke loose.
And
then basically all hell broke loose for 5-6 seasons till Jaden showed up, and DQ and Adam Peters and everybody else. I'll just never forget that moment, meeting Hulk Hogan on the sideline. Could have been cooler. You watched him? Did you love him? I mean, he was such a theatrical person.
He's theatrical. I mean, I went through different phases in wrestling. I liked people for a moment. Then I stopped liking them. And then, Hulk came, but he came back. He was like on the other side. Like I said, I ain't never liked the guys on the rough side, the bad side.
Yeah, but by the time he did that, I feel like I was in high school. Like I had checked out.
I mean, that's why but then again, I already had figured it out early that it was not real.
Right.
And then as I got a little older, then I was able to see what they were doing. That kind of threw me off of wrestling a little bit.
Sure. I get it.
Then I heard people throwing wrestling parties, and I got a little trouble.
You love wrestling parties.
No, I don't. No, I don't.
Landfill, I know there was a period of time where you loved the wrestling. What about Hulk Hogan for you?
I mean, I never really watched Hulk Hogan wrestling. He was kind of before my time.
Even when he went to NWO and all that stuff?
I was like 4 when that happened.
Damn.
Yeah, man, you young.
I feel like a lot of people have a lot to say, and I don't mean to – I'm not trying to brush anything under the rug about whatever else happened in Hogan's life in the post-wrestling world. I know there was a lot. I just am not that aware of it, and frankly, at this point, don't care to learn about it. But if folks want to chime in on Hulk Hogan, this dude was a legitimate cultural icon. I remember him – what Rocky movie was that where he's Thunderlips at the beginning of the Rocky movie? He's just beating Rocky's ass. Was that Rocky 2? Rocky 3? I think it was Rocky 3 because that's when he ends up fighting Mr. T. I think that's Rocky 3. And then one of the dumbest movies ever, but I was so excited to see it. Did you ever see No Holds Barred when Hulkster tried to become like a legit movie star? And it was Hulk Hogan against the dude that eventually played Debo, like from Friday.
Oh, Tiny?
Yeah, I don't know his real name. And then I guess Hulk Hogan also had like a TV show for a while. Do you remember that? Like Tropic Cannon or something? I don't know what it was. I did not watch that. But if there are folks that want to chime in, we'll take a couple calls on this. Is that call sheet up to date, Landini? Is that Mark in Rockville? Okay. 800-636-1067. I know a bunch of people have posted online. I got a couple texts. My boy Mike Miller just texted me, RIP Hulk. CK texted me, Hulk Hogan was an icon. One of the most weird radio things of all time is that like the two big bosses for a long period in the DC area sports radio were CJ and CK.
Yeah.
But both of them texted me about Hulk Hogan, dude. I imagine Drab's very upset as the resident.
Well, I don't know.
fan.
He might have been too big for Drab to really like him.
Drab's a wild dude. Hulk Hogan. And think about the last couple days, B. Theo Huxtable, Ozzy Osbourne, and then Hulk Hogan in 3 consecutive days, I believe. Like, of my childhood, dude, honestly, the dude I was probably least into was Ozzy. I was just never a metal guy, but I understand his.
I knew he was.
Right.
I saw him more on the show. But my buddy just asked me. He just spelled your name, JP. Findley.
I've seen it.
Ali. The man's name is Finlay. Get it right.
Dude, I don't get mad at that. The only time I still get a little frustrated.
I do, because people that normally hear your name see your name. And you got to spell it right.
Sure.
So if I say his name is Oli or Ollie, his name Ali, I call him Ali. You know what I mean?
Right.
Come on.
All right. I at least just wanted to seriously acknowledge Hulk Hogan. Jose is in Ashburn. Jose.
What's up, Jose?
What's the Hulkster mean for you?
Hey, what's up, fellas? No, like growing up, I remember, my family, my grandma got me into wrestling, my uncles got me into wrestling, and then seeing growing up in the 80s, seeing rock and roll and wrestling all together, I mean, that was a big impact. MTV made its debut and all that. I mean, it was huge for wrestling and for the cultures in the 80s. Then later watching him wrestle at the MCI Center, that was awesome. But
really?
yeah, I mean, it's pretty sad. It was pretty sad to hear how it went down. But what
happened? Did he have a heart
great
attack or
performer.
something? I don't even know.
I read somewhere that Jimmy Hart, his old manager, was saying that he couldn't speak anymore. So it could have been a stroke. It could have been an aneurysm. Who knows? But I mean, it's either way, it still kind of bums you out.
Yeah,
definitely a bummer, man.
Yeah.
Appreciate the call, dude. Thank you, Jose.
Hey.
The show was Thunder in Paradise, and it was Hulkster driving like a boat with babes, for lack of a better word.
Well, that's what you can suspect.
All right, let's go to Jonesy in D.C. We'll take another Hulkster call here. What's up, Jonesy?
What's going on, JP? B. Mitch, what's going on?
What's up, brother?
Look, man, yeah, this is a hard drop for you, man. I come up out of the times where there was Bobby Backlund wrestling, and you had Mr. USA, Tony Atlas. That was my guy. Yep, and Tony Atlas went up against Hulk Hogan when he was a bad guy then, before he becomes the good guy to promote wrestling and get it to where it is today. But, yeah, man, it's a real hot dropper, and, man, he will be missed. And, wrestling wouldn't be where it is today without him, and where Vince McMahon took it, from his father, because he took a lot of backlash from his own father, too. He said, if I let you run this company, Vince, you'll run it into the ground. Well, he turned into a big hype circus, and
He damn near ran it into the ground.
He almost did both.
His kids are bringing it back, but he damn near ran it into the ground. Then he did some other stuff, too.
Yeah.
It seems like he beat the government, though. He beat the government, though, B-Mitch. He really is. Went up against the government and won. So that
As I say about that, keep watching that story, because if you beat them, they're going to come back and get you another way. I'm just saying.
Thanks for the call, Jonesy.
All right, Jonesy.
Quick break here. We'll leave these phone lines open if you want to weigh in on Hulk Hogan. 1 o'clock, you'll hear from Frankie Louvu. Peter Rosenberg joins us at 1:30. Phone number 800-636-1067.
Riding dirty.
Then swinging. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Been a busy day for us, man. You got to hear from Von Miller, got to hear from David Aldridge. Coming up at 1 o'clock, get to hear from Frankie Louvu. B, I wanted to circle back on this Jets situation. So
Justin Fields?
Yeah, so these NFL PR staffs kind of ask if there's an injury in training camp that reporters hold off on reporting it until the end of practice.
Mm-hmm.
That did not happen with the Jets, and so earlier this morning, Justin Fields got carted off the field. And
Which seemed to be a lower leg injury.
Sure.
Heard that a few times.
And, Doug, it went crazy. People are like, oh, the Jets are cursed. Justin Fields cooked. Now, as the day has gone on, it seems like it is a dislocated toe, not a broken toe. Doesn't mean it's not a real injury, but a dislocated toe in late July does not doom an organization. You know what I mean?
Nah. But
it
think
could be
about
a factor.
You have to allow that toe to heal. So if he's out there practicing, possibly get stepped on or whatever, did he get hit?
I think he got stepped on.
Oh, wow.
Who is the backup for the Jets? I want to say is Tyrod with the Jets? Tyrod Taylor is your backup there. The Justin Fields thing is just can't ever seem to go right for that dude. Even last year, I thought he was playing pretty well, and they benched him to go to Russ. He's not the best passer, but to me, he has guts, and he's like he makes winning plays.
Yeah, he needs to get in the right situation.
Do you think the Jets are it?
I'm just saying, whatever the coach is, you got to have a better coach because he threw the damn ball in college.
Yeah, I mean, as an NFL passer at this point, he's completed about 61% of his passes. Last year in Pittsburgh was by far his most accurate situation. He completed almost 66% of his passes. I mean, we've talked about it. In the modern NFL, though, those numbers are creeping up to like 70 to be good. Not a ton of picks. Obviously, the running ability is pretty significant. In his career, he's 14-30 as a starter, but those Bears teams were god-awful. Is that his fault? I don't know. The Fields thing just seems like it never really works out.
Seemed like Pickens got hurt, too, today. I don't know. Was it something serious?
George?
He went down. In Dallas.
So I did a hit with Jenkins' show this morning, the BetMGM channel. And most of it was Jenks, and his co-host is a woman named Chelsea. And most of the hit was about the Commanders. And then at the end, Jenkins was like, JP, you've covered the NFL for a long time. Do you know what Jerry's doing? And I was like, honestly, I don't. Like, it almost seems like he's intentionally pissing his own players off. Like some of his comments with Parsons and Dak.
Jerry has always been this elitist to me where he think he can just say whatever the hell he wants because he owns the team.
Right.
And I think that's a problem. Like, a lot of times them guys, somebody's going to have to just stand up to him. And the thing of it, he basically is telling Parsons, everybody that think he's coming here, he ain't letting him come here. I can let you know that right now. And if that were to happen, it'll be 4 years from now. Because Parsons has how many years left on this deal? 1 or 2?
2.
Well, it'll be 5 years from now. Because he'll play the 2 out, then they'll have him on 2 years of franchise, and then he'll be available to go somewhere.
Correct me. Correction. 1 year left.
All right, so
he's got the rookie option.
3 years, and in the 4th year, he could possibly come here.
Part of me thinks, and I don't want to sound like ageist, right? But I think Jerry, for a long time, had this, real charisma about him where he was like, I'm not comparing the situation because these are people you're friends with, right? But you and I will bust somebody's balls a lot.
Mm-hmm.
But they also know we're friends, and then at the end of it, you kind of you're like, man, I'm just messing with you. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And I think Jerry had that ability to really kind of push, but then be charismatic and make sure you understood you were all good and everything was moving forward.
Yeah, but
I just feel like he's lost his fastball.
I think he did that with a different era of player as well. These players, they don't understand that. They get too sensitive, dog. A lot of the youngins today sensitive as hell.
Yeah.
They them sensitive thugs, dog. Sensitive thugs.
What do you call them? Studio gangsters?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know, man. It's interesting how Dallas is going about their business. It doesn't seem like the smartest route to me.
If I'm signing anyone, Micah might have been before Lamb or whoever. Probably the rules didn't stipulate it, but I'm not signing those guys before him. That dude is a complete game changer.
Yeah.
He may be the best player on their damn team.
One other thing I wanted to ask you, just as we're kind of going around the NFL, I heard there's like an internet rumor that I find pretty hard to believe, just knowing the structure of NFL contracts, that I don't know where this is coming from because I certainly haven't heard him say it, but there is this conversation that Shedeur Sanders got a prime equity clause in his rookie deal, that he gets like money against jersey sales and commissions.
I saw that.
That seems completely
But
bogus.
what's the prime
doesn't it?
equity? What does the prime have to do with it? Is his dad? Or is it the fact that Shedeur has a hell of a following now?
Yeah, but like
Shedeur has a following. What's that? Travis Hunter. Their following is huge.
That is certainly true, right? But this it appears to have started from some dude named Royal Figures on Twitter that has just it. The best I can tell is that this is just made up.
Could be.
I don't know. Like
I saw it. So,
but dude, doesn't the NFLPA own jersey licensing and the money gets divided up? Like, isn't that why LeVar Arrington never signed his NFLPA deal?
yeah, but there are some contracts like that where guys don't sign stuff and then they get a different deal. So,
I don't buy this at all. So if you're seeing the prime equity stuff, maybe it's accurate. I'm not so sure. I also heard Colin Cowherd talking about this rumor that the Browns are trying to go all in to get Nick Saban and Arch Manning next year.
oh my Lord.
Which do you believe more, the prime equity clause or Nick Saban and Arch Manning?
I can believe that, but they must look at the fact that Nick Saban wasn't very good when he was at the pro level.
So
when you are a coach in college and you have that control over people, you can do some things. That's not going to work in the pros.
So Nick Saban as a head coach, it was only 2 years, and he was 2 games under 500. He was 9-7 the first year, and then where they really messed up, if I remember right, and I'd have to really look this up, I think Drew Brees wanted to sign with them, and he didn't want him.
Yeah.
And Drew Brees signed with the Saints.
Yep.
That'll do it.
Yep. He didn't want Drew Brees, so I tell you enough. But Drew Brees was coming off a major surgery.
Right. All right, when we return, you'll hear from Commanders All-Pro linebacker Frankie Luvu.
This sports update is brought to you by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. There's another new old coach at the Green Bay Packers staff. Nathaniel Hackett, who spent 3 seasons as the team's offensive coordinator before he became the Denver Broncos coach for 1 year and the New York Jets offensive coordinator for the previous 2 seasons, has been rehired by the Packers as a consultant and analyst. Head coach Matt LaFleur said Hackett will work with the defense, but will begin an offensive perspective to the other side of the ball. And some very sad news, Hulk Hogan, one of the most popular professional wrestlers of all time, he helped make WWE a complete juggernaut. He passed away this morning at the age of 71. A cardiac arrest call was placed and medics were sent to his home in Clearwater, Florida. Now, Hogan underwent a neck procedure back in May. Us Weekly reported last month that he underwent a pretty serious heart procedure. Just yesterday, a close confidant of his said that his heart was fine and healthy. Then the cardiac arrest call today, and a statement from the hospital confirmed that Hulk Hogan has died at the age of 71. For over 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for Life lifetime vehicle coverage. All of it is just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Pat Leonard joined us yesterday, right?
Yeah.
Or was that 2 days ago? Yesterday we had a short show. So it was
2 days ago.
Tuesday. Tuesday, Pat Leonard from the New York Daily News came on the program and said, I'd watch for Dexter Lawrence. That's somebody they want to really take care of. Ian Rappaport just tweeted out, the Giants have rewarded star defensive tackle Dexter Lawrence, adding $3 million in incentives to his current deal for 2025. Lawrence is set to make $17 million this season, plus the newly negotiated incentives. After another stellar season, the Giants do right by their Pro Bowler.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds about right, right?
Yeah.
I think, I don't know. Watching that is pretty impressive. Lawrence is a stud, gets it done at a really high level. You got to pay him, man. You got to pay him. Also, just because, like, Nats fans love coming at me, let me point something out real quick before we get to Frankie Louvu. The Nats just signed their 5th rounder, Coy James, way ahead of slot. Highest bonus ever for a 4th rounder. So, B, when we talked about when they took Willits instead of Holiday or the big pitcher, they were saying, well, they wanted to be able to spread it around a little bit more. Looks like they're actually doing that.
Okay.
That's great. That does not change my contention that the organization is cheap. If you read this article that Tom Boswell wrote earlier in the week, I believe, about the learners need to sell the team, they don't invest in scouting. They don't invest in R&D. They don't invest in analytics.
They don't like to pay managers.
Yeah, they have.
It's kind of hard to win like that, dog.
Among the lowest payrolls in baseball. So, like, if you want to celebrate that they went over slot for the 4th rounder, you are correct, and that's great. But, like, they're cheap as hell. I don't know what to tell you. I just think that's pretty damn obvious. But congrats to Coy James. I hope he hits 30 home runs. B, Frankie Louvu has really changed a lot for the Commanders organization. He's just such a great dude, and then he's balled out last year.
Mm-hmm.
I think Frankie's just a guy that fans really enjoy too. Did you notice that it's Frankie's picture on the banner when you walk down?
Yeah.
I think Frankie kind of mentioned that meant
guys like that who has that natural energy, even without them expecting it, it happens because people know when you see people talking about Frankie, they're enthusiastic as hell. That's how he plays.
Right.
So,
yesterday I got to sit down and talk to Frankie Louvu. Here we go. Always appreciate getting to talk to Frankie Louvu. Pretty big honor in the last week or so here, NFL Top 100. considering your journey
Yeah.
to where you are now, what did that mean for you? That's voted on by the players, dude.
Yeah.
That's not media.
No, man, to have respect from the players and, love for the game and to see that, man, it's just a testimony of how hard work and grit and just, your routine and everything that I put into this game just coming to fruition. To name, on the island, man, I used to watch that,
Yeah.
Sometimes we don't watch it because you don't have cable. Sometimes I go to the neighbor's house, they catch on at the top 100 players, and to be even recognized to be one of them, it's an honor, man. And it don't stop, man. It's to me, I'm speechless. Because I did a post just a few hours ago yesterday saying, man, if you would have asked me 10 years ago if I would be in the position I am today, I would tell you no. But, man, God has been so good. He blessed me and my family, and just having that faith in him and kind of him leading the way of my faith and spirituality with him. Man, I'm just blessed to be in the position I am today.
It's also the hard work you put in.
Correct.
And you obviously do it. How did you find out about the NFL Top 100? Who called?
Bro, PR Jared, he hit me up like that morning. To be honest, I didn't even know I was going to be on there.
Because Bobby made it, which Bobby
I'm
always
like,
made
Bobby
it.
always made it. You know
Right.
what I mean? The GOAT. So when Jared hit me up that morning, he's like, congrats. And I pulled up on messages, and it was like, the 70th. I'm like, man, I just, told my girl, bro, my wife, I'm like, man, it's crazy. You know what I mean? I just took that moment in, and man, it's like full circle. Just embracing where I was at in the beginning and where I'm at now, and further on down where I see myself from 10 years from now. But to have that, milestone for me, man, it's a huge accomplishment for me. But, I ain't never settled for that. The job ain't done, the job ain't finished, and, hopefully I can go for number 10 or number 1 this year.
You talked about being a kid on the island trying to watch that. Sometimes you did, sometimes you didn't. What do you think you are doing for kids looking up now?
Man,
Not that you're alone, but
right.
You've accomplished something significant.
Just mainly back home on the islands. I say, I'm that voice for them, and I'm that resource for them. And, we got talent back on the island. Not only back on the island, but here in the mainland. I got kids that's next year looking up, and, that's all I'm about, man. I'm blessed to be a blessing to others, and that's my testament, that's my calling. And, we have talent back home. It's just the amount of resources that we need back home and whatnot, so forth. But, that the image I try to put out and the work that I try to put in, man, there's no shortcuts. Everything you got to go through, the stormy weathers, the rainy days, and then when the bright lights are on, you're prepared, and your preparation comes to work. And that's all that's my movement, and that's the way I walk.
Speaking of talent, what do you think of the squad?
Man.
Some new faces, some big guys.
Big guys, new faces, good energy, and just, man, there's a lot of talent. Right now, man, we're just putting piece by piece together. We're building our foundation. What we had last year was last year. This year we're focused on one step at a time, one day at a time, one meeting at a time, man. Just make the most out of whatever we're in. If it's meetings, if it's walkthroughs, if it's practice, like, get the most out of it that day. Just don't go about a day like, it's one of them days, or kind of wake up with your piss hot and, kind of got your mind right. Like, you ready. First thing, I'm fixing my bed, man. Like, that's a win for me. You know what I mean? I come pee in a hydration little test thing, and it's green. Like, that's the second win for me. So DQ talks about that a lot. Like, just count your wins, individually. And when you come as a team together, not everybody, when they like greens, using that analogy, it's like, man, we all go. It's time to go. So, man, I'm excited. I'm excited with the talent we got, man. But we just got to put it in the work right now.
What about, this just happened 3 days ago. What about Adam Von Miller?
Man, adding him to the game and just working with him at one-on-ones with Kerrigan. Man, he's very technique with and fundamental and sound with his preparation, how he practices. And, man, to me as a player, man, I'm just a sponge. That's how I was with Bobby last year. I'm a sponge, picking up with him. With Zach, now with Vaughn, it's like, man, you got so much of this experience with the group and so much knowledge for the game. Why not go out and search for that extra, step or extra, thing to get better at. But man, I'm just blessed to have him on my team and our team, and get this thing going.
Who's bigger, Wise or Kinlaw? Those are some big fellas.
Man, it's big in a different way. Wise is more tall.
Right. You can interpret it however you want.
Yeah. Wise bigger as far as like he's tall, wide base, and then Kinlaw, bro, he just top bottom like he just
These are big fellas,
boy,
man.
bro. And
how will that impact you guys as the linebackers? With just
very.
clearly they made a point to get larger on the D-line.
Yeah, I think it'll help us a lot. With Kinlaw in there, Wise on the edge, setting the edge. You got Payne in there. Man, me and Bobby is
Johnny healthy.
And Johnny healthy. We got a lot of Carl. We got a lot of guys that, not only the ones, you got the twos coming in, and it's a good rotation. Get you a breather, get in. But me and Bobby it's just a tackling field now. Like it opens up, go get it.
Sure.
And I love the addition that we had to the squad, and looking forward for camp and how that goes.
So much momentum with everything going on. There is the Terry situation. Have you talked to him at all? Understanding you've been in the league a while. This is a business too.
Yeah, me and Terry talk. You know what I mean? But that's whatever he stands with, I'm with. That's my brother. That's my teammate. And man, I'm just hopefully we can get something done. And I love my boy T, man. I got you, bro.
I love that. What's it like to see 5 in year 2? He's not a rookie anymore.
Yeah.
Nah,
5, he got a different little swag he coming in with this year. He was in the weight room, He got the sleeves on. He always had the sleeves on, but now it's like, you just know the work he's been put in. And to see him out of practice, he hasn't changed one bit since we signed him. His rookie year last year. He came with the same energy, smiling, laughing around, talking, back and forth with Bobby. Calling out plays. That's how he is. And as long as, Jaden just being himself, man, he's going to, even elevate what he did from last year. And, God on defense, man, I'm seeing that and competing against every day. That's the best look I can get. I'm going to give him the best look that he's going to get as a defense. And that's just what makes us, iron sharpen iron. And I'm just excited for 5, man. He's going to be the truth, for real.
Yeah.
He's the truth.
It's remarkable that young man, since the day I met him, has been the exact same dude. And think about where his profile is now. Think about where it was coming into the league.
Correct.
Heisman winner, LSU, and now offensive rookie. And he's just the same.
Same.
It's remarkable.
Yep.
Last thing. Do you realize how much fans have embraced you here? You are a true fan favorite. What does that mean for you? What's it like when you go to the grocery store or out to dinner, the Caps game?
Oh man!
How proud of your performance at the Caps game were you?
Man,
that was the best beer chug of everybody.
Man, man, it was probably one of the best. It was my second hockey game, but it was the best hockey game I've been at, and the environment, and just DC, man. This is the type of environment that when you start winning and you care about the game and then the fans pouring into as well, it's like, why not? You know what I mean? Show love for them. But the amount of love that I got, and for me and my family, man, it's just tremendous. And I appreciate each and every one of them, man, just showing up on the days when we don't win games, the days we win, the good and the bad, the ugly, and they still show up. But for me to get the love of the fans, when I'm going to the grocery store, picking up some, they recognize. They let me do my thing, holla, you know what I mean? I get a picture, I don't.
Well, dude, I don't know that everybody knows this because I don't know that this was televised, but that Caps game, you're down on the glass, and I think, was it between the second and third period?
It was, yeah.
There was a line of fans that almost from the glass all the way up to the hallway.
Correct.
And you took pictures with everybody, whatever sign and whatever they were asking for. That takes a lot of you, too.
Yeah, nah, man, it was, I don't got much going on. Me, man, I remember when I was, just starting off. I was still that humble kid, man, and it wasn't nothing for me. I was having fun. To me, it's like, man, these are all the fans that, when I'm in a helmet, these are the same fans that come out and show love. So when I'm out in public, just without my helmet, it's, it was like a 10 or 15-minute break, little halftime. Yeah. And I look back, and my wife was like, hey, you got to hold on. I took one little chug with him. I'm like, come on, let's do it. You know what I'm saying? Why not? There's a lot of kids man, just see them smiling and excited, man. That's the reason why I do what I do, man. That's the reason a lot of the guys do what they do. It's just for the next generation, the kids looking up, man, just finding a purpose and a why. Or if they don't have a purpose, you know what I mean? Just a light for them to see, like, okay, you know, and something for them to remember. Because, man, I remember when I was like, man, when Troy came by and Raymond Lung and all them boys came on the island, it's like, man, I remember walking up to them, like, signing. You know what I mean? They had the time. So for me, it's like, man, when I have the time, I'm going to do it. So, yeah.
I love it. Thank you, man.
Pete, appreciate
your time, man.
Thank you.
Frankie
stuff right
Luvu, good stuff, right? He's he's easy to root for, man.
Totally.
How,
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to ask, from a football perspective, how do you think the impact of these bigger guys on the D-line and then a guy like Von Miller will impact Luvu?
Well, they're space heaters. And we know Luvu could do multiple things. So to be able to get that happening with him, he's going to have more space to go into. He's more athletic than the guys that's going to be blocking against him, so he's giving more of a one-on-one instead of having guys waiting on him. You know, if those big guys, normally the big guys are taught, when guys try to double you, what did he do? Grab them. Don't let them get away. And now Luvu and Bobby are running. It should be very impactful for them in a positive manner.
I think so too, man. I think it's a big opportunity. And
I like Luvu, man. He cool as hell, dog.
Totally, man. And I think, you know, a lot of the conversation surrounding the conversation surrounding Luvu and frankly Terry is that, like, oh, you know, what is this front office doing? Like, they identified Luvu last year. He had shown real flashes at Carolina, but he hadn't shown what he showed here. They saw it. Like, for everybody that screamed about Kinlaw, right? What if they see the same thing in Kinlaw that they saw in Luvu?
And what if they can get it out of him? I say that's the main thing. Can they get it out of him? This coaching staff has a familiarity with him, with Kinlaw. And the fact that they brought him back says that they know that there's more tapped in there. If they can go and get it out of him, nothing but great things could happen, dog.
We'll see. I mean, watching Kinlaw in person, man, that dude is a serious business, man.
Yeah, big boy.
Yeah, and just the length in the arms and the legs. It's going to be fascinating because, you know, right now it's easy to blue sky everything. Like, if Lattimore's really good, then how good could Trey Amos be? All those things. I made a point to try to watch Lattimore run today, and I didn't see him run all that much. It was a lot of, like, short footwork kind of stuff during the DB drills. He was out there in 11s. Some of the stuff that did stand out to me. So Laramie Tunsil got a veteran day off, so it was Andrew Wiley at left tackle, which I support that because at this point, you're focused on making Brandon Coleman a guard.
Yeah.
He doesn't need to, because let's be real, Tunsil's going to get a lot of veteran days off. I don't want to slow down Coleman's development at guard, or not even development, just like his understanding of the position, right? So Wiley is probably going to be a versatile piece for you. So, and he's a veteran that's done it all. So put Wiley at left tackle when Tunsil's down. I also noticed that I think Allegretti was getting a little bit of work at center. Allegretti's another versatile piece that maybe kind of on the wrong side of a starting spot, at least to start. But because he's so versatile, you want him to get all the work.
Yeah. We saw him play last year. And the thing for me is, I know everyone was blaming the running backs last year when things went down, but we all know the offensive line got banged up. They have depth now. They're much better at depth than they were last year. And when you can have your second guy or even second line playing, you can still be effective, it does wonders for you.
Yeah. And if you think about it, Wiley and Allegretti, if they end up just being really valuable, versatile backup pieces for you because your overall line got that much better, all those dudes are going to play.
Yeah.
It's the offensive line.
Oh, yeah.
Over under 8.5 different players start on the offensive line. You probably go over.
I'll probably go over. Then
Trent
again,
Scott's
hell,
even another guy.
You may have some plays where they just have more people on the field. There's a such thing as called unbalanced line. And if you have the athleticism, you can use some of your big boys in spaces that'll help you. I wouldn't be surprised. Hell, let's say you bring Wiley back in. Connolly is now your tight end in a certain play. Does that hurt your blocking?
Right.
So, see, I'm always looking for possibilities. If I got offensive linemen, I got a lot of them. I can always use an unbalanced line. I can have, we call it big package, bring in some of the bigger boys instead of a tight end. I got an old lineman who's athletic.
Hell yeah.
And Connolly fits that bill, right?
For sure. Our friend Peter Rosenberg, we believe celebrating his birthday, will join us next.
Jets quarterback Justin Fields was carted off the practice field earlier this morning with a toe injury on his right foot. A source told ESPN that the injury is not considered to be significant and that the quarterback should not be sidelined for very long. Jets coach Aaron Glenn said that he suspected Fields was hurt when his foot was stepped on by a teammate during the second practice at training camp, but he still needed to watch the film to confirm, but ESPN reporting this injury not significant. And some very sad news, Hulk Hogan, the star who took professional wrestling to the national mainstream and became the biggest money-making draw in the history of the industry, died this morning at the age of 71. In Florida, authorities responded to a call this morning about a cardiac arrest at his home. Hogan was pronounced dead at the hospital, police said in a statement posted to Facebook. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. I'm not going to waste any time. I want to get to the Ruud guest hotline. Ruud makes the most reliable HVAC products in the DMV. To talk to our friend Peter Rosenberg, what a day to talk to Peter. I want to start here. Is it your birthday? Happy birthday.
Yesterday was my birthday. Thank you, friend.
Oh, Leo. What's first day of Leo's, right? July 23rd?
I'm a border day, so some people call me Cancer, some call me Leo.
Nah, take the Leo. It's much cooler.
I agree. I prefer it, but I also don't want to be dishonest with myself. I got a little bit of Cancer in there, too.
Okay.
All right, so, Peter, we're out at Commanders training camp, and obviously Jaden Daniels, Terry McLaurin, there's a million stories, but the way news works is it doesn't care where you are, what you think the story is that day. News just happens. And you are, uniquely positioned to talk about Hulk Hogan.
Hulk Hogan, yeah.
I mean, you made a career doing it. You do a lot of different things, but you are heavily involved in WWE. You call main events. I imagine Hulk Hogan has had some major impact on your life from when we were kids, and he was one of the best, and then everything that's kind of happened since then.
You would be correct, sir. Yeah, I that's what I've sort of been left thinking about is, obviously on a big level, the wrestling business is just completely different because Hulk Hogan existed, and yeah, I don't know, do I fall in love with it the way that I do without Hulk Hogan? I mean, I was 8 years old in 1987. WrestleMania 3 was a huge deal. My second grade teacher, she was an assistant actually teacher, taped it for me, Miss Clemens, and gave me the VHS of WrestleMania 3 because my parents weren't paying for the pay-per-view, and yeah, without that Hogan Andre story, I just don't know that I'm sitting here with my life just kind of so mixed up in this crazy world. So yeah, super impacted by it, and obviously when people have a controversial ending, it makes it complicated. The feelings are complicated, but the overwhelming feeling is sadness for sure.
But I think anytime you meet a person, it comes down to those personal times you talk to them or relationships, whatever you had. Did you have a personal relationship and have a chance to talk to them and develop one?
I would never go as far as saying we had a personal relationship. I would say that I certainly interviewed him a handful of times. Mm-hmm. And had moments of seeing him and chatting with him on multiple occasions. Never had anything but lovely interactions with him. So, my complicated feelings for him are colored by the other things that went on. When I saw him, here's the thing about Hulk Hogan. He's going to be Hulk Hogan. I mean, there was one time I remember bumping into him in the WrestleMania hotel. Maybe when I first started working for the company, maybe 2017, something like that. And I don't think that he recognized me from the previous times I'd interviewed him and stuff like that. I don't think so, at least at that point. And we started chatting, and within like a minute, he starts going into these Hulk Hoganisms that, talking to me about Andre the Giant, See, it was like hilarious because I'm like, wait, do you not know that I know all of this and I've heard you tell it 1,000 times? Like, it was like he was playing his greatest hits, and you're like, but this is just there was no one around, guys. It was so in the hallway. It was in the hallway on like one of the floors where there's conference rooms, you know, because that's where like they'll set up to have like our green rooms and stuff. And no one was there. And like, I'm like, wow, he's really just going into Hulk Hogan mode. And I thought it was very funny and interesting, but also it is sort of one of the things that people are critical about when it comes to Hulk Hogan, was that he was always sort of working, always giving you the character. And then when that unfortunate video came out all those years later, when you got to see what appeared to be the real him, it wasn't a very good look.
Mm-hmm. Totally. I got to meet him on the sideline in Tampa once, and he couldn't have been nicer and cooler. But obviously, you know, whatever else was going on there is awful, right? Mm-hmm. And it's just like, it's one of these weird things to try to dissect or put it all together now, especially now that he's passed. I didn't even know he was sick,
we live in this world now where like we just aren't allowed to have complex feelings. You know, we have decided that everybody has to, you know, I was just talking about it earlier this week because of the tragic death of Malcolm Jamal Warner. Yeah. And, you know, Malcolm Jamal Warner was steadfast in his love for Bill Cosby. And he did not deny Bill Cosby's wrongdoings or legitimize them or even say, oh, no, I know that he's innocent. He didn't do that. But what he also didn't do was not love him anymore, you know, because the man gave him his entire life.
Hell yeah.
And you know, there was controversy last year because in an article in the New York Times, in an interview, John Cena, who was just returning at the time, basically said, I'll always love Vince McMahon. And a lot of people got angry about that. And I'm like, wait, John Cena is rich, famous, happy, successful, all because he met Vince McMahon. And you expect him to publicly say he hates him? You can be disappointed in things people say or do, but that doesn't mean you have to throw them away. And Hulk Hogan, the kind of things that he said are the things that basically offend me most in the world, right? Like, there's basically nothing that will upset me or offend me more than the kind of things that he was caught on tape saying. But I still try not to define every human being by the absolute worst moment anybody knows about. The fact of the matter is, he also absolutely changed the business, and I don't think I would be having the fun I'm having, and a lot of people would have livelihoods and would be doing very well without the things that he contributed. I think all those things can be true.
I think it gets to a point where people can't tell you what experience you had with somebody, and you have to be true to yourself on that. And as John Thompson always said, don't let people judge you by sound clips of your life. You know, there have been a lot of people who made mistakes, and you're absolutely right. This society wants to only judge you off of that one moment when you made a mistake, not the other 99% of the things you did that were not bad. And I think it's BS, point blank.
Yeah, it's also just it's lazy, and it's not based in integrity. It's based in us all being being fearful of being judged. And, you know, listen, I am someone who believes that people should have to live up to the things that they've said and done, but I think all of us have a right to have complex feelings. The biggest disappointment for me about Hogan's passing is, 71 is just too young. I don't care what mileage you put on your body. In 2025, to die at 71 is a tragedy. You know, these days, people, especially people with means, you would think Hulk Hogan would have been able to go a lot longer. But unfortunately, that was not the case. And the other thing is just the fact that he was never able to make amends. I mean, the last time the guy was on TV, guys, he was utterly booed out of the building. And
really?
Mostly, oh yeah, it was the Netflix premiere of Raw, and they brought him out, and he was just obliterated. It was in L.A., and it was not the crowd that was going to be easily forgiving, and they were not. And listen, Hulk kind of played it off afterwards, and but everyone's talking about me. But the bottom line is, it was not a spot where he was supposed to be booed, and frankly, he kind of got himself in that position, and I wish he had done more to get out of it, but he didn't. And that is sad, because I think everything will kind of have an asterisk. But the bottom line is, if you want to talk about the wrestling part of it, guys, nobody's bigger. In my life right now, if I bump into someone and they don't know what I do, and I say, and I also, I moonlight, I work in pro wrestling, they will literally say like Hulk Hogan. I mean, he is Babe Ruth. He is the word Kleenex. You know what I mean? That is wrestling right there, no matter how you feel about him.
Yeah. I know your time is tight, and I appreciate you making time for us on what is going to be a really busy day for you. I did want to give you a chance just to weigh in on I'm sure you're seeing the videos and everything going on down here. There's so much excitement. I mean, Von Miller talked today, and it was incredible. If you haven't heard his story, why he chose number 24, I think you're going to love it. But there is also the Terry cloud kind of hanging here. How you feeling about first couple of days of Commanders training camp?
The Terry cloud's getting a little gray over there, JP. I'm not feeling it. I really sort of thought this was going to be a simple thing, and we were playing like a little bit of a game, and eventually we would just land where we needed to land. It now, having gone this far, is starting to freak me out just a tad.
I think
give yourself a couple more weeks, Peter. I'm gonna help you out. Just another week and a half.
Well, who's going to budge though? In the end, is my question. Where do we get the solution?
That's a great question. That's a great question, and I think I don't know the answer. I wonder. I think both sides will have reasons to budge. One, listen, man. Does Terry play this thing the whole way? Would he ever really miss training camp? Would he ever really miss games? I don't believe that to be the case. At the same time, I think as Washington watches this receiving core, Debo is a unique weapon, and he's looked great out here. But, we're trying to talk ourselves into a guy like Chris Moore, who's bounced around. I thought Ja'Cory Brooks had a good practice today. But, at some point they're going to look around and be like, okay, what do we do for the vertical element in our passing game?
I watched it today, and you can see something missing.
Right.
I'm being honest with it. I watched it, and you go, something is missing, and we know what that something is.
Right. So, you know what I mean? I think there's a lot to kind of consider, but I think the thing I keep going back to is this deal makes too much sense for both sides. And because of that, I think it's like husband and wife are fighting, whatever's going on, eventually you kind of settle it down and get back to where you need to be, figure it out, move forward. I don't know when that time comes, but that is what I think and hope will happen.
From your mouth to God's ear. And I hope, I've said this to you guys a few times. I think it is complicated. I think the Terry thing is more complex than people would believe, because he is more valuable to the Commanders than he is elsewhere. And at the same time, the Commanders need him more than others. They both need each other a lot. Terry on the free market is not as valuable as he is here. But at the same time, the Commanders minus Terry next year is a different proposition that they cannot afford, guys, because we are in fully this is the first time we can say this in 20-some years. We are in full-on go-for-it mode. So they need him. This next year, the goal is make it to the Super Bowl. And that conversation isn't happening, I don't think, without Terry McLaurin.
Well, what you just said makes what Louis Riddick said even more. Put an exclamation point on what he said even more, because he said that it's about Jaden continuing his growth, and by not having Terry around, you kind of stunt that a little bit. And when you made the comment you just made, it hit me more of what he said. So I'm with you on that.
Well, and do you guys remember? We talked about this too, but if y'all remember, week 1 and 2, before Terry busted out against Cincinnati, Jaden was showing promise, but he wasn't Jaden Daniels yet. He became Jaden Daniels when Terry started catching the football. That is like when it changed, and he went from like, ooh, okay, I see some stuff here, to like, oh my God. That was directly connected to number 17. So they're going to have to figure that out. And by the same token, it's like, Terry, if I'm the Commanders, my logic with him is, hey, listen, man, you've been here a long time. You went through a lot of crap. We're going to pay you for that. We're going to find a way to show you appreciation. At the same time, you went through way too much crap to not be a part of what we're about to do, and we need to be able to continue to do that and spend money smartly. So can we come to a point where we are giving you the smartest, most respectful money, but where you're not making us play ourselves, and where will you love this team enough to understand that we get why you might feel like you're worth a couple million more, but in order to keep doing what we're doing, this is the amount we're going to give you. Can they come to that agreement? And I think, to JP's point, I think eventually they'll end there.
Yeah. Peter, you got to go. We got to go. We appreciate the time,
you, brother.
man.
You're the best. Talk soon, guys.
All right, man.
Thank you, man. That's our boy Peter Rosenberg. Unique perspective on Hulkster and the Skins. Not a lot of people can do that. Give him a follow at Rosenberg Radio. When we come back, we got to make some bets. Before we go, though, you got to hit up Paul Henry. He's got great deals all of July, and the work he did at my house with my windows and my doors has kept my house so cool, so comfortable, even in this intense D.C. summer heat. B, I know he's done a ton of work at your house. Trust me, man, call Paul Henry. He is the most easygoing, chill dude that does absolutely tremendous work, and it's like working with his family. His son Brian actually did all the work at my house. I love these guys. Call in July, and you get $120 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation.
Yep, Paul does doors. He does windows, gutters, roofs, fixed pergolas, and he doesn't try to break the bank. He doesn't try to break the bank. He comes in and he's very fair with you, and that's why I liked him so much. You know, when he came to my house the first time, we sat down and talked. He walked around the whole house. We sat down, and I was thinking about, doing these crazy windows. He was like, nope, you don't need that, not in this area. He told JP the same thing when he was trying to put the most expensive windows in his sunroom. He made sure he got the ones that he need for the sunroom, and he got the proper windows for his house. Paul is great, man, so reach out to him right now. As JP stated, you can get $120 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off each door. So contact Paul Henry's Window Installation today and tell him B. Mitchell Philly sent you. PaulHenrysWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice.
Whoa. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Grant and Danny coming your way next. Grant was out here this morning with Toby Altizer. Toby's going to be sitting with me tomorrow because B is headed on a golf trip. We haven't really been betting this week, so B, should we set up some over-unders for the golf trip?
No.
How many rounds?
Just two.
2 rounds of golf for Brian. Now, you're playing Cascada, you said, which is a course you know and love.
Yeah.
And the other one, you said Summer Highlands, maybe?
Southern
Highlands, pardon me.
But it's tough as hell, though.
So those are tough courses. Over, under 4.5 birdies between the 2 rounds.
The way I've been playing lately, I could take over.
Okay. You're on a flight this afternoon, right?
Yeah.
Are you even going home? You're going straight to Dulles from
home.
here? Okay. First round is tomorrow. What time?
Probably about, I think it's 7:30, 8 o'clock.
Okay, so early. Coming back Saturday?
I'm back on a flight Saturday night. I'm coming straight, 6:35, straight here for a show at 8:30.
Oof, this is tough. 70.5 drinks consumed.
Nah.
You laying low still?
Low. That's going to definitely be low.
That's too low, you're saying?
No, that's going to be low.
Okay.
I'm going to be under.
What
Way under.
What restaurants you guys got lined up?
Haven't gotten any.
You're staying. You were working on
MGM.
And you're staying at MGM Grand. Over under 12 and a half hands of blackjack. I'm going under. You actually gonna sit down and play some cards?
If I play anything, that's always going to be blackjack. I had my best gambling night ever in Vegas some years ago.
You were smart enough to leave. You told me the story.
No, I wasn't smart. Jeff took my money and cashed it in. Kept putting it into the what's it called?
Not Jeff Walker.
No, my buddy. Jeff. My buddy who's a CPA. So I listened to him.
All right.
5 figures.
Yeah, dude. Landfill, here's a good story for you. B, you are on the stream, or maybe you're not.
I have my hand up high.
B's giving me hand signals for the cash. Jeff Walker has Brian's parking pass. How do we think that will end up, Landfill?
No, he doesn't. I gave it to Derek. I had given it to JP, which means Jeff probably would have never gotten it. And they probably wouldn't have figured it out. So I gave it to Derek to give to Jeff, and then I will definitely get it back from Jeff.
How do you think that's going to go, Landy?
Not well.
Hey, Landfill, I stopped JP and Jeff from working, and I got Derek involved. I will get it back.
Listen, putting me and
It would
Jeff
have never
in charge,
got to Jeff with you.
I just would have put it in my car.
And it would have been in your car when Jeff got here.
That's on Jeff. Jeff's got to figure out how to get it.
No, that's not true. If I say give this to Jeff, you're supposed to give it to him.
With all due respect. So I have to go out of my way to find Jeff to give him
No,
a permit?
he's coming here tomorrow. You walking? Are you going to be sitting right there tomorrow?
Right, so then it just would have been in my car. I give him my keys, go get it. You think Jeff's going to be here at 8?
He probably won't be here anywhere close to 8.
Right.
Well, I'll be shocked if you're here at 8.
I'm going to send you a picture.
All right. I know. Toby, send me a picture what time JP gets here.
Thank you to everybody that listened to the show today. B, I hope you hit it straight in the desert, buddy. Have a great trip. Thank you to Peter Rosenberg for joining us. Thank you to David Aldridge for joining us. If you missed any of that Von Miller press conference, man, get wherever you get your podcast.
He was good, man.
Odyssey.
I really like that.
Tune in. Wherever you get your content, you can find our show and all the shows on the Fan there. Listen to that Von Miller presser. It was great. You don't just leave Josh Allen to go anywhere.
Yep.
That tells you all you need to
And
know.
when you come here, that means they got somebody special.
Tells you how the league thinks about old JD number 5. Great day today. Day 2 of Commanders training camp in the books. We're back for day 3 tomorrow. Grant and Danny coming your way next. You made it this far. Derek owes you a parking pass.
This sports update is brought to you by Oarsman Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Alexandria. Let's ride together. Justin Fields was carted off the practice field this morning with a right toe injury, but it is not significant, and the Jets quarterback is expected to be ready for Week 1 per ESPN. It's unclear how long Fields is going to be sidelined, but the Jets are optimistic that it's not going to be too long. The preliminary diagnosis was a dislocated toe, not the big toe, a source confirmed, but Fields is still undergoing tests to confirm that. And Mayor Bowser joined the Junkies this morning on the heels of the news that D.C. Council Chairman Phil Mendelson reached a tentative agreement with the Commanders to amend the financial terms of a proposed new stadium at the RFK site. If you missed the full interview, I highly suggest going back, listening to the whole thing. There were plenty of highlights from it. One of them, though, was the mayor saying that it is a lock, that the new stadium means there will be a Super Bowl hosted in D.C. And if you want to know about your pregame plans if they move to the RFK site, well, the mayor has you covered.
So we want people to pregame at the stadium, and yes, they will be able to tailgate. And we want people to stop at all of the restaurants and eateries along the way, like on H Street Northeast.
So yes, tailgating will be allowed. And your final piece of news, very sad news that broke this morning. Wrestling legend Hulk Hogan has died at 71 years old. Medics were dispatched to his home in Clearwater, Florida early this morning, with operators stating it was regarding a cardiac arrest. Oarsman Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Alexandria keeps their customers happy by offering great deals on the area's best selection of new vehicles, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge with up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Oarsman Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Alexandria, let's ride together. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Good Thursday afternoon. Welcome into Grant and Danny. It's July 24th, 2025. Just after 2 o'clock, we are in the Navy Yard, Half Street Studios, 4 blocks from the Nats Park center field gate. We will be here until 6:30, keeping you company on the Fan. We got a nice show planned for you, including Commanders tight end Ben Sinnott from training camp, coming up in about 45 minutes at 2:45. Rookie running back Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, who I think is actually going to make the team as a 7th-round pick.
I do too.
5:45, Merritt will be on the program today. And our buddy Eric Flack with the latest on a stadium deal. That's coming up at 3:30. Speaking of the latest on a stadium deal, Danny, it's a thing. We've got ourselves an agreement. Next stop, a vote that seems to be set for 1 week from today.
Short of something crazy, and again, it is DC politics. This is something crazy. It's just a Wednesday or a Thursday or any day that they meet could absolutely be a thing. So right now, all the ducks look like they're lined up, and we're waiting for an announcement. I mean, the mayor was on with the Junks this morning. The momentum is very, very real, and Phil Mendelson, his folks released some information about, hey, here's how the deal's been improved to our liking. It greatly benefits the district. Makes a lot of sense. It all seems good.
They say that deaths come in threes. We had the stunning death of Ozzy Osbourne just a couple of days ago. That was jarring. And today we found out that Hulk Hogan, at 71 years old, suffered cardiac arrest in his home in Florida. And he is tragically no longer with us. Old Terry Bollea, Danny, the Hawkster, ready to tear a yellow T-shirt. One of the biggest entertainment icons of all time. I actually saw this tweet today. I want to read this and get your reaction about 71-year-old Hulk Hogan dying. I feel like everyone's got a Hulk Hogan story.
Yep.
Everyone's got a Hulk Hogan memory. If you're older than maybe 30, because I was like singing his theme song, and Toby and Ryan and a bunch of people were like, what
are
is
you
that?
talking about? Yeah.
But so I think you got to be, what's the age group?
If you're north of 37, 38, you saw some of it. If you're my age, you lived it.
So it's young. I'm going to say younger than that because I am 37, and Hulk Hogan was still a superstar.
Yeah, like you saw a lot of it. You probably saw his NWO days.
Exactly.
And, you know,
I'm going to lower the bar to say if you're in your 30s, certainly over like 32, 33, you don't need any part of a history lesson on Hulk Hogan.
Right.
If you're younger than that, maybe you do. But this is Dave Meltzer's tweet, who covers wrestling and mixed martial arts and other combat sports. He said, Hulk Hogan died at 71 today. He's probably the most famous pro wrestler who ever lived, and more people paid to see him perform over the course of his career than any other person. Thanks for the memories. Is that true, do we think?
Yeah.
More so than any musician, like Paul McCartney? Hasn't had more people pay to see him over 50 years or whatever than Hulk Hogan? Certainly in sports entertainment, I would agree with that. But that's in the conversation maybe, that in terms of buying a ticket, comedian, musician, entertainer, athlete, did more people pay to see Hulk Hogan than anybody else?
It may be. I mean, you pay everything from the pay-per-view to the live ticket to everything else. I mean, there was never an off switch for the guy. Like, this took wrestling from this territorial, these weird backroom promotions at like Moose Lodges and assembly halls and kind of this traveling road show where it was sort of a one-off, as part with Vince McMahon conglomerating all this stuff into one big massive company, where there are no nights off for this guy. Like, every second of every day, he'd wake up, Terry Bollea, brush his teeth, and he comes out and he's Hulk Hogan. Like, there's no off switch. It's appearances, it's TV things, it's acting, it's being in movies, it's, carrying every main event, every city they went to. Every Saturday morning, watching Mean Gene Okerlund recap the week's events was a must-see thing for, again, every kid my age, before you had the regularities of Monday Night Raw or Nitro or Thursday Night SmackDown, any of these things that were normal. It was still this made-for-TV but live touring show things. You didn't have digital, you didn't have downloads. It was just, you catch what you could, right? And these pay-per-views, these WrestleManias, these unbelievable national events for something that was fringe only a couple of years ago, it all was because of that guy. Like, there were great wrestlers. There were Hall of Fame dudes, and there are people that are really important that laid the groundwork for it. There has never been a fame rocket ship that took something from weird outsider, a couple of guys who liked it, knew about it, and to the absolute 100% mainstream consciousness. Lunchboxes, backpacks, every bit of merchandise under the sun featured that guy.
Well, there were characters before him, and there have been characters after
Absolutely.
him in wrestling, clearly. But his ability to kind of establish himself as such a unique wrestler that had never existed before, just the, something, brother. Like,
right.
Everyone, there was a little bit of him in every good wrestling character after that.
Yes.
You couldn't be a heel, a face, didn't matter. If you didn't have a little bit of Hulk Hogan's shtick in you, you were never going to get over it. You were never going to be any kind of a legend in the wrestling game. He headlined 8 of the first 9 editions of WrestleMania.
Yeah.
8 of 9. I couldn't believe that when I read that today. Think about what that means in terms of him carrying the company. The notion that someone would headline a WrestleMania now more than 2 or 3 years in a row is unthinkable. But in the first 9 years, as they built this thing up from the ground, the first 9 WrestleManias, he headlined every single one of them but WrestleMania 4, and I don't know why it wasn't if they just had someone else they gave a push.
He was doing a movie, I think.
I bet she's either acting, adding to his fame and the company's fame, or it's possible he was injured. But WrestleManias 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, he was the headliner. I try not with wrestling to get into the stats of like how many time champion and whatever, because I think people know it's not like you beat everyone. It's that you were written to beat everyone.
Scripted.
Having said that, it's the accomplishment of the reason you win every time is because if you lost, it would be bad for business. You're that over, as they say, right? You're that popular, basically. So I say that to bring up that he ran as champion, still a record, 1,474 days in a row. People get bored of the same guy as champion.
Yeah.
You can't be a champion for a year without losing, or 2 years. People turn on you. 4+ years where he was the champion, and everyone goes, dude, it's scripted. Who cares? It's not like he actually won all those matches by being a good wrestler. You're missing the point.
Mm-hmm.
For a 4+ year run, they never thought about doing anything else other than having Hulk Hogan go out there and defend his title successfully. The first wrestler to win consecutive Royal Rumble matches, which now is something that is reserved for the greats, the GOATs, the Hall of Famers. And the last thing I'll say wrestling-wise, so this was before my time, but when I was a kid, what I knew of Hulk Hogan, Danny, was the heat of the WCW versus WWF battle for Monday night. It was Nitro versus Raw. Do you remember that time?
Oh, of course. Yeah, I was in college.
I was a huge WWF fan. Stone Cold, The Rock, The Undertaker, Kane, the Generation X, Mankind, like that Attitude Era in the late 90s. Nothing better than that. Monday night with my brothers watching wrestling. I never watched WCW. I thought it stunk. And you very rarely liked both a lot. Like you had to pick one. They were feuding with each other. Unless the Hulkster was on the screen. And at that time, as you said, it was mostly New World Order, NWO, or NWO Wolfpack, or whatever they're after. But we were all WWF all the time. Until you found out. You flipped over and you saw Hulk's music was playing, or NWO's music was playing, and he was making his way down to the ring.
Mm-hmm.
And then you had to see what he was going to do. Even if you hated WCW and you loved WWF, doesn't matter. Hulk Hogan bridged that. That's what I knew of him. But because I knew that guy and I knew some of the backstory, we would rent the old movies, VHSs at Blockbuster, him versus Andre the Giant, that epic back and forth in the
WrestleMania
early
3
80s.
in the Silverdome.
Dude, that was your time, not
Yes.
mine. That was before I was born. But you had to,
The whole country watched it,
I
man.
guarantee you, I rented him versus Andre the Giant's like big matches. If I rented them 5 times, I rented them 25 times.
90-some thousand people at the Silverdome. And
which one was that?
That's 3. When he, again, I think the numbers vary as to the exact attendance. Who knows? The point is, think of that scope of a sporting event that, again, is scripted wrestling entertainment.
Well, let me give you bigger numbers than that. So are you referencing, it doesn't list the name of the event here, but February 5th, 1988, he had a match with Andre the Giant on WWF, the main event. Would that have been it?
No, this is WrestleMania 3.
Okay, so we can go back to that one in a minute. When did he lift Andre the Giant up?
WrestleMania 3.
Okay. So then that was even maybe a bigger deal. But listen to these numbers I just saw. So this is the main event, which was a pay-per-view, I guess, or the version of it back then, in 88. An American television viewership record for wrestling. They got a 15 share.
Yeah.
Not 15 million people. 15% of people that were watching television in that moment were watching Hulk Hogan against Andre the Giant.
I can't explain this to people.
33 million viewers.
Mm-hmm.
That is more than NFL Sunday games are getting. And all they do is dominate the ratings.
Right.
There haven't been 33 million people in D.C. watching a Commanders game. Well, period, watching a Commanders game in a long, long time. Now, the Super Bowl is going to be 100+ million. I mean, the huge NFL events. But, like, what is Sunday Night Football? What is Monday Night Football?
Right.
I don't think 33 million people at a time are necessarily watching.
Yeah, you get, like, Chiefs-Bills. Maybe you'd get that, but that's not the point.
The
The point
NBA
is,
Finals gets 5 million or something.
yeah, there's fewer people in the country at that point, by the way. This is, almost 40 years ago. It was the moment. It was the whole culture. Every walk of life, every corner of America was tuned into that. To see Hulk Hogan pick up this 600-pound dude, this 7'6", whatever the monster that Andre the Giant was. He made Hulk Hogan, who's 6'7", 300-some pounds, look tiny, standing next to him. He picked him up and body slammed him. And every documentary you've seen, every sort of moment about that since then was nobody was really sure if that was going to be allowed to happen. Like it was, you're cool with it? Yeah, I guess. Like no one was sure if Andre the Giant, who could barely move around at that point because his back was bothering him so bad, not to be flippant about it.
No,
like,
I know.
are you gonna let this happen? He's like, no one was really sure until it happened, and it was like this, oh my God, jaw-dropping moment. He picks him up, suplex, does his leg drop. Pandemonium across the country. It then comes to you're finding this just the time we were in, where you had clearly defined sort of America versus Cold War Russia.
I was going to say
America
the America
versus
element
Iran.
of this is so big with him being, Mr. America, so to speak.
And so it wouldn't have happened if he was Terry Boulder, which is how we started when he was wrestling in Georgia. But when he's Hulk Hogan, rolling in, waving the American flag against incredible villains, Nikolai Volkov and the Iron Sheik, it was perfect. Like it captured the time.
The patriotism
perfectly.
of it.
Yes.
No, it was perfect. 93,000, you said.
Mm-hmm.
93,000. I'm looking at the attendance here at the Pontiac Silverdome. So this is WrestleMania 3. This is the match that he's most known for when he overtook Andre the Giant.
Look at this! He's I don't believe it! I don't believe it! Oh, dropping a big leg! Over for the cover!
Dude, chills. There's a weather system in my eyes again.
525 pounds.
Oh my God.
Andre the Giant.
Oh my God, dude.
You can't slam him. Just did.
He just did.
Now, we probably should wait longer into the Hulk Hogan conversation before I bring this up. But one of my favorite movies when I was super young was Suburban Commando.
I think it's a 4 stars out of 10 on IMDb.
It is a terrible movie. Terrible. But for some reason, I don't know if it was made by like WWF Pictures or whatever, it had a bunch of WWE guys in there.
Yeah.
Undertaker was one of the bad guys that he was from another planet that Hulk Hogan was like fighting. Really, really funny movie. As a kid, though, it's you don't know how cheesy or terrible
it's
it
the
is.
greatest thing ever.
It's just the wrestlers, they're all acting in it. But he was in a bunch of movies,
Yeah.
a bunch of TV shows. And you could say the same about John Cena, I guess. I think he's probably got more acting chops. It's not like Hulk Hogan was winning Academy Awards. Like when you look up his bio, it says professional wrestler, television personality, actor. I'm not sitting here going to pretend like he had range like Steph Curry or something. But he was just Hulk Hogan and stuff, man. Everyone just wanted him to be in things. Because from a pop culture standpoint, he was iconic.
It's hard to overstate, and you'll never see anything like this now because we've seen it before. If that makes any sense, like the biggest star in the WWE, like as you mentioned, like a Rock or a John Cena, they've gone on to more money and fame and acting roles and stuff. And you've seen guys be wildly successful. That's not the metric. You'll never have somebody who crosses over so that everybody knows and is interested in one way or the other that kind of a character from wrestling. You could have, again, huge rosters that go on to great careers. I mean, there are plenty of guys now and over the last 20, 30 years who have made incredible marks. Again, we already pointed out Cena, Stone Cold Steve Austin, The Rock, etc.
Yeah, guys currently that carry the company like a Cody Rhodes, a Seth Rollins, a Roman Reigns, they're going to go down in the WWE Hall of Fame, but their ceiling is so much lower than what was even possible back then.
They're doing awesome and good for them. This is a different category altogether. The seminal moments of some of the wrestling feuds and partnering with other heroes and those kind of moments that like the rivalries that he had, it was perfect. It was all and no one had ever seen that stuff before. Again, the hardcore fans who were fans of his when he was, again, Terry Boulder in Georgia already sort of knew that kind of stuff. The rest of the country was introduced to this thing all at the same time, and this was your alpha. This was the star that the whole thing was built around.
I don't think you can say this about other sports, but if Hulk Hogan doesn't exist as a character, right? If Terry Bollea doesn't exist as a human being, wrestling probably is not a thing on Netflix right now.
100%.
You know, the WWF, which is now the WWE, is not selling out arenas in 2025 and coming to DC twice a year.
100%.
It just doesn't exist. And I don't think you could say that about a single baseball player or football player. I mean, there are all-time legends that changed the game for the better, like Jackie Robinson, who made it possible for, you know, an entire group of people who was incorrectly not allowed to play. I'm not saying there aren't other super important figures. I'm just saying from the standpoint of the actual existence of the sport, like Hulk Hogan made wrestling a thing.
There's a BC and an AD to it. Like there's a year zero. Before Hulk Hogan, it's chugging along, doing whatever it can. Then it became this, megabit of entertainment.
There's also this. I mentioned this in passing with Ozzy a couple of days ago, and Ozzy Osbourne doesn't hit me quite as hard. Not to take away from him, and I hope it doesn't sound that way, but I'm just not a music guy. I know a couple of the songs, and I've actually been doing a deeper dive on Spotify, and obviously an unbelievable talent. But with Hulk Hogan specifically, the relatability for everyone of the nostalgia of your past is huge. But also, it's just the coming to grips with your own mortality in a sense as you get older, that your people are dying.
Exactly where I was going to go.
Pretty hard to deal with. And for a lot of us, I'm in the younger portion of the era of a lot of our listeners, maybe in my 30s. You're obviously mid-40s. There are people listening that are 50, 60, whatever. I get that. But when you start, the fact that he's 71 is insane to me. I know that this isn't how time works because he was 50 back then at the end of the road. But if you would have said, my first thought would have been I don't know, is he 62? 71 just seems way too old. But that also speaks to how old I am that I don't think about every single day.
Yeah.
And that's a big part of this is just, oh man, my guys are dying. I say this all the time with coaches and managers. The people, I watched Miguel Cairo play for the Reds. Now he's managing the Nats. When I was a little kid, managers were players that you don't remember playing. And now it's just a bunch of dudes whose cards I collected. you get older.
Yeah.
Time never stops.
Time is marked, yeah.
This was Hulk Hogan's Hall of Fame speech. I don't know how, but he was apparently a 2-time Hall of Fame inductee. I don't know how that even happens.
He was removed after some.
Is that what happened?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. There were some transgressions along
Pretty
the way.
terrible comments that were caught on tape.
Yes, that is certainly part of the legacy and the narrative. All right, let's hear from his Hall of Fame speech.
The strongest force in the universe is not Hulkamania. The strongest force in the universe, after this you can sit down, it's you wrestling fans. You guys are the ones that keep this business alive. You guys are the ones that make everybody out here from Jericho, Triple H, The Giant, everybody, Batista, fight their hearts out every night. It's because of you fans that there is a wrestling business. You guys are awesome. Come on, man.
Let's go to Brian in Maine who wants to hop in, listening on the Odyssey app. What's up, Brian? How are you?
Hey, boys. How are you?
What's up, buddy?
Hey, I want to just say I grew up in the United States military. My father served 30 years active duty in the U.S. Air Force. We lived on 3 different continents. We lived in 4 different countries. We visited close to 50 different countries. Everywhere that I went as a kid, Hulk Hogan was America.
Yep.
You know, he was the face of America. And Danny, there was a period in the mid-'80s when my dad was stationed at the Pentagon, and in 1985 or so, in West Springfield, Virginia, Media General Cable showed up for the very first time and wired our neighborhood for cable. And about a year and a half later, the very first pay-per-view event I ever begged my parents to buy was WrestleMania 3. And I recorded it on VHS. I must have watched it 150 times. I will never forget that day.
100%.
What a great story.
Because again, I'm old enough. I lived in a pre-cable world. If you want to change the channel, stand up, walk your ass over there, and you turn the knob. Is this one good? Is this one good? Is this one good? When we got wired, and we didn't get it till after WrestleMania happened. Cable was a year later for us, just where we happened to be living. So you had to go. I went to my friend's house, and it was like there were 50 people gathered around, eating cake and punch and watching this thing, the spectacle. And half the adults were like, "What is this?" And by the end, they're rooting and hollering for Hogan too.
You don't remember Mr. Nanny?
Not well. Is that on the resume?
I'm surprised you don't remember it. It's another one. I was a kid, and he was basically played a nanny and had to watch 2 kids, and they gave him a hard time.
Oh, that's tough.
You don't remember that movie?
I don't. I mean, 'cause I remember No Holds Barred very well.
You need to up your Hulk Hogan actor game a little bit, because Suburban Commando is getting slept on a little bit by you as well. Ben Sinnott of the Commanders is going to be on the show at 2:45 from training camp. There is some Commanders news to tend to today as well. A stadium deal is in place. It's official. A vote is coming. We'll give you all the details next on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL, a deal was announced today as Chairman Mendelson announced the deal with the Commanders. The D.C. City Council going to hold a vote on August 1st, potentially, on this. Mayor Bowser was in studio with the Junkies earlier today and had this to say about the RFK location.
It is perfect for the football experience, the views, and the importance. You know, Roger Goodell was at our announcement for a reason. Okay, so it's important to the team. It's important to the league.
The Commanders were back out on the practice field today, second day of practice at training camp around the NFL. Quarterback Justin Fields left practice early today with a dislocated toe on his right foot. He's considered day-to-day. The Giants added $3 million in incentives to defensive tackle Dexter Lawrence contract. He's now set to make $17 million this season. Baseball, the Nationals have the day off today. They'll begin a 3-game set against the Twins tomorrow in Minnesota. And in sports world in general, Hulk Hogan has passed away at the age of 71. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
We wanted to hear from people, and overwhelmingly, people have said, get this deal done, but do it in a way that's smart, that's responsible, that prioritizes these finite district resources so that we get a tremendous return on our investment. And that's ultimately what we're working towards, and just stay tuned. And as much as I listen to you all at 106.7 The Fan, and which I do all the time, you all should stay tuned to Channel 13 and see what the D.C. Council is doing in terms of the stadium. We should have some good news to report.
Those Channel 13 numbies have skyrocketed.
Big numbies.
Over the last couple of days. Welcome back. That was Kenyon McDuffie, D.C. City Council, on the show yesterday. We had Phil Mendelson, the chair, 2 days ago. And then his assistant chair, Chair Tempore, whatever terminology we're going to use for that, McDuffie on yesterday. And today, Mendelson made the announcement that a deal has been struck and that a vote, it sounds like, is coming reportedly on August 1st. Now, we'll get the latest from Eric Flack coming up at about 3:30 on what this means exactly. Is this a touchdown? Does this mean the ball's across the goal line? Do we now get to do a victory dance, or do we all wait and see what the president's going to do based on his veiled threat from over the weekend? Can we actually celebrate a stadium in D.C.? Is today the day to do that? Or should we wait until August 1st after the vote? Is that even the time to do it? You know, if they vote and it's over, what about Trump?
Is it, though?
What about some other elements of this? But read the statement from Mendelson, because they changed some of the terms. And credit to the team on this, Danny. They put forth an agreement with the mayor. The city council had issues. The team made several changes. And the city council is now ready to, it sounds like, accept those changes.
Yeah, here is the press release. D.C. Council Chairman Phil Mendelson announced today that the Committee of the Whole will hold a vote on the Robert F. Kennedy Campus Redevelopment Act of 2025. Quote, today we're scheduling a vote for Friday, August 1st, 2025 to consider the RFK campus legislation. Mendelson said, we've been working with the Washington Commanders for several weeks, and we feel we have a much improved agreement that would bring the team back to their historical home, as well as develop the land around the RFK campus. It's clear that the Commanders showed through their negotiations their commitment to the district and their willingness to consider what's in the best interest of our citizens. The process working with the Commanders has been extremely productive, and they've been a cooperative partner. Overwhelmingly, residents have asked the council for due diligence on this multi-billion-dollar deal, and under immense outside pressure to rush the process, I feel that along with the next week's hearings, the council will have what's needed to move forward with a vote. The Committee of the Whole and the Committee on Business and Economic Development will hold a public hearing on the legislation on July 29th and a hearing with government and team officials on July 30th.
We got ourselves a deal. Now let's vote. I don't think any of this happens if the vote's not definitively a yes. Obviously, Mendelson's a yes now, wasn't before. He told us as much multiple times over. So that's now 5. But we're not doing a vote on the first. We're not reaching an agreement on these changed terms if that doesn't mean that the vote is going to come back with 7+ yeses, right? I mean, this means they've agreed on the terms. The vote's just a formality then.
You would think that's how it, because that would certainly make sense. You wouldn't.
Because they could have had a vote before. It
Right.
just would have been a no because they didn't like the terms.
Yeah, you wouldn't go through all this, seem to address everybody's concerns, or at least some of the concerns, right? You're compromising. You probably have to give a little, so is the team. To get these concessions, and we'll go through what those are, where there's just more revenue coming back to the city that wasn't designed to. Again, the team is spending more. They should get more back sooner. The city, though, is spending some. They should get some back, too. And it wasn't really slated to do that as much, according to them, for the initial legislation. So it has since been changed. You would think that everybody now, or enough people, are on board with the amended version to get your requisite number of yeses.
The key answer that everybody needs here to the question of the day on this is, how has the deal changed, right? What is different? Why was DC a no previously and now they're a yes? So that starts with revenues from the site. The term sheet provided that all revenues, including tax revenues generated at the stadium, go to the Commanders or to a stadium reinvestment fund. The Commanders have agreed that the following revenues instead will go to the district. This is what you just referenced. Instead of them getting all the revenues, $260 million parking revenues from non-stadium event days. Team estimates $170 million or higher. Parking was the biggest fly in the ointment we heard from every single person that came on. Not just in the case of, say, Charles Allen, where it was too much parking or he didn't want that many parking garages, but the actual financials. Why can't we make money as a city on non-Commanders related events that we're holding in the city? Concerts and other things at that venue. Well, the team caved on that a little bit, $260 million worth. So they'll get money for those structures, and the team will also ultimately get paid plenty from the parking as well. $112 million parking taxes, 18% rate, goes to the city. $54 million sales tax on merchandise, which is a little over 10%, will go to the city. $248 million sales tax on food and beverage, about 10% of what they're raking in at the stadium, will go to the city, which goes for $674 million total over 30 years. So Mendelson, Allen, the holdouts, so to speak, were able to negotiate what is $674 million more dollars coming to the city over 30 years based on what's going on at that stadium.
Right. And so basically there was very little of that, or none of that, was slated to go back. Because again, the way I would describe it to folks who are, some of the numbers might be dizzying. Imagine you and your buddy found a company and he puts in $1 and you put in $9. When profits start to come in, if the company does well, the guy that put in $9 would probably want more money back first. So everything was slanted, understandably, towards the football team, who's spending 2.6 or 7, whatever the number is, billions of dollars to help build the stadium. And they're like, we'd like to recoup our investment pretty fast so we can actually start earning some money here and go into the green. Very reasonable. The city's going, totally, you guys deserve the lion's share. They've gotten that here. So an 18% rate, for example, on parking taxes, that's not 100%. The team is keeping way more than the city will, but at least they're getting something for an edifice that they're going to help build, where there are days that have nothing to do with football, that if someone wants to go to lunch at Panera and park there, the city should get something out of that, and that's what the new deal is, yeah.
Which is what they wanted. And I think with most of this, I didn't know about all of it, but with a lot of it, the team was always going to be willing to play ball to some extent, because you're not just going to throw an offer out there and then not negotiate some. Other areas where it was improved, I'll use that word because that's what Mendelson uses, but became more city-friendly, I'll say. Community Benefits Fund, team offices, senior leadership and sales office will locate in the district. That's huge. Remember, originally the team said they did not want to move all of the people that have been at FedEx, now Northwest Stadium. They moved now over to the University of Maryland. They want their offices and the team to be together. The way it was described to me at one point in time was they want to basically draft off of the momentum of Quinn and Peters and the football team with their business. You want everyone under one roof. They decided, you know what, if that's a deal breaker for you guys and you need a bunch of people over there spending money every day, we'll make that work. Development milestones, including the council restructuring debt financing, the council legislation redirecting $600 million from the sports facility fee, these little nuanced things. And then there were some other things that they listed. Here's my bottom line on this. In the same way that when the team and the mayor put out the dossier with all of the information, some of it is probably a little bit better than it's ultimately going to work out to be financially, if that makes sense. I think this is the exact same way. When they put out their rebuttal of how many more million, we just negotiated to get you guys $674 million. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know if it turns out to be that good or not. I think by and large, they had to do something. Every one of the council members wanted to just be involved, basically. Mendelson's big issue, I think, all along was the mayor did it without him. And so he got to have his big political victory lap and his big dog and pony show. Is some of it actually trying to get a better deal for the city? Of course. But I think a lot of it was politics. I need to be involved. I need to have my name on it. I need my thing for my guy that I need to take care of because he took care of me before. I think there was a lot of that. And as soon as everyone gets, not in a nefarious way, but whatever they need put in their hand, now all of a sudden They back you. It was always going to take a little bit of time, but if they really do vote on August 1st, that's about as good as you could have asked for.
Without a doubt. Yeah, again, with the quick turnaround, you went from now in real time, it seemed like it was taking forever, but by the standard of how these processes go, this was very quick. From Congress midnight hour vote gives the land to D.C. I put that in quotes because whether it's given or leased or whatever, who knows? But when it goes from that to we're voting on August 1st, it's a matter of months, which is pretty damn fast as far as D.C. politics goes.
Matter of weeks, totally. It's a couple months. So the only thing I would say to that, because I think you're right, the hysteria, maybe that's overblown, but the anxiety and the nerves and whatever else there was involved, it was not over how long they had taken. It was over the idea that there wasn't any public progress yet, that there was no tangible evidence of anything changing yet, and how long it could take. Because what was being said was the fall. It wasn't, if people came on the show, if Charles Allen, when we last talked to him, or Parker, or White, or any of the guys that came on our show, came on and said, look, give us a couple weeks. And give us until July 24th. We'll get back to you with a new deal. And they couldn't have done that, but I'm just using this as an example. Early August, first couple days of August, there's a good chance we could have a vote. Then there would have been none of the hysteria and the anxiety and people being very upset and worked up. So there's going to be, I'm sure, plenty of people who are going to say, oh my gosh, you guys overrated, not us specifically, but whoever, like the media, the fans, anybody that was worried that this wasn't going to happen if it ends up being voted on August 1st and everything goes through and seamlessly. But my point to that would be wrong. Because people weren't saying, this should have been done already. It had to be done by July 10th. It had to be done by July 15th. It was the lack of progress. And the people that were speaking on the council were saying, fall, fall, fall. And the team was saying, that doesn't work for us. We'll lose out on the Women's World Cup, which should be the first marquee event in this new stadium. We will lose out on these other couple of things possibly. So when they were saying fall, that's too long. When Mendelson came on and he said it's only been 7 weeks or whatever he said, if he would have said, when we were asking for a lot of questions about timeline and updates, and I said point blank, are you pretty confident you can have a vote before September 1st? Well, I'm not going to talk about the timeline. I certainly wouldn't put a clock on this thing. Well, 24 hours later, he's announcing the deal.
He's like, here's a clock. It's next week.
You can't get upset for us when I don't want to say we were lied to, but misled is one way to put it, or just not given any information. We were kept in the dark. I'm always annoyed when teams do that. When, they don't give you anything, and then they go, oh, you've got this wrong. You wrote this story wrong. This player is actually having a much better year. It's like, I'm here every day. You could tell me, and I could be more educated. You choose not to. You don't get to get upset when I'm not educated. And so that's what I would say is I think there was just a fear that the lack of progress would continue for an extended period of time. And it turns out that maybe it all happened very quickly. I don't know if the Trump tweets of this weekend had anything
who can say
to do with it, but it all changed very fast. And at least publicly, we went from hearing it's going to be in the fall, most likely, to an agreement this week, and that's awesome.
Yeah, and remember, very similarly with Snyder, right? On the opposite end of this thing, we went within a month from defiant, angry letters through attorneys criticizing people, lashing out on the attack, to almost exactly 30 days later, I've contracted with Bank of America to get ready to sell this thing. That something happened very, very quickly in there, and something happened very, very quickly here too. I don't know what it was. I look forward to somebody writing a long-form article or a short book about it. I'll read it then, but at the end of the day, this, again, is as good as you could have hoped for at this moment.
It's also possible because we were kept in the dark so much that they were saying publicly something that wasn't 100% accurate, just kind of covering their bases, and that there was actually a ton of progress being made little by little the entire time. That a month ago they were closing in, that 2 weeks ago.
That's honestly the sense I have.
They had a nice dinner, remember, with the council, the team.
Cafe Milano.
And the council was at Cafe Milano just a couple of weeks ago. They might have been hammering out some final details then, for all we know. What I can't answer is, why have we had 4 council members on who have essentially said nothing about this thing being close to being done? I don't know why that would have behooved them or who benefits from that. But, all we can do is all we can do. But it looks like this thing's a go. As of right now, there's still possible hurdles to be cleared, and in D.C., it's never over until that shovel's in the ground. I guess even when the shovel's in the ground, someone could come stop the shoveling at some point.
Whoa, you shoveling here? Left to right? No.
They're going to be lining up for the opening kickoff in 2030 before we find out that, actually, never mind, you guys can't use this
Some
stadium.
guy walks across the field with a warrant, You've been served.
Ben Sinnott caught just 5 passes as a rookie. He was a second-round pick. taking number 53 overall. This team's got to get something out of the big 6'4" tight end this year. He will join us next on Grant and Danny.
Leads in Ben Sinnott. Fake it. Mariota throws it. Caught by Sinnott. Touchdown. The first of his NFL career. Rookie out of Kansas State.
You don't want to redshirt your second-round pick very often, but that's effectively what happened for Ben Sinnott last year with the Washington Commanders. You look at his play time on offense, non-special teams work, it was pretty sparing. Played on 311 snaps, which was 27% of the team's reps, which is more than you may have thought, but a lot of that was in line as a blocker. You look at targets and actual involvement in the passing game, there's not a whole lot on the ledger. 5 targets, 5 catches, 28 yards, averaged about 5.5 yards per catch, and did score that one lone touchdown. Caught up with him at training camp today after what was practice number 2 of camp, and asked Ben Sinnott what he thinks about a rookie year where, he didn't catch a whole lot of passes, but that had a lot to do with his usage.
I think it was a good year, just being able to have a good amount of playing time that first year and be able to just kind of see where you fall and see where the pieces fit with a really competitive tight end room. But I'm just really looking forward to growing and continuing to build that confidence into year 2. Being able to have all that data to look at from year 1 and just make those improvements as they come.
So when you took that data, as you called it, like what are the things you said, okay, here are a few areas where I really want to get better? Is it physical or other things?
It's physical, it's mental. From a physical aspect, top of routes and keep my feet on the ground on contact were the 2 that me and Coach Rye really focused on and what I noticed. And I think from the mental game is just continuing to learn football. Knowing the fronts, knowing what coverages, knowing the adjustments in every play design, and just being able to go out there and play fast. And repetition builds that confidence, and I think as I continue to get those reps and through OTAs and through camp, it's just going to continue to stack, and you're going to see improvements. So,
is that one of those things where you feel like you probably know a lot of ball, and then you get to the NFL and you're like, oh my God, there's so many things I had no idea I didn't know?
Yeah, there's always something to learn. This game is so complex, and just being able to keep up, and the game changes so much from when Zach even started 13 years ago. So just being able to improvise and adapt, and there's new coverages, there's new fronts, there's different ways these DCs are trying to attack the offense. So being able to just continue to learn, it's going to be a never-ending thing, and I'm up for it, and it's been a blessing to be able to have the guys and the knowledge that I have to pick from. So.
We didn't see you get overly involved in the passing game last year, but in the preseason, you made some really impressive plays after the catch. And curious, do you feel like you're just an opportunity away from kind of showing what you can do, and that was part of it last year, that you in terms of not having a lot of catches or whatever, that basically you're in a loaded room with a future Hall of Famer?
Yeah, definitely. Opportunities are everything, especially in this league and what system you're in. So I'm looking forward to this year, hopefully get some more opportunities to show what I can do. And I think a big thing is in that preseason, you're having fun and you're wanting to show what you can do. And I think a big part of my game is after the catch. So it's just having opportunities and being able to do what you need to do with the ball and extend plays for your team. So.
Lastly, now in football, when you're not training, doing things, what are the things that Ben Sinnott does that kind of makes you feel good?
Yeah, I love to golf. I grew up playing. It's one of my favorite hobbies. I love to play the video game and just hanging with my wife, watching a show, just relaxing and staying inside in the summer. Try not to get too in the humidity, but just...
You're breaking your rule today.
Yeah, exactly. It's different. When it's time to work, it's time to work, but being able to just spend time with my wife and get out on the golf course are my 2 favorite things.
What's the TV show you guys watch?
We're really into Survivor right now. We have watched a couple different seasons now, and we're trying to just continue to get at it. So we love the show. It's something, the twists and turns, and we really like it.
Appreciate you, man.
Yeah, thank you.
I love that answer from him when he said, I think a big part of my game is what I do after the catch. It's about having opportunities. Well, he hasn't gotten to show that at all. I go back to the preseason game against the Jets all the time because that was the one time we ever really saw it.
Yeah, we got one case of that.
He caught a ball in space, and he dragged like 3 dudes with him, and he broke a couple tackles. And quite literally, in my mind, he has lived off of that play since, where I go, I think he could be a pretty good NFL player. It's that snap, that preseason rep.
Yeah.
Because at the tight end position, they've got a guy in Zach Ertz who's the opposite of that. what he's got when he catches it is what he's going to get. He doesn't make the plays after the catch. If he's healthy, he's going to be the targeted key piece at tight end. But if he's not, Sinnott gets more chances. And I think that the stuff we've been asked to see him do, basically, you either don't notice because he's blocking at the line of scrimmage, or it's fairly uninteresting in the passing game. When he can catch the ball in some space, I think that's where he's got his special ability that made him a second-round pick, and we didn't see any of it last year.
I wonder why. I wonder why there wasn't more emphasis there or usage there, or because if it's the way I think of it is every team, every offensive coordinator, every quarterback, et cetera, you're judged on every single thing that you're doing, and you're basically saying here's our best chance to matriculate the ball, to score, to move, to keep possession, et cetera. We're going to go with our best options, and way more often their best options didn't include Ben Sinnott. At some point, I understand not every week. If for a rookie tight end when Zach Ertz was healthy, et cetera. But the way it looks to me is John Bates is a better blocker and Zach Ertz is a better receiver. So it doesn't leave much room for that third tight end in the mix. And that's what he was last year, was the third tight end. How much ascension happens this year with both of those guys back? They made it a point of paying pretty good money for John Bates, who's an excellent run blocker. He's basically having a sixth offensive lineman there, and that's kind of the intent. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I'd love to see, but that means probably at the expense of Zach Ertz, and I'm not necessarily willing to do that.
Von Miller spoke to the media today, one of the most entertaining introductory press conferences I've ever heard. We'll talk about that, plus the Terry McLaurin holdout continuing, and then Jaden Daniels' observation from practice today from my time out in Ashburn. We'll get to all of that coming up on Grant and Danny here on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka or Surfside Lemonade in Vodka. Today, Hulk Hogan passed away at the age of 71. In the NFL, the Commanders continued on with training camp's second day of practice as Terry McLaurin still holding out. Earlier today, also, Chairman Mendelson announced the deal with the Commanders. D.C. City Council will hold a vote potentially on August 1st. Earlier today as well, Mayor Bowser was in studio with the Junkies, and she said that there's a lock. If there's a new stadium, there's going to be a Super Bowl.
If you get a new stadium, you get a Super Bowl, right? That's a
Lock.
given. That's a given.
Lock for a
what
Super
other
Bowl.
things can we
Lock.
Lock it up. Lock. What other things do we get besides the Super Bowl? We gonna get Final Four?
You could get Final Four. You could get WWE. You could get some college playoff. You could get
college Final
big
Four.
concerts. You can get Taylor Swift, Beyonce.
Yep. Around the NFL today, quarterback Justin Fields for the Jets left practice early. He dislocated a toe on his right foot and is considered day-to-day. The Giants added $3 million in incentives to defensive tackle Dexter Lawrence's contract. He's set to make $17 million this season. Yesterday, Dolphins corner Artie Burns left practice early. MRI confirmed today that he did tear his ACL. In baseball, the Nats have the day off today. They'll begin a 3-game set in Minnesota tomorrow against the Twins. There's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka to break the heat. Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. Look for the can with the sunset stripes. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
'15th year in the league. It never gets old, especially being out of work for 4 months. Perspective kind of changes a little bit. Back when you were young, you was like, man, why we got to go to OTAs, man? I wish I was home, man. And you sit on the couch for 4 months, and it's like, man, I wish I was in OTAs, man. It's good dropping the kids off, and it's good, picking the kids up from school, but I want to go to work. I would go to work, and, the Washington Redskins called me, a month and a half ago and started talking, and son agreed to come here to Washington about a week and a day ago, and here I am. So excited to be here.
You can tell Von Miller's been in the league a long time and is an older guy, almost 40.
Yeah.
Because the Redskins called him. Not the Commanders, the Redskins. What are you doing to protect your family's assets? The exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm Condori in Murad, can help you to draft a last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. The Von Miller press conference today. And I'm not a big fan of playing press conferences unless it's breaking news, significant, live, breaking, developing news that we need to hear on the show. I think we can kind of cut things down, play clips, and react. That's kind of my philosophy.
Mm-hmm.
Having said that, I almost think we should play the Von Miller presser today. I texted Darius as much while listening to it in real time because it was one of the best introductory press conferences just in terms of coming off, owning the room, really funny, high energy, great answers, smart answers, thought-provoking.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he just crushed it. You can tell, Von Miller is actually a guy who has studied Billy Beane in the offseason a couple of times because he wants to be a GM one day. And he's been in the league for many, many years now as a near 36-year-old edge rusher. He's been around the block. This is just the next stop for him on a journey that will have ultimately and eventually result in him being enshrined in Canton in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. I don't know if it's his last stop, but it's a stop. But I just thought he killed it. He was so good today. All I thought about was like, this guy could do any media job he wants to do, and he's done.
There it is. Like, people eating out of the palm of his hand by the end of it. You could just, a guy that's that savvy, that's that sharp, not to mention, kind of to his point, he understands he's not Von Miller of 10 years ago. Who's who they were 10 years ago. I don't, nobody is. But he gets it, that he still has something to offer, and it was the perfect marriage right here. And you came away just loving the guy. He was so awesome.
I now know why when we got Ryan O'Halloran on, who had covered him in two cities, when I've heard Nikki Javala talk about him in the past, who covers the Commanders now, but had previously covered him with the Denver Broncos. I now know why they talk about Von Miller the way they do. Like O'Halloran, when he was on our show last week,
Raved
said,
about him.
One of the best guys in a locker room that he's ever been around. One of the most media savvy, media relatable guys that you can find. And I think what he said is beloved. Like maybe the most popular teammate he's ever covered in terms of just people having nothing but good things to say about someone. And I totally get it now. What's not to like in terms of him
heard
at
him,
the podium?
Doing post-game stuff before. Heard him in locker rooms or different things, sound bites that make your way across NFL Network, ESPN, or whatever. And I always go, I admired him from afar. Really good player who seems to have a good head on his shoulders.
Here's how old he is. I was covering the team at the Combine when he was there to get drafted out of A&M. I remember being at his NFL Combine press conference in Indianapolis.
Wow, how about that?
Back when I was on the beat. So, yeah, this is a long, illustrious career. Now, again, I always say, because someone's listening in their car going, oh, come on. I mean, yes, he's had some transgressions and gotten in some trouble off the field or whatever. People that judge everyone by the worst decisions and the worst days and the worst thing they've ever done, allegedly, or had done, or in situations they've been in, if that's your prerogative, that's fine. It's just not how I operate. And I think good people are in bad situations and occasionally do bad things, and bad people can be in good situations and do good things and vice versa. But to me, what I know of him, just from in the last week, asking around, talking to players, talking to coaches, talking to front office people around the league, everybody loves this dude. And he steps up to the mic, and it's the best introductory press conference I've heard in years. Now, I will say the last amazing introductory press conference in Washington lore for me in Ashburn goes to Mark Sanchez. Mark Sanchez, who only would play one football game. I think Washington lost like 40-7 or something like that. And who wouldn't start again for the team and would soon be in the broadcast booth.
Oh, no.
So I'm hoping for a better Von Miller run on the back end of this press conference than the Mark Sanchez run.
More than one game.
But do you remember the Sanchez Q&A?
Yes.
I think we played it on the show because it was just like so damn
like
good.
He's basically doing like Night at the Apollo. Like it was the 30 minutes Comedy Central stand-up set. He was incredible.
I don't remember the specifics. Who does? He got brought in like the week before as a backup, and then for some reason had to start, or he was getting brought in midweek to start. I think he was around for a few days, something happened, and then he had to start. Because it was that run of injuries where like
right. They were on their fourth or fifth guy.
McCoy went down, and somebody else goes down. Yeah, so next thing you know, Mark Sanchez has been there for 5 days, and he's getting the nod to be the starting quarterback. And he had to step up to the podium on a Wednesday before a Sunday game. And I was like, if he plays half as good as that press conference was, Washington by 1 million.
It was the Alex Smith, obviously gruesome injury.
Right,
year.
then McCoy.
Then McCoy. Then was it Josh Johnson before Sanchez? Or Sanchez before Johnson?
Johnson started and won a game in Jacksonville. This would have been after that. Was it the same year that Josh Johnson started?
Same year.
Okay. Then I would say it was after that. No, it may have been before that, honestly. I know Josh Johnson was mid-December. Maybe they had 2 in the building, went to Sanchez. That went horribly, so they went to Josh Johnson.
I think that may be what happened.
From what I'm seeing, it looks like he was signed to back up McCoy. And then
that makes more sense because they kept 2. Whoever their OC was at the time, would it have been Kevin O'Connell? Knew him, I think, from New York or something. There was a link.
Matt Cavanaugh?
Okay. Was that the Bill Callahan time frame?
Yeah, so this is 2018. So this is still Jay. So Jay, they go 7-9.
Before Jay got fired. That was the year Jay got fired. I thought.
2019 Jay got fired.
So then it's Jay. We got to get Jay on the horn to talk about Mark Sanchez.
Yeah. It's Jay Matt Cavanaugh. Defensive coordinator was?
What the hell was Jay doing?
Defensive coordinator was?
Joe Barry.
No.
After that?
Yeah.
2018?
2018 defensive coordinator was?
One of Chris Russell's guys. Who was that?
No, that was way after.
That was
Jim
before.
Post Hazlitt. Went from defensive coordinator to like college position coach.
Oh, Greg Manusky.
That is correct.
Oh boy.
It was like a liaison to the scouting department at Kentucky.
Yeah, the assistant linebacker tape labeler.
So, okay, that makes sense. So they kept 2 quarterbacks. Colt ends up being elevated to be the starter. Now you need to call someone off the street. Mark Sanchez was the call. Then Colt immediately got hurt because Colt always immediately got hurt the second he got an opportunity. And then Mark Sanchez goes, whoopsie daisy, I'm about to start in an NFL game. But that presser was a 10 out of 10. I'm here to tell you, Von Miller today, better than Mark Sanchez was then. That was a 9.7 out of 10. Today was a 9.8. We should play that at 6 o'clock for people that may not have heard it. So come back if you've got things going on, but you'll hear Von Miller's presser today. It was just good. He was talking about why he wears number 24. He had this really good answer. He goes like, dude, I've only worn 2 numbers. It's not that serious. You know, for so many people,
I know
it's the biggest deal. He said, I wore 58 my entire time in Denver. I went to LA and someone had 58. He just doesn't seem like a guy that's going to buy a number or ask for a number. He said, then I wore 40 with the Rams and the Bills. I came here, 58's taken, which is Jordan McGee. 40's taken, which I think is Tyler Owens. It was like a roster hopeful safety.
Right.
So if you're Von Miller, you could pretty easily just go to either one of those 2 guys. I'm pretty sure McGee would also play ball, even though he was a draft pick last year. But Owens was an undrafted free agent who was a special teams guy. You go to either of them and go, hey, bro.
Hey.
I'm about to son you. My name is Von Miller. You'll be seeing me inducted into the Hall of Fame in a few years. There aren't any of your jerseys other than hanging in your parents' closet. I'm going to take that jersey from you if you don't mind, and I'll give you $10,000 for your troubles. He didn't want to do that. He's like, guys already had that jersey. Those are their jerseys. He said, I wore 5 in high school, and he wore 24 one time in his entire life because in college, him and a college teammate wore the number to honor a buddy of theirs that they previously had played with in high school who had been, I believe he said, paralyzed.
Mm-hmm.
And so basically to honor him for one game in college, I'm sure they got fined or whatever happened because the NCAA sucks. But they wore the number 24. He said between that, this legacy of this player I played with in high school is important to me. The fact that I love Kobe Bryant. The fact that Champ Bailey is my guy and he wore 24 here. The number spoke to me. That's what I'm going to go with. But that kind of insight where you could have just said, Champ Bailey wore it. I had a buddy that wore it at one point. It's like very, very different answer. Thought it was awesome.
Right. When you just go, how come you picked 24? Thinking we're going to go down the line of, should defensive ends have the number 24? And he gives this, as you said, this like engaging, thoughtful story and meaning behind it. Just who thinks in that level of degree,
He also has the Josh Bell thing going. Like, have you ever heard Josh Bell talk? I know you have. He's been on the show.
Should be a college professor, that guy.
But not only that, that's not what I'm talking about. It's the sneaky, they're from Texas, and there's like this, kind of like this thing going on.
Mm-hmm.
Not as much as I'm making it, but there's way more.
It's a subtle twang.
It's a subtle Texan, country sound.
Shoot.
Josh Bell's got that more than you think.
Mm-hmm.
And then you hear Von Miller talk, and you're like, all right, I'm Von Miller. And I can't do the voice, but it's a little bit more of that than you're expecting when you hear him speak. But he was funny. He was talking about how so far he thinks his biggest challenge is going to be not gaining weight because he's coming from Buffalo where there weren't that many great food options. And he's just driving along. He's like, y'all got Korean barbecue here. You want Korean barbecue? Head on over to Annandale, buddy. You'll do all right.
Got a couple spots right there. A little honey pig action talking about?
You want to sit down at Honey Pig and have yourself some fun?
Mm-hmm.
But I liked him. I just enjoyed the press conference. Now, the question is how much game you got left. Last year, he was very effective. The number I keep coming back to, because for me it's the most important thing, is that Von Miller still had the fastest get-off of any edge rusher in the league last year. To me, that says he can still play. Adam Peters in his presser to kick off camp said he put on the tape and he was shocked with how good Von Miller still is. Now, that's a scout watching football, seeing things through a scout's eye that I'm not going to see when I watch football. But here's where analytics come into play. I can look up the number of how fast you get off on a stopwatch. I don't need a scout's eye to see that. I can see that it was number 1 in the NFL at your position, and that tells me that you still have some twitch, you still have some burst, you can still get up the field. Then you can look at pass rush win rate. I got multiple places to do it. ESPN's got a metric, PFF's got a metric. He was top 10 in both. So did he have 12 sacks? No, he didn't play enough. He talked about that too, by the way, this transition from, I used to be an all-down guy. I used to get to set moves up in the first drive that I would use again in the third drive. I would think about this early in games. The fourth quarter, I'm going to go to something I haven't gone to because the last 3 times in this exact sequence, I've done A, and now he's expecting A, so I'm going to counter with B. And that's how he operated. But he said, I had to change my whole existence in Buffalo, being used less. Now I'm just coming off the bench shooting threes. I've got to give you my best every single play. You could just tell he is a thinking man's player. And if he can give them the ability to close, it's going to be a win.
So you mentioned Billy Beane earlier as he's kind of studied Beane. And in the movie Moneyball, which we've referenced a lot lately, there's a great moment.
Brandon Beane I was talking about. The,
Sorry,
GM of the Bills.
I apologize.
If I said Billy, my bad.
I was thinking of Billy because of that. But Anyway, you're right, Brandon Bean. But Billy Bean in the movie Moneyball, played by
That'd be funnier
Brad Pitt.
if he followed around Billy Bean in the A's front office.
Yeah, it's a B name with Bean in the back. Now I'm all for toots. Anyway, let me get the story out, damn it.
What about Beans from
What about Butterbean?
Even Stevens
and Mr. Bean.
Yeah.
So he follows around Billy Bean to talk to Brandon Bean. Anyway, so Billy Bean in the movie, there's a great come to Jesus moment that he has with the actor that plays David Justice. I don't know how real the conversation was, but it sounds like it was probably dramatized off something real. Where David Justice still views himself as a star, right? And the reality is the Yankees are paying for him not to play for them anymore, right? In this moment. So he's now an A, and Billy Bean is asking him, I want you for the player you are, not for the player you were. Because who you are right now is actually really useful to us.
We'll take it.
They've under-identified, or they've missed what you could actually still do. Here's what we're doing. Here's how we're doing it. You fit perfectly. I understand. Eyes wide open. There are two players on this team I think that fit this bill. I'm very aware that Deebo Samuel's not the same, 1,000-yard receiver, freight train superstar that he might have been a couple seasons ago. What he is better than what I had.
Yeah.
Same with Von Miller. I get that you're not 18.5 sack Von Miller. If I was counting on that, I'd be a stupid, dumb idiot. You're not. What you are is the thing that he now understands that he is. And I think that's so valuable, right?
Well,
I'm not overpaying for it.
Proclivity of closing, where like his biggest plays, when you look them up the last few years, because they kept him fresh, because he wasn't playing a ton, it's closing time. Semisonic, brother. This is the fourth quarter. This is coming off the edge, sack fumble, scooping up a fumble, having that energy in the legs at the end of a game. And it's where Washington, look up the numbers. This is not just me saying this. They were bad in these areas. If you look at pass rush win rate in the fourth quarter of playoff games last year, he was single-handedly more productive in his playoff game time, which was, I think, 2 of them, than the 3 playoff games that Washington played with all of their edges collectively in terms of win rate, pressures, sacks, hits, quarterback, stuff like that. That's what they need him to bring. It's nice if he makes some plays in the first half, but if it's close, if we're trying to get off the field up 3, if we're trying to salt a game away, I need 1 or 2 big plays a month, basically, from Von Miller. If he can give me those, then I got no problem. I'll go out and spend several million and upgrade. There is still the question of just the overall health of that position, where Dorrance Armstrong came on late last season, but still feels to me more like a secondary option than a star. And right now he's your number 1 D end. Dietrich Wise seems like a really good dude. He held court today right off the field and is just a very likable guy, veteran. The Patriot way has been ingrained and injected into him, and bring as many of those guys over as you can. But that's not someone that's going to go out and get 10 sacks, right? You're trying to replace Dante Fowler. Miller can help you do that. I think late in games is where he's going to make his money, though. Let's talk to Eric Flack next. Flack works at Channel 9. He's been covering the stadium negotiation, and the huge news today is that a deal has been struck and a vote looms now on August 1st. Is it time to celebrate? Is this all just a technicality on still what is a much larger discussion that needs to be had, or is it over now? We'll ask Eric next on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. In the NFL, Commanders training camp continued on today. Second day of practices out in Ashburn. Terry McLaurin still continues his holdout of training camp. Also for the Commanders, Chairman Mendelson announced the deal with the Commanders. D.C. City Council could hold a vote on August 1st for the new stadium deal. Mayor Bowser joined the Junkies earlier today in studio and talked about the pregame experience and potential of tailgating.
So we want people to pregame at the stadium, and yes, they will be able to tailgate. And we want people to stop at all of the restaurants and eateries along the way, like on 8th Street Northeast, which is just a hop, skip, and a jump from the new stadium.
Also in the NFL, quarterback Justin Fields left practice early today with a dislocated toe on his right foot. He's considered day-to-day for the Jets. The Giants added $3 million in incentives to defensive tackle Dexter Lawrence's contract. He's now set to make $17 million this season. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
All of our training camp coverage on 106.7 The Fan is presented by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. You're going to hear an interview from today's training camp workouts. Caught up with Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, 7th-round running back who's got a chance to make the roster. And I will say it's very early, and until preseason games are played when backs are actually being tackled and trying to break tackles, there's no real reason to get overly excited about a running back, but I like the way he moves. I like the way he cuts. He looks the part. But you'll hear from Krosky-Merritt coming up at 5:45 on Grant and Danny today here on The Fan.
He's certainly got the pulse of certain subsection of fans. The idea of running backs or certain players where there's this small sample, it's like it's so intrigued and so excited. I mean, I've lived through too many Marcus Masons and LaMichael Jameses and you know, the guys that have some.
I think you're looking for
to
Lake Seastrong.
Lake Seastrong, that's the one too. But like, there've been a number of guys that like everybody couldn't. They're like, oh, this is the dude. This is the dude. I hope so. I'm gonna wait to slam the gavel though, and not quite fit him for a gold jacket yet.
Let's go to the Ruud Guest Hotline. Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Eric Flack, the award-winning reporter at Channel 9, who's been all over the stadium saga as the city council's been trying to get an agreement in place with the Commanders. And Eric, it seems like that actually took place. We heard today from the chairman, Phil Mendelson, so they've got an agreement. There's a vote coming up on August 1st. Is it over? Should I be celebrating? Was this the proverbial touchdown, or is there still more surprises coming behind corners?
Yeah, I'm down here at City Hall, and I'll quote the mayor, who at a noon rally said, when I struck the deal with the Commanders, I said we're at the 1 yard line. Now we're at the half-yard line. Listen, what Chairman Mendelson negotiated was an amendment to the deal that Mayor Bowser had negotiated, which increases the amount of revenue that the city of Washington, D.C. is going to get from the stadium and the various taxes and money generated from the stadium itself over there. We always knew that this was going to be the end game. The question now is, has what Chairman Mendelson has negotiated satisfied the swing votes that he will need to go from the 5 votes that they have already in place in favor of this stadium agreement to the 7 they need to get the majority. So, you know, D.C. Council per se does not have a deal with the Commanders. Chairman Mendelson has a deal with the Commanders, but it is, one of the biggest headlines is because he has a deal with the Commanders, which again is an updated version of the mayor's deal. There's now a vote scheduled for next Friday, a week from tomorrow, and that's when you celebrate. When it will be a first vote, and they need a second vote. DC never does anything easy, but that's when you celebrate next Friday when they get those, extra votes, presumably that they believe they're going to have.
What are the chances DC could DC this thing. I mean, I remember it's my Linda Kropp corollary, Eric. I remember very well thinking it was done. I heard something very similar to this, and next thing you know, it wasn't. Now, that ended up happening, but even still, it was for, I don't know what, 24, 48, 72 hours. It was standing on the edge of a knife there, dude, for a while.
I remember. I don't think we're going to go down that road, but anything is possible in D.C. You got council member Robert White, Matthew Fruman, Christina Henderson, Janice Lewis-George, and Zachary Parker as undecideds. They only need 2 of those. Henderson, Fruman, have both kind of indicated that they're going to, vote in favor eventually. I think the frustration comes from a Fruman, a council member Fruman, who at this point is just complaining that things are moving too fast. And Mendelson, which is comical to you, this program and some others who think DC Council has moved painfully slow with all this. And Mendelson faced a lot of questions as to what changed. You said you were going to drag this out, and now all of a sudden you're coming, you say you have an agreement, and he was quite honest in saying it wasn't Trump, it wasn't Comer, it was the team putting the pressure on us and saying we need this done now. I think he just believed them, and he says they sweetened the pot to get the deal done. So you would need all 5 of the undecideds to hold out for various reasons, and my gut tells me that if they don't get all 5, they certainly will get 2, but I think they'll get all 5. But you never know.
Eric Flack of Channel 9. So this is similar in its, I guess, basis, the question. But my assessment was, I said this to Danny earlier, today doesn't happen if they don't know the vote's going to be a yes on the 1st. Like, why would they schedule a vote for the 1st with him striking this deal with these changes, and as a holdout, so to speak, he becomes a yes, if this isn't going to be a yes? And I guess that goes back to the fact, the clarification you said, which is that he negotiated a deal with the team, not the city council, which I thought the council did. Why is that how it works? Like, why does he negotiate the deal that a bunch of people could still say no to? So I guess that's part 1 of a 2-parter. Isn't this a formality now that the vote is a yes? It seems like this was the hard part, and the vote happens after you get what you want, which they got.
Yeah, those undecideds were not part of this negotiation between Mendelson and the team.
Why?
And because welcome to DC Council.
I mean, that's just stupid.
Well, why don't you hop on down here after the radio program? We'll get it fixed. Mendelson complained about Mayor Bowser negotiating the terms of a deal unilaterally. And in recent week or two, there have been voices on DC Council who have criticized and shown frustration that Mendelson was now negotiating exclusively his own deal. The other side of that, to offer a serious answer to your question, Grant, is that the Commanders cannot negotiate with 12 people, 13 if you count Trayon White, but they cannot negotiate with 12 people. And that's ultimately what would end up happening if, you literally had a negotiation that every single DC Council member is a part of. And that's why you have a chair of the DC Council to run point on certain things like this. Mendelson believes he has the votes. I don't think it's a slam dunk, and I don't think that the deal that ultimately gets approved is even what Mendelson presented today. I think it probably changes again because that's just how these things work.
Before August 1st?
Well, that's the thing. Somebody said the debate, there's going to be a public hearing on Tuesday and Wednesday. Many people have asked, how are you announcing with big fanfare a second agreement with the Commanders when you were the one who said we needed transparency, talking about Mendelson, and we haven't even heard from the people yet. We haven't even had the public hearing yet. And his answer is, well, we've heard from people in other forms, in other ways. there is the vote isn't just come on in and vote. I mean, it can be, but the way it works is they say, hey, we're going to vote on this. And then one of those undecided says, point of order, I have an amendment. And then they start talking, the people give their opinions, and you could potentially, amend the deal next Friday right here at DC Council. The question I had, and we kind of joked about this, does then somebody have a bat line to the Commanders and say, hey, is that cool? Can we change it like this? I mean, obviously they'll be here, but if you change a deal in a debate, in a vote, that changes the terms the Commanders haven't agreed to, I'm not sure that you still have an agreement with the Commanders. I think those are kind of the unknowns where we talk about the Linda Krupping it. And that's why nobody, even down here today at the Wilson Building, even though it was a big, huge rally with the mayor claiming victory and lots of chants, and Tailgate Ted was here and people were wearing jerseys. I mean, most people are saying the real celebration comes when the vote is done, and we're not there yet.
Eric Flack with us here on Grant and Danny. So what was the biggest hurdle that had to be overcome? Like the thing that I guess was the hardest fought, hardest negotiation point, toughest sticking point that ultimately seems to we've come to an accord now?
Money. We had talked a lot, and I think I've talked on this program about, parking revenue. And, one of the things that has added the cost of a game day experience to fans as a result of this deal is that there's going to be an 18% parking tax that's going to go directly to city coffers, and that's going to generate hundreds of millions of dollars. That parking tax wasn't in place yet. Some argue that it would have been in some form or fashion. Fans would have paid it. But it is a new tax. DC is getting sales tax revenue on merchandise and food and beverage. The Commanders are moving their front offices here, which are now currently in College Park, and there's a community benefits agreement. But the biggest one was that top line revenue. Mendelson claims he's bringing close to $800 million in new money to the city that wasn't there under Bowser's agreement. I think Bowser's people kind of question that behind the scenes, but at this point, I don't think they care anymore. I think they just want the vote done. But it was a money thing.
Eric Flack, Channel 9 award-winning reporter today. A significant step, but I guess it's not over just yet. So August 1st, that's when I throw my party?
I think yes, because, I mean, again, just to complicate things, there's a second vote in September, and the question that I am working on right now, and I don't have an answer for you, is the Commanders have always said if this thing bleeds into September, that's really, really going to impact our timeline of opening this deal in 2030. And, the second vote is a formality, pretty much, because all the council members vote the same way. Nobody changes their mind between votes. But technically, it's done on the second vote, which isn't scheduled until September. And that's, can the Commanders kind of start moving forward? But I think we can all breathe a sigh of relief. I think there will be a big celebration next Friday. I think that's kind of like the celebration day. I kind of hearken it back to when Josh Harris bought the team from Dan Snyder. And there was remember the news broke and we celebrated, and then, it got approved, and there was 8 different steps. And then finally there was that day where everybody went to the bullpen and got hammered and drank beers and got celebrated. I feel like that step is next Friday. I feel like that's the day where we can all breathe a sigh of relief. Stadium is approved.
And Josh Harris buys everyone a beer again. Eric, thank you, buddy.
You got it.
More beers. Let's go. Eric Flack, we love him. Great job. Channel 9, good reporting. Our double play is next. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. Remember, at 4 o'clock today, ahead of the Blitz, we got those Wiz Khalifa tickets someone's going to win. 5:45 today, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, the new running back, is going to be joining us on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Every day at 3:45, we give you a double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. Driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today.
Started the show with this, but it's worth kind of circling back to the passing of Hulk Hogan for folks that are just kind of tuning in, or if it's still something that's on your mind. Hard to quantify this. I think you said it very well in the first segment, GP, where it ultimately sometimes. I never met Hulk Hogan, obviously, but somehow it was a huge part of my life. And when someone like this passes away, it's hard not to kind of mark your own time. This is in the same week that another person that was a fixture in my childhood, Malcolm Jamal Warner from The Cosby Show. I watched his entire growth from skinny adolescent into grown up, and that was all part of this sitcom that I watched each and every week. It was before streaming, before you had anything on demand. It was you tuned in Thursday night at 8:30 when The Cosby Show was on. Period. End of story. And I saw all of it. Same thing with Hogan. And now as I'm my own kids are 11, 7, and then only a handful of months old. My 7-year-old is right around that same age and window. The things that he's really enjoying and liking and watching and becoming fans of and, is obsessed with or otherwise. That's how old I was, give or take, within a couple of years of when I discovered Hulk Hogan, like everybody else at school. And, somebody had to be Rowdy Piper. Someone had to be Volkov or the Iron Sheik or George the Animal Steele or the Ultimate Warrior or whatever when we're at recess knocking each other's heads in. Just amazing, man. The rise in popularity, I don't think you could have stuff like that today just because of how many options there are, how inundated we are with kind of instant celebrity and the like. But you took a wrestler who became so much more than that, but he was still wrestling. That's what he was. That's what he did 99% of the time. He was in movies and TV shows and played himself, here, there, and everywhere. But that crossover where the whole country went from not knowing who Hulk Hogan was to knowing and caring and obsessing over every movement, every appearance, every television interview, every Tonight Show. Sitting there with Johnny Carson, Weird Wild Stuff, talking to Hulk Hogan. Like, what? Are wrestlers on the Tonight Show like that, or Letterman or otherwise? Amazing. Just absolutely an incredible rocket ship of stardom and fandom. And the whole country was in love with the guy. It was just, it's unreal that he's gone, man. But you can't help but mark the time.
I still can't believe he's 71 years old. Dave Meltzer is a writer, author, covered wrestling. I just keep going back to his tweet suggesting Hulk Hogan, the most famous wrestler ever. I think that's irrefutable. But he goes on to say, more people paid to see him perform over the course of his career than any other person. Now, I don't know if that is backed in fact, if that's even provable. It'd be hard to figure that out.
Yeah, I don't know how Taylor Swift compares to that, but if you think about,
early in her career, probably not that well, but give her another 40 years and maybe she could surpass him. But here's my point. Whether he's number 1 or he's number 3 or he's number 7, he is in that ballpark.
Yeah.
He is in that conversation. And for all we know, he could be number 1. I mean, you referenced one event where there were 93,000 people. Taylor Swift's got to do 3 concerts in a weekend in New Orleans to get to surpass that or something. But my point would be that's an event. This guy traveled the country.
200 shows a year. Yeah.
weeks after weeks after weeks with the rare vacation where he's performing 2-3 times in front of packed houses, 17, 20, 22, 25,000 people, arenas at different points, stadiums occasionally. There might be something to that. And I just think about the overall importance, pop culturally speaking, for Hulk Hogan. How many people have pictures with him? Like, I couldn't believe all the people I follow online, my social media feed with their picture that time they met Hulk. I never did. One time at an amusement park when I was a kid, we got pictures with a guy we thought was Hulk Hogan. He was actually just a guy that was dressed up as and pretending to be Hulk Hogan, and I was 6 and I didn't know the difference. But that was the closest I ever got. But so many people met him. So many people were at events where he was or paid to go somewhere where he performed. And everyone's got a story. We took a call earlier today from someone who lived internationally. And I always talk about him as an icon in America. But his point was, no, he represented America in every country in the world in the 80s. When you thought of America, you thought of Hulk Hogan, like high on that list. Maybe it was like, I don't know, Reagan or whoever the president was comes to mind.
Then like 1A.
And then Hulk Hogan, which is quite a juxtaposition. This was one of his promos. This was the character that he created, Hulk Hogan.
But there are those right now that are questioning whether you can withstand the big man.
Well, sure about those people, man. I don't care about those people that are stark-raving Hulkamaniacs. I could care less what they think. I'm fighting for life, brother. I'm fighting for all those people that have remolded their lives, man. Model after Hulkamania. Get their priorities in order, man. Walk around with a lot of pride. As far as those people that are on Andre the Giant's side, I wish you'd come on down, too. I'd like to slap them around just for a warm-up. But I've already gone through my transformation, man. I'm ready for Pontiac, Michigan. I'm not the Hulk anymore. I'm the Hulkster, man. Looking through my eyes, man. Oh, come on that mountaintop. Back off, little man. I'm on that mountaintop, and I'm waiting for you, Andre. And I'm guarding that mountain. And the Hulkster that's guarding has got a 32-inch neck, a 64-inch chest, the largest arms in the world. And I'm geared to seek and destroy. Seek and destroy the cancer of Andre the Giant. Seek and destroy the Weasel's empire. And what you gonna do, Andre, in Pontiac, Michigan, when Hulkamania destroys you?
The largest arms in the world, the Pythons. Oh, chills every time.
The Hulkster.
With Mean Gene Okerlund.
Runs
You
wild on you. Also one of the great walkout songs.
Yeah.
Ever. Give me you give me his original theme that we played earlier. Juice that up a little bit.
Every corner of the ring, giving you the I need to hear you. It's like three little waves.
Yeah.
And then cup the ear. Next corner, three little waves, cup the ear.
Those are turnbuckles.
Yeah.
He's going corner to corner.
Tear that tank top right off.
So,
By the way, I challenge you on to tear a tank top right now.
How many people, seriously, who are over 35 have ever torn a tank top and done the flex move? I think everyone's done that at least once.
Yeah. So I had like a tank top. I bought some like $6 terrible tank top in Florida. I needed one. It's a long story. But the seam started to come apart and it cracked a little bit. Even still, I could barely do it. I'd cut it with scissors or started. Then I put it on to production. But that ain't easy.
How about when WCW was getting trounced by WWF and then Hulk Hogan saved the day one more time with NWO? Old New World Order?
The fourth man.
That's when I was cutting my teeth as a huge fan of the Attitude Era in WWF. Do you have New World Order, Darius, NWO? Hawk would come out doing that walk with Kevin Nash,
the strut and the
Scott Hall
with those sunglasses.
I think Buff Bagwell was involved, maybe.
It feels right.
Buff the Stuff Bagwell.
That guy had some muscles.
Beltway Blitz comes your way next. We do have tickets to see Wiz Khalifa. In fact, we've got a pair of tickets 2 different times today, at 4 o'clock and then at 5 o'clock when we're joined by Brooke Pinto of the D.C. City Council. We've got Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt, the running back with the Commanders, drafted in round 7, trying to make the roster from training camp. That's at 5:45 right here on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is powered by JTF Gov, the #1 HP Federal Power MPS partner. In the NFL, Commanders training camp continued on today. Day 2 of practices out in Ashburn. Terry McLaurin continues his holdout. Also today for the Commanders, Chairman Mendelson announced a deal with the Commanders. The D.C. City Council could hold a vote on August 1st. Mayor Bowser was in studio with the Junkies earlier today and talked about the parking and transportation situation over at the new RFK site.
People drove in and out of RFK for years. Remember all those championships? It's going to be bigger, but there are also more transportation options than when the football team played there before. We have more public bus. We have more people taking scooters. We have ride share like through the roof. This is a transit town. People are not single occupant vehicle drivers in DC like they are in other places. So they're quite used to going to RFK. And by the way, we have a whole corridor that's waiting for these fans on H Street Northeast.
Other news around the NFL today, quarterback Justin Fields for the Jets left practice early with a dislocated toe on his right foot. He's considered day-to-day. The Giants added $3 million in incentives to defensive tackle Dexter Lawrence's contract. He's set to make $17 million this season. Mission Critical, that's JTF's specialty. We're a top-ranked HP MPS power partner for a reason. We don't just ship products. We deploy fully integrated mission-ready solutions from DC to Europe, powered by HP, delivered by JTF. Check us out at jtfgov.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
As promised, first of 2 chances to win a pair of tickets to Wiz Khalifa or Sean Paul. Right now on Grant and Danny, we got a pair for you if you're caller 10 at 800-636-1067. It's the Good Vibes Only Tour. You don't know who the special guest is going to be.
It's the baby.
Duh, baby, with a baby in the back.
It's not the baby.
Ford Festiva, baby in the back. July 25th, Jiffy Lube Live. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com. We got the Beltway Blitz coming your way right now. We're going to cover the teams in town you care the most about, including the NFL and the Commanders. Let's start off with a quick update on your Washington Nationals. A lot going on with the Nats, and our guy at Mark Zuckerman of MASNsports.com can break it all down. Mark, I actually want to go off the beaten path a little bit in terms of the series win over the Reds. Mackenzie Gore, trade deadline coming up. I actually would absolutely be shopping him. 2 years of control left. I think he's on the first plane out of here when he hits free agency as a Boris-advised player who, has no real ties to D.C. Do you think they're going to try to trade him if they can get a package, or will that not really ramp up until this offseason, if at all?
I don't think they're shopping him for sure. Now, if other GMs call Mike DeBartolo and say, hey, here's an offer, and it's so overwhelming that he can't say no to it, then I think you consider that. But the sense I get, and I take him at his word when he told us this, is that none of the young core players are, in his mind, on the block right now. And it's a matter more of you'd have to get something major in return. And I get what you're saying about the fact that you may only have a couple more years of him anyways, and if this team isn't ready to win by then, or even if it is, you're going to lose him eventually. But you trade Mackenzie Gore after everything else you've gone through right now, that's a tough sell to your fan base from what's been going on here over the last year and certainly 4 or 5 years now. So if you do that, you better be able to make the clear that this is not just in the best long-term interest, but that this is actually going to help you win in the short term as well.
So I totally agree with you that it would be a terrible thing to do in the short term from a business standpoint. You could add it to the list, by the way. So is apathy, not adding players, and a lot of the other decisions that they've made or haven't made over an extended period of time. And you would have people that check out, people that just say that's the straw that broke my back or whatever. My point is, a lot of people said that with Soto, and I know you're not getting a Soto return, but they would actually get a hell of a return for Mackenzie Gore, who I view as basically a rental at this point. And if you trade him with 3 postseasons to go instead of 2, as we saw with Soto, it's a substantially different, better return. I think you could get a couple of pieces that could be in the rotation sometime next year as part of a package potentially with the right organization. And in the same way the Soto deal was a step back for a couple of steps forward, they don't really have assets like that. Now, I'm not the guy that's like, I'm not the A's. I'm not trying to just trade everybody with 2 years of control left. But my personal belief, speculation, informed speculation, whatever you want to call it, is that this guy's not re-signing here. And so it goes back to my Soto adage of the best time to trade him is never and the second best time is right now.
Yeah, and there's absolutely baseball logic in what you're saying. Again, if you can get something that is so clearly worth it and you can convince everyone this is going to make your team better, give you a better chance of winning, even in the next year or two, not just 3-4 years down the road, then I think you consider it. But you also got to remember, if you're Mike DeBartolo, you don't know if you have this job beyond this year. So you're doing things to try to help set the organization up in the long run. But ultimately, how do we know if somebody else does get that job, whether they would want Mackenzie Gore on their team or not? And so it does make it tricky when you start talking about trading away guys who have more than just a year or maybe a year and a half of control left.
So who is going to be on the move? And I guess kind of by that same logical extension, Mark, wouldn't that be a tougher sell for a short-term season where they're going to lose 90-some games? I mean, I guess at some point you got to make a move for the future of the ball club, right, for some of these short-term guys?
Sure. No, of course. And I think the guys who are going to be free agents at the end of the year, those are the obvious ones, and I'd be surprised if they don't move them all, or at least don't look to move them all, depending on what they get offered. So that's Josh Bell, who thankfully has finally started to hit quite a bit. Yeah. That's going to help. Michael Soroka, who we've talked about, like the underlying numbers haven't been great, but the peripheral numbers suggest that he's better than that, and there could be a team out there that sees it. Kyle Finnegan has not helped his cause if he wants to be traded with his performances here in the last few weeks. But I think regardless, the closer who's going to be a free agent at the end of the year, you look to move him anyways. And then, the types of like Ahmed Rosario, Paul DeYoung, Andrew Chafin. Now, I don't think you're getting a ton in return for any of these guys because that's the way it works now with rental players. But it is the smart move to make once you concede that you're not winning this year for guys who are going to be free agents anyways.
What about Nathaniel Lowe? I find him interesting because the way I always heard it was there was a little bit of friction, maybe that's too strong of a word, but like the real numbers guys in the front office didn't love that trade as much as, say, the baseball guys like Mike Rizzo. Well, Rizzo's out, and now the numbers guys are kind of running the thing. I think it's more likely that they trade him even with a year of control next year than maybe 2 months ago. What do you make of that?
I think he is the one who is under control beyond this year that you definitely would be making calls on, not just waiting to hear from other people. The issue there, I mean, look, we as you know, you could spend 45 minutes deciding whether or not you think Nathaniel Lowe's had a good season.
It has happened before.
Yes. He's still on pace for 25 and 100, and that's fantastic production that they're just not getting from hardly anybody else. He also has a sub-700 OPS, which is not good for a first baseman. And I think the biggest thing is that the defense has not really been as advertised. This is a former Gold Glove winner, and it just hasn't been what we've seen from him. So given all that and the fact that in arbitration he's probably going to make $13, $14 million next year, if you don't believe he's worth that, then yes, I think you do look to trade him now and see what you can get, in return. Now, we talked about it's a hard sell for people. You traded away 5 years of a fairly quality reliever in Robert Garcia, and you're maybe only get 4 months of Nathaniel Lowe in return. So you better get something for him. This can't just be we're dumping him. It's got to be somebody that's going to make a difference for you believe, down the road. But I think that is one to consider. And then you are looking for a first baseman again next year. So if there is a thought that he could still be your guy next year and you're willing to pay him $13, $14 million, then you don't have to make that move. But if you can get something for him and you're not sure that he really is what you thought he was going to be, then yeah, you look to do that right now.
Mark, thank you as always, man. Have a great weekend.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Hit that NFL sounder, please. Our pal Mike Jones of The Athletic joins us to talk about the National Football League. Mike, big picture, the CBA is not very well set up for players to hold out and kind of win those negotiations. Just kind of give me your general thoughts on that.
Yeah, and it's something that there was kind of some frustration on the players' part when they got this new CBA, that this took away a little bit of a leverage ploy for them. I mean, you can still hold out. It just is a matter of how much of a fine you're willing to take on And then, sometimes the agent's able to negotiate and a team will waive the fine. But now that it's in the CBA, it's kind of harder. And, that's why you see more guys hold in instead of hold out. But we're seeing Terry McLaurin is staying away. And, again, this is basically what he feels like is his one little bit of leverage ploy to stay away until they get a deal hammered out.
Hey, you've been at Commanders camp, even though you cover the league nationally now, for these first 2 days. What's your big picture outlook for Washington this year?
I think that when you look at the roster, they are going to be better as a team. But is their record going to be better? I'm not so sure. They had, 5 straight last play victories in a row. I mean, that's kind of hard to do. Now, because you've kind of added some pieces, Deebo Samuel, Laremy Tunsil, Von Miller, are they going to help elevate you enough so you don't need those late game heroics week after week? You would hope so, but there's still, a number of questions. We'll see how it comes together. Questions, in the secondary. Is their defensive line really improved? I don't know. But again, it looks like depth-wise they're better. We're just going to have to see how things play out, how the ball bounces their way.
I kind of forgot that Jacksonville was a team on the rise a couple of years ago. Remember that?
Yeah.
Remember they had that comeback win in the postseason against the Chargers, and everyone thought, okay, here comes the ascension of Sunshine Ronnie Bass, a.k.a. Trevor Lawrence. It just hasn't happened. Now Liam Cohen is there. What do you make of the Jags? I kind of forgot about them there in the AFC South.
Yeah, I think that they have the potential to bounce back. They have a young, innovative coach. They've got what they're doing is kind of interesting. They have a head coach, an offensive coordinator, defense coordinator, general manager, who all have never had their jobs before. They are first-time guys across the board. But when I asked Liam Cohen, why would you do this instead of try to get some veterans to lean on? He said, I want hunger. I want guys who are trying to prove something. And look, they had such a dysfunctional situation under Urban Meyer, and Doug Peterson came in and brought some professionalism, and they showed promise. And then it was like they just stopped. They didn't keep evolving. They didn't look to continue to grow. It almost felt like Doug Peterson was kind of complacent. He got a Super Bowl win. He got, a turnaround, a playoff appearance out of the Jaguars, and just was content to stay the way they are. Well, now they have guys who are unproven but super hungry. They have a roster that does have some talent. You've got a quality quarterback. He just needs some guidance. Now you've got Travis Hunter, who could be one of the most exciting and intriguing players in the league. They've got some pieces at running back, wide receiver, got some quality guys on defense. Maybe they just needed a fresh approach to be able to get things done. So it's going to be an interesting situation because their division isn't out of reach. It's not just the Texans and nobody else. I think that maybe they could possibly challenge them.
Florham Park today, Jets camp. Justin Fields came off. Originally, it was reported as a lower leg injury, and he was carted off, and I think everyone assumed the worst. Turns out it's not that big of a deal, maybe. He was day-to-day, dislocated toe. They dodged a bullet.
Right. Yeah, and look, we'll see. This is going to be a work in progress. It's not like the cupboard's completely bare. They had a quality defense. They have just been such a dysfunctional mess. Now, look, they're going to really have to lean into the running game, which is probably a good thing to ease pressure on Justin Fields. He's also built to run. They've got some pieces on defense. I like that, yes, Aaron Glenn is a defensive-minded head coach, but he's got Steve Wilkes there, who's a great defensive mind. So that way he can trust him to work with the defense, and Aaron Glenn can kind of have the big picture view and really kind of make sure that everything across the board is running the way that he wants. They've got something to work with, but again, it could take a while just to build this thing and get it back on track the right way.
Mike, the other New York team, I've got in my mind, we do this based on last year, and we always do that. Looking back at the year before, we sort of a lot of times naively assume that things will be kind of the same or play out similarly. But in my mind, I have the Giants categorized as a terrible team that's going to pick in the top 5 again. Like that's where they are. Is there a chance that's not the case? I'm not saying good playoffs or otherwise, but is there a chance that they're actually okay, that some of these things actually work out? Question mark.
I don't know, man. I really struggle with them as well. There's not, yes, okay, Abdul Carter is promising, Malik Neighbors is promising, but you got Russell Wilson, who, I don't know, Brian Dable's creative mind, but I don't know. Can you mask enough? Do you have enough of quality offensive line and a run game to keep from putting too much on Russell Wilson now that he's, over the hill? I just don't know. I feel like that team still has a ways to go talent-wise to be the point where they're okay. When you look at the other teams in the division, still, Philadelphia is the king. Washington's, on the rise. Dallas, we'll see what happens with them. But the Giants still feel like they're a long way away from threatening those teams.
Mike, I don't know if you grew up a wrestling fan or not, but when you hear the name Hulk Hogan from your childhood, what comes to mind?
No, I mean, that was like the wrestler that, I think when you're coming up our age, that he was, like, I guess this generation, or I don't know who's like the star right now, but, the previous generation was The Rock. The Hulk Hogan was the guy. And I think probably all time, maybe the most popular one. I don't think that wrestling would be as big as is now if it wasn't for him. So yeah, just, sad, just that we're losing another icon because that's definitely what he was.
Dude, a couple in a few days here. I can't believe he was 71 years old, but yeah, you're in that wheelhouse age kind of sandwich between me and Danny where I assumed you had plenty of memories.
Yep.
All right, thanks, man. Appreciate you.
All right, see you guys.
Look who we found wandering around the streets of the Navy Yard. We looked out the window and stuck to the flagpole with his tongue.
What's this guy doing?
It was hot out there. It was hot out there.
How did your tongue get frozen to the flagpole?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I started to lick the flagpole.
What the heck are you doing in the Navy
Well, I was
Yard?
just looking for some humidity. Does anybody know where I can find some?
Yeah. Rainy old buddy,
Yeah.
old pal.
Hi,
The
how are you?
Hulkster, no longer with us.
Yeah, man.
What's
So-
your Hulk Hogan memory? Your one seed.
My one seed ultimately was him turning bad at Bash at the Beach in NWO, or turning into NWO with Scott Hall, Kevin Nash, July 7th, I believe it was, 1996.
That has to be one of the great heel turns ever.
I mean, it was the best,
heel turn.
the best heel turn, because nobody expected it. When he came out in red and yellow and his traditional Hulkamania garb, and he comes walking down the road, everybody thinks he's coming to help Randy Macho Man Savage, and I think Lex Luger, and for him to just drop the leg drop it, and for the crowd to go as nuts as they did, and for him to then
They're throwing stuff in the
my
ring,
God.
dude.
How old were you for that, Rainey?
96, so I was 22.
Were you watching at college
I was
or like
at
with buddies? Buffalo State University?
No. I think I was living in Buffalo at the time, but I was postgraduate.
I just imagine Reaney losing his mind.
So check this out. I went to Bash at the Beach the next year in Daytona, where he teamed up with, I think it was Dennis Rodman. And it was against, I forget who the hell it was against. Karl Malone and somebody else.
Well, I
Maybe
actually
Lex
faintly
Luger.
remember that.
Yeah. So I went the next year. Of course, I'm always a year off.
Yeah, was that the year Robin left the finals, by the way, to go do that?
I think.
You
I
got
don't know.
slashed.
Listen, the Hulk Hogan, very complicated legacy, obviously, as we all know. I think, people have said it best today. When I said, I think we can celebrate the entertainer, the icon, the global impact that he had as a professional wrestler, as an actor, as an entertainer, and also separate that, but acknowledge the fact that he did some not very nice things and some awful things in his post-wrestling career as he got older, and really, really, really struggled to, I think, be what most people would identify as a good human being. I don't want to trash him, being that he just passed away, but I think you're not doing your job if you don't acknowledge the very complicated legacy that he left behind. But that doesn't mean he didn't have an enormous impact, a global impact, bigger than most movie stars, bigger than most
That's what
musicians.
I was trying to quantify. Yeah. I mean, to me, the seminal deal is him, and you mentioned Macho Man, the Mega Powers.
Yeah.
Managed by Miss Elizabeth,
Yeah.
and then the culmination where Macho Man wouldn't take the tag.
On Saturday night's main event.
I mean,
Yeah.
the level of a heartbreak, like actual tears. I'm sitting there like this contrived storyline, or that, and I even knew at that
Right.
point that it wasn't real in the sense
Right.
that, when they're still taking bumps. I get that it's difficult, athleticism, whole nine. But even as I'm 8 or 9 year old kid, it was heartbreaking.
Yeah, it
like
was.
I think about this thing
And
moving
think
to that
it was
kind
on
of emotion.
NBC.
Yes.
I mean, it was on NBC.
WNBC.
WNBC.
Do it just like Amos. WNBC.
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 All right, I got it.
That was a great one, by the way.
That brings me back to my youth. But But think about this from an in-ring perspective, right? He wasn't the best wrestler playing. For
Not
God's
even
sakes, he
close.
had a leg drop
Not even close.
that sucked, right? But think about body slamming.
That wasn't his finisher, was
That
it?
was
Yes,
his
it
finisher.
was.
Oh, that's a nubby finisher.
Oh, it absolutely was. But remember what Hulk Hogan would do, right? You'd be punching him, boom, 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 and then he'd just tense up, and he'd start to shake, right? Danny, you remember
the
this?
shake.
And he'd start to shake.
And then the other guy's going, no, I'm sorry.
And then he'd just start, of course, then the overhead right would come, he'd block it. Another overhead right would come, a body blow, and he'd block that. And then Hulk Hogan would just start tearing.
Greeny.
Oh, I loved it. WrestleMania 3, Pontiac
3.
Silverdome, which is no longer with us.
Mm-hmm.
Body slamming, 7'6", 5", whatever it was,
525 pounds.
95 pound, whatever it was, Andre the Giant. I just watched the video clip of it just
We
a little
talked about
while
that
ago.
earlier.
I mean, just
By the way,
amazing.
February 5th, 88. American television viewership record for wrestling.
Yeah, 33 million, right?
33 million. 15 share.
Yeah.
15% of the people.
Of course, that's when television ratings matter, boys.
Indeed.
I mean, we know they don't matter elsewhere.
Rini, I'm just glad you were in the Navy Yard today.
Yes, I'm glad.
We lucked out.
I was in Ashburn today too, and you wouldn't buy me breakfast.
I saw you out there.
Yeah,
It's
you
great
wouldn't
to
buy
see
me
you.
breakfast.
Why didn't you buy breakfast, man?
Didn't know I was supposed to. Walked into the
I get that.
practice. He's like, heard you were buying breakfast. Didn't know that. You got to tell me these things. I got no problem stopping and getting you breakfast.
I told you
It
yesterday.
only took me
on
an
the
hour
phone.
to get out there. I might as well have made it an hour 15.
Yeah, add another 20 minutes.
I
to
told
it.
you
We'll drive
yesterday
through.
on the phone that you were supposed to bring breakfast, being that you didn't want to go to lunch with me because you said you had a busy schedule or something that included the Nationals getting shut out on
There was
4
a lot
hits.
Right. going on. I had to go see one of their 4 hits.
Yeah.
We have not talked at all about Terry McLaurin today, and really in a couple days. Good for the Commanders. There's been enough going on with the stadium and Von Miller and trotting out some of the new faces at press conference that Terry, at least for 48 hours, it hasn't been the biggest story just yet. Let's get into whether or not there's some way. Is there a way to convince anybody that this could actually be a benefit, as long as he's back before the season starts, that he's not practicing? I'll get into that next on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. Commanders training camp continued on today, second day of practice out in Ashburn. Terry McLaurin continues his holdout. Also, an update on the stadium as Chairman Mendelson announced a deal today with the Commanders. The D.C. City Council could hold a vote as early as August 1st. Mayor Bowser was in studio with the Junkies today, and she talked about the RFK location being the perfect spot.
It is perfect for the football experience, the views, and the importance. You know, Roger Goodell was at our announcement for a reason. Okay, so it's important to the team. It's important to the league.
Also around the National Football League, Jets quarterback Justin Fields left practice early today with a dislocated toe on his right foot, but he's considered just day-to-day. The Giants added $3 million in incentives to defensive tackle Dexter Lawrence's contract. He's set to make $17 million this season. Dolphins corner Artie Burns left practice early yesterday. MRI confirmed that he has a torn ACL. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Brooke Pinto, D.C. City Council, has been pro stadium from day one. She'll be on the show with us at 5. There is an agreement between the chairman, Phil Mendelson, and the Commanders that apparently is different than an agreement between the City Council to say yes and the Commanders. So the vote's going to be on the 1st. We'll ask her if she thinks there's enough votes to get this thing done in a week. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Still no Terry McLaurin. Hold out, day 2. This is the old Fantana Panda Watch. Thus far, no Terry.
No Terry.
Practice number 3 tomorrow. Silver Linings playbook here. Okay, I'm going full Bradley Cooper, Jennifer Lawrence, J-Law.
Mm-hmm.
Big J-Law guy, by the way. Wonderful actress.
She actually is really good at acting.
She's
a really good actress.
Award-winning actress.
Yes.
She's fantastic.
Yeah.
Big J-Law guy.
Mm-hmm.
Terry McLaurin not being there for several practices, couple of weeks, whatever it ends up being, as long as he comes back at the end of camp or by the end of camp and plays in the regular season, healthy, fresh, no wear and tear, and maybe most importantly, lots of extra reps for other guys. Terry McLaurin does not need the reps. Terry McLaurin does not really need to be on the field. Now, somebody might convince me or say, yeah, but he needs to be out there, the timing with Jaden Daniels. You don't want a slow start to the season. I'm saying, assuming he comes back with a couple weeks left, they can get on the same page and be ready to go by week 1, game 1, New York Giants at Northwest Stadium, early September. Is there something to be said for, like I was talking to Luke McCaffrey today coming off the field. I was like, hey, have you talked to Terry? He's, oh, yeah, we text. We talk all the time. He's my mentor. He said, I've talked to him recently. I was like, you getting more reps? Are you getting to do more just because he's not here? And he's like, yeah, we all have to do a little bit more, in terms of the actual workload. So everyone bumps up the depth chart a little bit, basically. Is there something to that if McCaffrey benefits and maybe Debo does a little bit more, who's in his first year with this group and Cliff Kingsbury, that in some way this ends up being a positive when we look back if the contract is signed and he's delivered?
To a point. I mean, I still think that when it gets too late, and I don't know what the line of demarcation is, it's going to vary per player. There are some guys that, like, I remember there was once Ryan Zimmerman rolled back from being on the disabled list, like no rehab assignment, went like 2 for 4 in his first game. You're like, it's supposed to be hard with timing. It's supposed to be hard, but some guys can roll out of bed and do it. Other guys require a month to get their timing back and, go through the rigors of getting through it a day to day and, whatever. So I don't know exactly how long Terry McLaurin needs to be both up to speed, physical wind and condition. He'll be fine. He works really hard, and that's part of what makes him special, why he deserves to be paid. But I don't know how many football reps he needs to be ready to be his maximum self. I don't know if we have a soft tissue injury in the first week of the season. Was that because he wasn't at training camp? Was that because he wasn't anywhere? We'll never know. But that's the kind of thing I worry about. So at a certain point, a couple of weeks for other guys, the underlings, so to speak, the understudies, the twos, to get more reps, I think that's probably good.
Yeah, I do too. And that's my caveat, is that he's got to come back at a reasonable point. And just looking at the holdout, it stands to reason this thing's not going a month, probably. financially, it just doesn't make a lot of sense. I think you said this to Mike Jones of The Athletic when he was on the show just a bit ago. The CBA just doesn't really give players the ability to hold out. Very rarely, it almost never happens. It has, but very rarely does someone pull like a Chris Jones of the Chiefs a couple years ago, where they're practicing ahead of the game one opener that they had on Thursday Night Football as a champion against the Lions, unfurling a banner before he finally agreed to show up and to sign a new contract, where he sat through preseason games. It's not $50,000. You're getting into the hundreds of thousands of dollars range when you're still not back and the preseason games are rolling. And we're 2 weeks away from that at this point. So I'm saying, I guess, that I think there's a 2-week window where maybe he doesn't show. But when they start playing exhibition games, I don't know if it's a hold-in or not, but I think he will be back. I would be shocked if he's not there in the middle of August. It defies what we see around the league. That would be one of the most acrimonious holdouts we've seen.
Right.
It'd be top 5 over the last 10 years if he's still not there in the middle of August. It doesn't happen.
It would let you know that this is more than just the regular lip service, right? And again, I'm not trivializing anything. He's trying to get as much money as possible. The team's trying to do the opposite. It's a very real push and pull. But sometimes it's just what you have to say versus, no, this is so super real. In other words, Brandon Ayuk is online for the world to see, telling everyone I'd never want to play there. I FaceTime with my buddy Jaden Daniels, and we'll post that. I want to play for you. I don't ever want to deal with these guys again. Played for the 49ers, is under contract with the 49ers. You've seen all the people that say a lot of things in public, trying to exercise their leverage until the contract comes. It would mean that that's more than just regular old rhetoric. It would mean it's more than just the thing you're saying to try to increase your leverage, and it really is next level animus to me if he's not back by the time the games are taking place. Talking about preseason games.
Yeah, I feel like we're already in the 90th percentile of anger because 89% of the time or whatever, you don't hold out. Like Micah Parsons wants a new deal right now and is mad he doesn't have one. Guess where Micah Parsons is?
He's there, yeah.
You got 2 guys in the league, to my knowledge. Am I forgetting anybody? But it's Trey Hendrickson and Terry McLaurin. Is there anybody else that's actually not at training camp? I mean, think about it that way, if I'm right about that.
Right.
Trey Hendrickson, who called his coach a liar this offseason.
Yeah.
Trey Hendrickson, who called the team out and basically made fun of them for not being professional, joking about them being one of the misfit organizations in the league and how they handle things. That guy and Terry McLaurin.
Yeah,
So
like
by that
James
standard,
Cook, for example, is like
he's there.
Yeah, he said like they're going to pay. I can't believe they're not paying what I'm worth. I'm upset. He's at training camp.
Well, he's one of the guys, too, that threatened at different points in the offseason that he wouldn't show up.
Right.
Guess what he did? When it came time to either accept a fine every single day and not work or be there, he decided not to be there. So we're already way further down the road than I think a lot of people thought we would get in this game of chicken. Most people thought Terry McLaurin would have peeled off already. He's still driving right at the Commanders. So I'm stunned by that. Frankly, admire is not the right word, but I give him credit for sticking to his guns here. I don't know how much longer I do that before the tone shifts to, all right, brother, let's get to work. Football season's coming. You got 1 year of contract left. Because that's one of the things that, like, my dad does this kind of thing all the time. He is a believer in, like, he is ingrained in us. We're workers. Like, I don't know if we'll be the most talented at anything, but we're going to outwork everybody around us. And I think that comes from my father. But his thing is, I guarantee it, I haven't talked to him about this, but he's got a year left on his contract. He should be at work.
Yeah.
You've signed a contract. Now, I would say that's not exactly how it works in the NFL. It's not quite the same because this is how he gets his next contract. But when it's time for those games to start being played and you are under contract, I'm team Dennis Paulson all of a sudden.
Yeah, and this is my point yesterday.
I'm paying you to be there, brother.
Where I go, there's a certain point in time where it goes from, hey, man, I got sympathy, empathy, whatever, I'm on everyone's side here, to I now look at my watch going, okay, dude, you're now affecting things negatively. I no longer am supporting your fight to get more money. You're under contract. It's time to fulfill that contract. I'm nowhere near there yet. I don't know what the drop dead date is for me, but it's a ways down the road. But so was today a few months ago where it seemed like, it'll get done, and it hasn't yet.
Let's go to Connor, who is apparently in Cottage City, which I've never heard of. What's Cottage City?
Well, I'll pay you $100 if you could tell me where it is. Just over the border in PG County from the D.C. line. It's lovely.
Really?
Come
it's
on
like
out.
10 minutes from where I am right now, and I've
No
never heard
way.
of it.
It's like in between Bladensburg and Mount Rainier. It's like a quarter of a millimeter on the map right now that I'm looking at.
What is that? Like a 9-house community? How specific is Cottage
I mean,
City?
look at these little red dots. Grant, look.
Significant enough to have its own police force.
See the little red outline?
That's Cottage
That's like
City.
7 city blocks.
It's a city. Who knew?
How about that?
All right, Connor, in Cottage City, there's a lot of C's in there. What do you think?
Third time caller. On the empathy standpoint, like, my perspective is like, yes, Terry is the guy you need to have for the team culture perspective, performance perspective, but you also have to like just be on the other side of the table, right? So when you think of the new regime in terms of management, this is a first occurrence for them. They need to set the precedent. How are they going to handle negotiations 2-3 years from now? And I think holding the line, despite the challenges for the fan base, the team culture, and when do we get to that breaking point of like enough is enough, Terry? But they are also in a very difficult position of like holding the line of the contract.
Understood, but what precedent are they setting? I mean, to me, right now, the precedent they're setting would be that based on what we know, if the reporting's correct, they haven't offered Terry McLaurin market. And I guess the precedent would be the guy that has meant the most to the organization over an extended period of time isn't being taken care of. Like, what other precedent are they setting exactly? Just that they play hardball?
Well, I mean, hardball would be one take. Another take would just be like not playing it appropriately. So far, I think they've made great decisions. Hopefully, they do not deviate from that in the future. But
appreciate you, buddy.
Thanks,
It's a little noisy, but
Cottage City's very busy. It's bustling.
It sounds like there's a motorcycle in Cottage City right now, or maybe he was calling from one. But it's a good phone call. Thank you. We appreciate it. Here's the question I want to circle back to next, and we can take some calls on this next. 800-636-1067 is the number. So, Danny, you said, I don't know when it's too late to be a positive. Like, if I'm spinning this into, there's actually a week or two here where just extra reps for a lot of guys who might need them. McLaurin doing less in training camp, not pulling anything, not being sore or tired. He is almost 30. It's not like he's 50, but a little bit less work in the heat of the summer is probably not going to kill him. He'll show back up. He'll be ready to go in plenty of time. When does that end? How much longer can you sell this as a positive from that standpoint before you go, okay, now this is clearly a negative? I'm not talking about the distraction angle, which is already a negative, substantially. I'm not talking about the precedent being set, which you can make the case is already a negative for the organization. But just from a football roster standpoint, if it's a decent thing, probably a good thing to get guys like Luke McCaffrey more work right now that McLaurin may not need, when does that change? 800-636-1067. Grant and Danny will talk to Brooke Pinto of the DC City Council at 5.
What's up, guys? Danny Ruya here from my pals at Ted Britt Ford. The Red, White, and Still Savings sales event is happening right now. Who says the deals end on the 4th? The Ford Summer Sales Event lives on at Ted Britt. New 2024 Ford F-150 Super Duty from Ted Britt, right? How about almost $24,000 off the MSRP and no payments for 90 days? Ford F-150 XLT, no payments for 90 days and almost $20,000 off. You may not be beach ready body wise. I know I'm not, but a new Bronco from Ted Britt Ford, $3,500 off. A new 2024 Bronco Wild Track with no payments again for 90 days. Or 2025 Explorer, almost $3,000 off the MSRP and no payments for 90 days. And don't sleep on the Ford for America promise. That's right. 0% limited term financing plus 0 down payment plus 0 payments for up to 90 days on a bevy of new Ford models only at Ted Britt Ford. I love these guys. You will too. Best buying experience I've ever had. Go see them in Fairfax or Chantilly, and please tell them Danny sent you.
Commanders running back Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, who they drafted in the 7th round. Personable, engaging young guy. I really liked my conversation with him. You'll hear it at 5:45. I caught up with him after practice, just off the field. Day 2 today out in Ashburn. Still no Terry McLaurin. So, Danny, take your best guess here we're going to sell this as a positive for the development of other players and getting guys reps that need them. KJ Osborne, Michael Gallup, those types of veterans that are trying to make the team. You get a better look at them in these practices, maybe in preseason games if McLaurin doesn't show. Deebo Samuel's learning the offense. Can't hurt to have him out there as long as he stays healthy. And then the young guys, I think especially, right? Any of the roster hopefuls, the more they're on the grass, the better. Thinking about a guy like Luke McCaffrey, who I talked to about this today, and he said, yeah, I do get more run and more chances with the first, second team, what have you. But if we're saying, okay, there's the positive of it, for right now, that's fine. For a week, for 2 weeks, maybe.
Right.
When does that no longer matter at all? Because it's not just a negative as a distraction. It's now a negative from a football standpoint. Because against the Giants, you need McLaurin ready to go, 9 targets, 7 catches, 96 yards, and a touchdown.
For me, it's that second preseason game. That Monday, August 18th. I can sort of look the other way for a guy that has put in a lot of work and is going to miss some practices and not as many reps and not, do everything. He's done it before. He'll be fine. He'll get up to speed quickly. This is, it's like riding a bike again for him, or it's like swimming. He's already done it. And now, hey, I had a few extra weeks where other people got to do it. But as long as you have a couple of weeks to me where I can get him into that preseason game, so he probably needs to be there a few days before that, where I can get that dress rehearsal, get the look, get the ramp up of the team coming together, not necessarily game planning, but going through the exercise of playing a football game. The closest we've got to a dress rehearsal is that second preseason game of 3, Monday Night Football style against the Bengals. If he's not there then doing it, it's now we're past like, hey, there's some positives. Jalen Lane gets to run a couple of routes. It's now, okay, dude, you've made your point. You're under contract. Let's go.
Here's the number that I was talking about for games. $861,111 if he misses a preseason game. That's $50K a day for missing practice.
Right.
But if he's not there because he's holding out and he misses a preseason game, he loses $861,000.
Can you imagine having enough to lose that?
Well, as I said, he's made, I don't remember what the number I tallied up was the other day, but 40-some million over the last couple of years. So he won't notice that necessarily.
I would notice it. You're the
Can you
Sam.
imagine
No.
deciding not to accept nearly $1 million just because you want to send a little message about how happy you are? That would be nice. Let's go to Sean in Falls Church. Sean, what is that line of in the sand for you, that date where you go, okay, this is no longer fun that we get to get some guys reps?
So for me, thanks again for taking my call. I think it's actually going to be after the vote for the stadium. The two big things this offseason have been the stadium and Terry. And all of our focus has been on one or the other, kind of divided. Stadium, it sounds like things are going to be across that finish line, across the goal line next Friday. So I'm thinking 2-3 days, maybe a news cycle after that. All the focus is going to be back on Terry right before that first game. I think that's when the proverbial poop hits fan.
That's a good call. He was the story the day before camp, which was the press conference day for Peters. Day 1 of camp, there was enough other stuff going on that they sent Jaden to the podium. Dan Quinn spoke. There's a Cosme update where there's a little bit of distraction. You can kind of dilute the water a little bit. Today was Von Miller Day. And again, it's day 2 of training camp. There wasn't a whole lot in the way of Terry coverage. But those things are going to pop up. They're going to be huge spikes where it's a little bit quiet and all of a sudden people go, oh, wait a second. The best player on the team is still not here. Not named Jaden Daniels, I guess. Reggie's in D.C. What's up, Reggie? How are you?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
Hey, buddy.
You know what, man? He need to be in there now. And I'm going to tell you why, because we've seen this with Brandon Ayuk last year. The longer you wait, especially as a wide receiver, he got hurt. I think I forgot what he pulled, whatever he tore. But the cuts and what you need to do as a wide receiver. So I guess the cutoff for me is probably by next Friday. for me, he needs to be in there now. Grant, I kind of like what your take was earlier. I think you minimized it because you were talking about how everybody kind of raises up on the depth chart. And if this was last year, I would be screaming my head off because I'm like, we need him now. With Jayden with the second year,
right?
I trust my quarterback to be able to, again, would you like him there? Absolutely. Do you want him there? Absolutely. I hate the word need because I trust my quarterback in the second year of the offense being even more comfortable, being able to, again, he's going to have a Debo weapons and hopefully, some of your second year, players step up. You never know where you may find a Puka Nacua. You never know where you may find a Amara St. Brown. I keep hearing this Kyle Brooks. So I asked one of my Louisville buddies.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now about that kid has made 1 million plays in 2 days. And it's 11 on 11 without pads, and it's not quite football yet. But, I mean, the number of times I've looked down at my roster and I go, 16. Wow, Ja'Cory Brooks, college free agent. This dude has been – I don't keep the stats because stats in training camp are beyond silly. But nobody's been targeted more or caught more passes in 11s than Ja'Cory Brooks from Louisville. Appreciate the call. Definitely number 16, a guy to be monitoring during the preseason. Early call right now. I'm just telling you, there's going to be your preseason.
Here's your preseason hero. Yeah, he's your Marco Mitchell.
Who was the guy the last couple of years that made the team at wide receiver, who caught a couple touchdowns in the final game to force his way onto the roster? Not Bryson Tremaine, although you could say him too. There was a wide receiver who was on the 53-man roster for the whole year 2 seasons ago that never played.
That's going to kill
84 or 86 or something. It doesn't matter. Anyway, this year
Byron Pringle.
It's going to be him. No, Byron Pringle played all the time.
Mitchell Tinsley.
Yes, that's him. Penn State. Mitchell.
Come
Tinsley.
on. All right, it's all for me. You guys have been great.
He'll be this year's Mitchell Tinsley. But anyway, it's a good phone call. We appreciate you. We got to get ready for Brooke Pinto. She's going to be on the line with us at the top of the hour. She has been pro stadium all along. We need to know, are there enough yes votes right now to get this deal passed in 1 week? We're going to ask her that as soon as we return on the Fan. We've also got tickets to see Wiz Khalifa you can win in about 5 minutes.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan, and this update is brought to you by Melwood. In the NFL, Commanders training camp continued on today. Second day of practice, Terry McLaurin continued his holdout. Chairman Mendelson announced a deal earlier today with the Commanders. The D.C. City Council could then vote on the stadium and hold a vote on August 1st. Mayor Bowser joined the Junkies earlier today in studio and talked about if a new stadium is built, it's almost a lock a Super Bowl would be here.
If you get a new stadium, you get a Super Bowl, right? That's a given. That's a given.
Lock for a
what
Super
other
Bowl.
things can we
Lock.
Lock
it up.
Lock. What other things do we get besides the Super Bowl? We're gonna get Final Four.
You could get Final Four. You could get WWE. You could get some college
World
playoff.
Cup.
You could get
college
Final
playoff.
Four.
Big concerts.
You can get Taylor Swift, Beyonce.
Yep.
Around the NFL, Jets quarterback Justin Fields left practice early today with a dislocated toe. He's considered day-to-day. Also, the Giants added $3 million in incentives to defensive tackle Dexter Lawrence's contract. He's now set to make $17 million this season. College sports President Trump has signed a college sports executive order that prohibits third-party pay-for-play payments to collegiate athletes. Support people with disabilities in your community by donating your unwanted vehicle to Melwood. Donating is fast, free, and easy. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD for more information. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Caller 10 at 800-636-1067. Congrats. You are winning our final pair of tickets to see Wiz Khalifa and Sean Paul, the Good Vibes Only tour with special guest, DaBaby, tomorrow, July 25th at Jiffy Lube Live. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, you better beat the clock before tomorrow. Go to thefandc.com. Danny, you going to be at the show?
No, I'm actually going to be out of town.
Oh, you're leaving? That's right. You're headed for the exits tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
That's too bad. Otherwise, you could have gone.
I would have been eligible to go.
Would have been a good show. Somebody's going to win. Congrats if you do. Let's go to the Ruud guest hotline. Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And welcome onto the show, the council member from Ward 2 in Washington, D.C., our friend, I think I can say that. This is her second appearance now on the Grant and Danny radio program. That means she's a friend. Brooke Pinto is with us. Hello, Brooke. How are you?
Hey, I'm great. Thanks for having me. Definitely consider me a friend.
All right, I like that. Well, you are a friend of the program now. So you have been one of the real ones, as the kids say, that has been backing this stadium for RFK 2.0 all along from Ward 2. And now today's the big day where it looks like Chairman Mendelson reached an agreement with the team. So we were just talking to a reporter. He reached the agreement, not the city council. So it's different than knowing now that everyone's going to vote yes on this thing. So do you think we have enough yeses? What does this actually mean for the vote that's coming up on the 1st?
Well, today is a huge day. I do think that this deal reached is a reflection of the input of council members who have been involved in this process at varying levels. You know, I've certainly been involved in this deal every step of the way and have heard from members of our community with great ideas that they wanted to see reflected, whether that was before the mayor's announcement or the announcement today with those changes. So there are a lot of improvements to the deal, everything from getting parking revenue and sales tax revenue for the district, making sure that there are larger community investment funds for grocery stores and retail and housing. And so I'm really proud of this deal. And on behalf of the council, the chairman has secured an agreement. And I do think of that as the council reaching a deal today.
Councilmember, if I don't have a great way to quantify it, so just using my elementary brain here. Let's say the original deal was a 5. What number now would this deal be out of 10, right? If the original one was a baseline that you liked or that several members of the council liked, what would this new one be with the quote-unquote improvements?
Well, I think what's so exciting about this deal is this is great for the district and it's great for the team. And so I really went into all these negotiations with that attitude that we have an obligation to secure the best deal possible on behalf of district taxpayers. And the team knows that they want to be here. It's good for the team to be in Washington, D.C. And so that made this negotiation and conversations over the last several months so much more fruitful, because it wasn't a win-lose proposition. We really were able to put our heads together and generate a fantastic deal. And I think it was a good deal, and now it's an even better deal that district residents and fans should be really proud of.
Brooke Pinto is the council member in D.C. for Ward 2. The vote is scheduled now for August 1st. The agreement struck today, as we were told by Phil Mendelson. Now, you said he basically worked on everybody's behalf. Why does it work that way? I know I'm not in a government class here, but I guess I might as well should be. Why aren't all of you negotiating with the team? Why is it him? That seems odd to me, because if he strikes the deal, but then White or Felder or Allen or somebody's like, but still not good enough for me, and still votes no. Why isn't everyone involved in this negotiation?
Well, I think people were involved at varying levels. So, for instance, I have been involved in numerous dozens of conversations with the chairman, with my council colleagues, with the public, at community meetings, and with the team, and relaying all that as we were going. So it was a very iterative process. And so while the chairman kind of finalized the terms of the agreement on behalf of the council, which is common practice, he's the chairman of the council. It doesn't make sense to have an in-writing agreement with 13 different members. It is certainly reflective of all of those other conversations and negotiations that many of us have been having for many months. So for instance, when I was at community meetings and heard from people who said, hey, the district should really get more of the revenue from these parking garages that were initially set to all go to the team. That was something that I was able to relay to the team and relay to the chairman as a priority. That is included. When I heard from the community a desire to make sure that we had job placements secured for returning citizens, that is now something that is secured in the deal. We heard from the community a concern of, hey, if the Commanders are going to be investing in D.C., we want their offices to be located in D.C. and generate that revenue. And so that is reflected in the deal, to have their senior offices relocated here. And so I do view this as a group iterative process. We all on the council have different constituencies, different stakeholders. Some have been very involved in the process. Some have been a little less involved. But generally, it's very common practice for the chairman on our behalf to finalize these types of agreements that will then ultimately come for a vote before all of us next Friday.
Councilmember, what was the biggest challenge in this process?
I think making sure that we stay on the same team. As I said, and I really believe this, that this is a great deal for the district, and this is a great deal for the Commanders. And as there are a lot of personalities involved, a lot of different opinions on the best path forward, it was really important to me to stay focused on that shared vision and shared benefit that I knew was possible in this deal. And so I'm really proud of where we ended up, but it was certainly a tipsy-turvy process over the last several months.
You said you think that this is going to work out. I mean, are there other potential obstacles? I just feel like Charlie Brown. Every time I get excited, the football gets pulled. The last thing we knew, Donald Trump was tweeting that he won't allow this to happen until they change their name, and they haven't changed their name. Could he still be a factor and a fly in the ointment here?
Look, I think that across the federal government, there is generally a recognition that having the Washington Commanders play in the nation's capital is a great thing. It's why such an important part of this process was getting the land transferred from the federal government to the local government, which is something we worked on for many months and finally secured at the end of 2024. And so I think that recognition is still broadly felt by the White House and by Congress, and I think ultimately their enthusiasm will be maintained for this happening. But look, the deal is not finished yet. We had this big announcement today. It is a big day. It's a great day. But we have to stay focused on getting this package passed and finalized. So the first vote is going to be next Friday, August 1st. And then we'll have the second and final vote on September 17th. So I feel proud of the terms of this deal. I feel that they are reflective of a lot of the concerns and ideas that colleagues have raised for weeks. And I've been working with the majority of my colleagues to hear from them what their concerns were and make sure those were reflected back to the team and to the chairman so that we can accommodate as many of them as possible, especially those that were great ideas that were going to benefit district residents. But now it is time to get this deal passed, and we all need to stay focused on it because it is not a done deal until the ink is signed and the law is passed.
What are the two different votes? I mean, if it passes or everybody says yes the first time, is there still another vote? What are they?
So in the district, all of our laws have to be passed twice. That's because we only have one called a unicameral legislature, so we only have one legislative branch chamber. So all of our votes have two votes, and they're usually 2 weeks apart. Because we're right now on recess, we're not in a technical legislative session, we made an exception to be able to vote on our budget, which was delayed due to congressional action, and to vote on RFK. And so we're having the first vote. Technically, like in any law, there are always opportunities for changes between the first and second vote. My hope is that this stays consistent because this is a negotiation that we had with the team and everybody negotiated in good faith. They had a lot of movement. So for instance, the Community Benefit Fund was at $25 million a couple weeks ago. They're now at $50 million of community benefits they're giving to the district. So that's just one example of a lot of places they have moved. I mentioned the parking and the sales tax revenue that the district's now going to be receiving. And so while I always remain committed to making sure that this is the best deal possible for district residents, I also want to make sure that we are good negotiating partners. And when we give our word that we are at a good place, that we vote on it and we get it passed.
Ward 2 Councilmember Brooke Pinto with us here on G&D. Tip of the cap, council member, to the casual use of unicameral. That was excellent. That was outstanding. That's how you get to be a council member. And we're just radio peons.
5-syllable word.
Unicameral as opposed to bicameral legislation, GP. We'll talk about it during the break. Again, help us with the process part of this, council member, if you would. There are certainly opportunities for bits of discussion, right? As you kind of said here before this vote, et cetera. The team isn't, I guess, involved in those conversations now that you guys have as a council. So let's say a comma changes place or a 1 becomes a 2 or something. I'm not saying like giant major things that are different, but still the potential for some kind of adjustment might be there. And that would be kind of without the team's input. So what they agreed to isn't necessarily what comes out the other end of the printer, if that makes sense. Can you walk us through that process, how that would be resolved?
Sure. So ultimately, at the end of the day, this is legislation that we have to pass at the council. So it's not as though the commanders need to agree to every element that gets changed. But I will say the commanders are still very much involved. They've been in the building all day. I met with them just before this interview to go over additional things we're working on with them. The main thing that we announced today is the financing structure of how this is going to be paid, how we're going to make sure that the district is generating tax revenue from this deal. That was the announcement today that we're voting on. One of the pieces that we're still working with the team on is putting all of the qualitative agreements in writing in the term sheet. So for instance, when I talk about the need to have digital signage at the stadium so that if another team wanted to play there, we could easily put that up. I must admit, I grew up a Jets fan, so I grew up going to MetLife Stadium, which, as you know, has both the Giants and the Jets play there. And it's very easy for them to interchange because of their digital signage. And so I want to make sure that the agreement that I have with the team to have digital signage is actually reduced to writing and is part of what we're voting on next week. So that's just one example. We're working on, metro access and dealing with additional traffic mitigation and a job training program that I'm working with them to stand up for our DC jail to get jobs at the stadium. All of these pieces are still being actively worked on so that they can be part of what we vote on next Friday. So the financing structure is mostly secured from the announcement that we had today, but the additional terms and the community benefits continue to be negotiated.
Would you be shocked if you don't get enough votes in a week?
You know, I really would be. I'm a former tax lawyer. I appreciate the numbers of this and how important our revenue-generating opportunities are for our city. I took a look at this with a fine-tooth comb, and I really feel very confident that this is an excellent deal for the city. This is an excellent deal for the team. I talk to people from all 8 wards pretty much every day who tell me how excited they are about the team coming here and about the opportunity that this is going to create to revitalize this neighborhood that has sat vacant for 30 years. And I really can't imagine my colleagues voting against that future. I think it's something that they should be proud to be a part of, and I hope and expect that they will be. We are going to need 8 votes to pass it because this.
We've heard 7 the whole time. Is it now 8?
Yeah, so generally we need 7 votes to pass a law, but a little too niche to get in here. But the way that our TAFA, it's a tax issue with our finance department that requires a 2/3 vote for a deal this size, and so we're going to need 8 votes to pass it.
Does that count Trayon White, or he's not back yet?
No, it counts 2/3 of the members present, and so because there are 12, it will be 2/3. Okay. I will say, though, that Trayon White is set to be sworn in on August 8th, and so in theory, he will be part of the discussions for the second vote on September 17th.
This is the best. There's just so many moving parts to this thing. So he's back August 8th, like nothing ever happened. That's good for him. So he'll be there August 8th, and then is it still 8?
It would still be 2/3 of the council members present.
Okay.
Let's do some quick mathematics
Make
there.
sure that's
Sorry,
still 8,
council member.
Danny.
Hold on.
Now we need 9 potentially?
8 divided by 13. That's 62%. That's short of.
So then we'll need 9 after
So we
August 8th.
I'd have to double check that, but that sounds right. We might need 9.
So on the first vote, we only need 8, though. And then on the
Right.
second vote, we would need 9 because he's not back yet, walking in like, $1 million. Then it's the second.
First vote, we need 8. That's
Right.
for sure.
Okay, very good. And then, I mean, what I'd like to say, like, I know what I'm talking about. I don't know anything, and how could you? I mean, is it like this everywhere? I know you came up you told us in like the Northeast, right? Like, is DC a little bit weirder than other places, or is it like this everywhere?
Well, I have never been part in another jurisdiction of an economic development deal this large and this consequential. But, I think there is always a lot of enthusiasm and ideas and excitement around teams relocating and the opportunities that can create. And so I continue to feel really grateful that we have such an engaged community on this, that we have a mayor and a council chairman who are focused to getting this done. And I'm going to stay laser focused on getting this deal across the finish line. We've got to get it done. We cannot get distracted, even though there are these procedural elements and challenges. I am not going to let up our effort, and we're going to work on this every single day until September 17th, and we can get this deal accomplished.
So there have been a couple times I've almost gone down to the wine cellar to get that celebratory bottle of champagne. I'm closing the cellar door now, and I'm walking back upstairs, and I'll just keep waiting, correct?
That's right.
Yeah,
it's a really great day, but it's not done yet.
All right, we got work to do. Keep chopping wood. We know you're swinging the axe. We appreciate it. Friend of the program, Brooke Pinto, thank you.
Thank you all.
You
Can't
got
wait
it.
to see you again.
Yes, we're going to be there.
Absolutely.
We will be in your suite for the first game ever. We heard it from you, right, Brooke? That's what you just said?
That sounds like a plan. If I'm a friend of the pod.
That's a good point. Friend of the show.
Friend of the show.
Friends go to football games.
Friends do that.
With other friends.
That's what I'll see you 2030.
All right, let's do it. It's a date. Brooke Pinto, thank you so much.
you.
We appreciate you.
Bye.
2030. We know where we're going to be, Danny. You and me.
Yeah.
September 6th, 2030. It's us. It's Brooke Pinto. It's Meatballs in the Suite. And we're peering out. And for some reason, I think it's going to be the New Orleans Saints that they're opening with for the first ever game at the new stadium.
You know what? I got to tell you, that feels right. I have no idea why, but it does.
It just feels right.
Yeah, doesn't it?
How wacky is that?
Yeah.
So we've been saying,
I told you, man.
Everyone's been saying 7 votes all along. Every single person, all the news reporters we have on, everybody. I've not heard 8 votes one time. It's actually 8 votes that they need. That is a big damn difference, by the way. I've been desperately trying to find a 5th for a while.
Yeah, you're looking for 5 and 6, and lo and behold, you need to keep turning over those cushions for 6, 7, and 8.
Now, Mendelssohn's 5, it sounds like now, because if he struck a deal with them, it'd be pretty weird if he struck a deal, did the old jig like the grandpa and Willy Wonka in the Charlie Factory today, and then he does the Chocolate Factory.
I said, nah.
And then he was just like, I'm not voting yes. So now I'm up to 5 yeses, okay? But I need 8. And then Trayon White, who's getting back on the I almost said the school board, but the city council.
Yeah.
After his, do you want to give a little update on what he went through, or who wants to do that?
He was booted off.
Yes.
Won the open seat. So the Ward 8 is currently vacant. It will not be vacant when he gets sworn in.
August 8th.
Yep.
And so then Trayon White will mean that they need a 9th vote. Now, maybe he's Mr. Commander. Maybe he comes in here and all he wants to do is get a new stadium.
We have no idea.
That would be beneficial to the cause. But then they need 9. I mean, that's 2 more.
I'm telling you.
Than we have been saying they needed all along.
This has been my point all along, man. And I lived here for a long time. I followed it pretty closely. I didn't even know that. You see what I'm saying? Like, I consider myself fairly informed when it comes to some of the inner workings. And I'm not some policy wonk on like, weird like the podcast doing like a daily dish on the city council. But I'm saying I didn't know that. I thought it was 7. And no, it's not 8. Actually, now it's 9. Like, when did it become 9? Well, after August, because the first vote's taking place, and then the second vote, you'll have an extra member on the council that you don't right now. So obviously you need 9. Again, do not celebrate at any time until it is 100% over.
Also, how about the fact that they have to do 2 votes and get yeses twice on the same thing?
You sleep on unicameral legislation.
Everyone should sleep on it.
Everyone sleeps.
I don't know what I said this about earlier, but something was dumb.
Yeah.
This is dumb.
Unicameral's dumb?
The fact that you have to vote 2 times on the same exact thing, 2 weeks apart, that's pretty dumb. I would say if I vote and it passes because we say yes, all of us universally, that we shouldn't then get together 2 weeks later to then do that again.
It may be the opportunity for like public commenters, like, hey, this is out there, what happens? I don't know. I don't know why they do it that way. Like,
here's what I know. In football, after you win, you don't get back together 2 weeks later so that they can tell you if you won or lost and try to play again.
Yeah.
You either pass the thing or you don't. Let's keep. Why are we waiting 2 more weeks? Let's just keep it moving. And in this case, it's not even 2 weeks. It's August 1st, and then 6 weeks we have to wait.
Yeah, that's true.
For the second vote. And then we got to find another vote.
Unicameral.
Doug Kammerer? What did you say about Doug Kammerer?
A single Doug Kammerer? That's great.
All right, what do you guys think? We just had a nice conversation with friend of the program, Brooke Pinto, who we will be going to the first ever game at the new stadium with. 800-636-1067 is the number on Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. And the NFL Commanders training camp continued on today. Second day of practices out in Ashburn. Terry McLaurin continued his holdout from the team. Also for the Commanders, Chairman Mendelson announced a deal for the stadium with the Commanders. D.C. City Council could hold a vote on August 1st for it. Today, Mayor Bowser was in studio with the Junkies and talked about the pregame experience, including tailgating.
So we want people to pregame at the stadium, and yes, they will be able to tailgate. And we want people to stop at all of the restaurants and eateries along the way, like on 8th Street Northeast, which is just a hop, skip, and a jump from the new stadium.
Around the NFL, Jets quarterback Justin Fields left practice early today with a dislocated toe on his right foot, but he's only considered good to day-to-day, so nothing too serious. And the Giants added $3 million in incentives to defensive tackle Dexter Lawrence's contract. He's now set to make $17 million this season. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
So ultimately, at the end of the day, this is legislation that we have to pass at the council. So it's not as though the Commanders need to agree to every element that gets changed. But I will say the Commanders are still very much involved. They've been in the building all day. I met with them just before this interview to go over additional things we're working on with them. The main thing that we announced today is the financing structure of how this is going to be paid, how we're going to make sure that the district is generating tax revenue from this deal. That was the announcement today that we're voting on.
That's Brooke Pinto, the council member for Ward 2 in D.C. I think the biggest developments out of that conversation, she said she is confident that this deal gets done. The vote is coming. There's 2 votes, actually, but the first of the votes is coming in about a week on August 1st. The second would be on September 17th. But I think what we just unearthed and what we found out, and there are actually some news reporters around town that are retweeting and talking about what Brooke Pinto just said already. The assumption in town from everybody has been that it's 7 votes. That's what's normal to pass things by the council. Now, she had given the reason why. If you could find that, that would be helpful, Derek.
Because it's not a law per se.
Yeah, it's something because it's tax related.
Right.
A tax related something.
A higher threshold because it's financial related.
So it needs to be 2/3 majority, which means it needs to be 8 votes. So the difference when you're scratching and clawing to find 7 to get to 8 feels a little bit harder. And then you throw in, I was kind of making a joke tongue in cheek, like, yeah, but Trayon White's walking back in the door. Like, doesn't that? I didn't think it was between the 2 votes. But he comes back in between vote 1 and vote 2.
That's right.
And now the math changes for a 2/3 majority for vote 2.
You need 9.
So now you need to get from 7 to 8 for vote 1 and 8 to 9 for vote 2. Now, I still don't think Mendelson would do what he did today if he didn't know this thing was passing. I'm making this up. I'm talking completely out of my butt here. But I think he knows that whoever it is, we had Robert White sitting here. He's a yes now. We've had Charles Allen on the phone a couple times. Let's say he's a yes now. We've had, trying to think of the other maybes.
Do we have Zachary Parker?
Zachary Parker on the show, who was I need this, I need that, but I'm a maybe, I'm on the fence. But here's if they do this for me, then I'll say yes. He's a yes now. So that's 4, counting Mendelson, that we just went through, right? Mendelson, Allen. I don't know that they're all yeses, but this is my weird hypothetical.
Okay.
That Mendelson, Allen, Parker, and White are all yeses to the 4 we already had. But I guess that only gets me to 8. So now I'm at 8 yeses. Some of the, like, we don't know Felder. They haven't done any radio.
We got to ask about Fruman. You got to ask about George.
Fruman hasn't
Felder.
come on the show.
Right.
Felder's told us to kick rocks at every turn. Have they even responded to an email yet? I'm a big fan of the elected officials that talk to the public.
I just receive statements once when I reach out to them.
Okay, they're big statement guys. I like talking guys. I like Q&A guys. I like Brooke Pinto guys. That's what I am. But that's just me, just a football boy here at 106.7 The Fan. Nadeau is a hard no because I'm not giving to a cent to anybody. Or I'm making. I don't know if that's the actual
early
answer.
on statement was, I don't believe in this.
Yeah, I guess I should say that's my interpretation. I don't want to go hard in the paint, but again, she hasn't talked to us, so I don't know exactly how she feels. Who, Nadeau? You have Nadeau explaining it? Oh, sorry. He has Brooke Pinto explaining why they need 8 votes. Let's do that.
We are going to need 8 votes to pass it because this.
We've heard 7 the whole time. Is it now 8?
Yeah, so generally we need 7 votes to pass a law, but a little too niche to get in here. But the way that our TAFA, it's a tax issue with our finance department that requires a 2/3 vote for a deal this size. And so we're going to need 8 votes to pass it.
If the clip kept going, you would have heard us both laughing in the background.
Wow.
Like, are you kidding me?
I didn't crack up yet. That was just when I was surprised. I cracked up after we found out that Trayon White's
Oh, right.
back.
That's when the left
He
happened.
comes back between the 2 votes, and then they need 9. Because you literally had to do the math.
Yeah.
And you're like, wait a second, 2/3.
So 8 out of 12, so there's 8 out of 13. Because you need 1. Oh my God. Yeah.
I asked her, she was like, didn't really want to comment or answer, and it probably makes sense that she didn't. This is a DC thing, right? Like,
Yes. Well, city councils everywhere. It's always weird,
I'm
archaic
aware
rules.
that city councils exist, but it does feel like DC city council is just, it's wackier. I don't know if it's a federal government is involved in your
It
business
is.
thing.
Yeah, it's because there's this oversight thing, and the whole. It's always this.
Let's go to Joe, who's in Arlington on Grant and Danny. Hello, Joe. How are you?
Hey, how's it going? Yeah, I'm going to throw a little curveball in here. I mean, I think a lot of us, when we talk about celebration on whatever day they pass it or whatever, I mean, I think a lot of us would like to see Trump make a few calls and get our name and legacy back as part of this. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, that's when I would celebrate. So I'm not, if you're if you're part of the segment of the fan base that's kind of checked out because you're emotionally disconnected from this particular version of what used to be the Redskins, it's more important to get the legacy back and get connected again than where the stadium is.
I think there's plenty of people, and you've called in many times about the name, Joe, and I know it's what you care about.
Right.
And I respect that. I mean, I wish the name was Redskins too, but you know that's. I mean, there is nothing Trump is going to do to change that, right? So I don't know. It feels to me like just wasted breath. But I get that you're holding out hope.
I mean, I don't know why he made those tweets or emails or whatever it was last week.
Yeah,
but
it was whatever his social media thing he uses is.
I mean, I think a lot of us were fired up by it. I mean, because frankly, I think Harris has been kind of a sleazebag on this. He hasn't been transparent on the branding, and he's kind of jerked us around. Now he's throwing a bone with the uniform. I would love to see Harris beat him up, and Trump beat him up a little bit and extract some concessions as part of this. That's and I don't think I'm alone in that. But anyway, thanks a lot.
Appreciate you, dude. Yeah, so I would disagree with that categorization. If you don't like the outcome, then I understand that. But when you said he's been a little bit of a sleazebag or not transparent, the door was open for a while, I would say, right? Where if they didn't have the kind of year they had last year, there was always this leading or things. If you were looking for clues, you could find them about how he felt about the branding and the stupid name and 2222 and all the rest of it. I think he was as put off and recognized how dumb it is, like a lot of us did. But once they had the season they had, the jersey sales happened, the embracing of the name and that tag, now that name means something to people inside that building. Once that happened, and then he told you that, I don't know if that's sleazy and scummy anymore.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like
sleazy
he said
is
it.
way too negative a word to me. My feelings on it were him not speaking on it made me think they were going to do something.
And they might have intended to.
And that is very true. If they never intended to, if he knew when he took over the team they were not changing the name and they didn't speak on it and he didn't wear Commanders gear a bunch and he just wore kind of generic burgundy and gold and a couple of times he referred to them as like Washington and not Commanders, then I was a little bit misled. And I won't say I take issue, but I do think that he could have handled it better. I don't think that's the case. I think when they took over the team, I think they were open to the possibility that the name could change again. I think they were open to the possibility because everybody hated the name.
Yeah.
The polling in the Post was like 14% of people liked it and everybody else wanted it changed. And then you draft a quarterback and everyone buys his jersey. You end up having the best season you've had in literally 30 years. And people hated the name less. And you made the NFC Championship game and you won 14 games and the polling is improved. And you made a lot of progress. You moved merch and times are improving. And so I think as soon as all that happened, he came out and said the name is here to stay. But where I'll agree with the caller a little bit is if they knew all along they weren't changing it, I needed that said way sooner. Because I remember the month of you and I going, this guy does not like this name. So you're saying there's a chance.
Right.
You played with our emotions a little bit. But I think it was possible. Then they had the season they had.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure of that.
And I remember every single time they won, again, I would, in segment 7 of the show or whatever, I would come back in on a Monday and be like, just got harder to change the name again, Danny.
Yeah, they're in the NFC title game, and we're going, yeah, by the way, you see that ship off in the distance? That's the name changing ship sailing. It's gone. And I think that's the case. But yeah, who knows? I don't know, man. That the extra elements of this thing where I wish it was more straightforward, but DC doesn't do that in general. And when I mean extra elements, I mean everything from council vote numbers to federal government. I mean, it's not just the president. You have the chair of the House Oversight Committee writing sternly worded letters about stuff. Like, what did that do in this process? I mean, everything is always so damned complicated.
Yeah, the bottom line, though, is when he says, I wish Trump would get the name change, like, it's a private company. I mean, he doesn't get to do that. If they want to change the name, they'll change the name. If he really is going to not allow them to have the stadium unless they change the name, I guess it is possible that would lead to some momentum toward changing the name again because they want to be in D.C. and they could have their cake and eat it too with the name and the stadium, and I guess that's what he wants. I just think most of us, we talked about this a lot on Monday's show, have moved on because he tweeted it and moved on with his other stuff. But I don't think this is really something he's going to the mattress on. It's possible, I guess, it becomes an issue again. He said something. His press secretary, Caroline Levitt, the next day said he's serious about it. We haven't heard anything else, but we've talked to Phil Mendelson. We've talked to Brooke Pinto. We had, who do we have on yesterday? Another council member.
McDuffie.
Yeah. They all said the same thing. He doesn't really have that ability. The federal government does, and we don't think that's reality. So I guess it's possible. He tweets again in 5 minutes. He goes, I'm really serious. I don't care what the city council says. They're not getting the stadium, and then it's a conversation again. But for right now, it feels like they're moving forward, and it was just a couple of tweets fired off into the ether. All right, let's talk to Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, the 7th-round pick running back who's trying to make the Commanders. A lot of people are excited about this guy, and I get why after watching him the last couple days at practice. He is shifty. He's quick. He's explosive. It looks different than the other backs in their backfield. That's next on The Fan. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. The 7th-round pick, running back Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, has become a bit of a fan darling already. And we're only 2 practices in. This was just based on him being chosen at a position where Washington wants a little more juice, a little more burst. Got to catch up with him coming off the practice field today. The roster hopeful talking about his first 2 days of work in the National Football League.
I mean, I feel good. I mean, a lot of stuff I got to work on, and I'm just trying to find new stuff to get better at every day. So, I mean, I'm trusting the process, and it's been going great so far.
How much of that is you deciding, okay, I didn't love what I did there, I didn't do this very well on your own, or a coach saying, hey, we need you to do this?
I mean, it's kind of both. Maybe I made a good cut, but I feel like it could have been better, like on a more of an elite level or something like that. So I mean, I'm kind of hard on myself with small things like that, just wanting to be the best at what I do. So yeah.
Do you feel like from a playbook standpoint, when you get thrown out there and you got to run something, like you've already picked everything up and know what it is, or are you still doing a lot of thinking this early in camp?
I mean, you're going to do a little thinking, but I mean, I know it. It's just me just being out there when the heat is really on. I mean, I get used to it, but I definitely been putting time in, and I'm just it's going to be a process for me to fully get 1,000% sure. But I mean, it's going great.
What is your strength? Like, what's the thing you never worry about? When I get a chance to show this, everyone's going to know what I'm about.
I mean, I feel like just being explosive. That's one of the things that separates, I think, in my game. And I just love to be explosive. I mean, it looks different. I have this different running style that I like to bring to the table. And I mean, I feel like just being explosive, that made me stand out.
When you say different running style, you mean specifically to just a lot of guys, or in this room? And what do you mean by that?
I mean, just not comparing myself to the guys, but I'm just saying me in general. I mean, I feel like I just run in my own unique way. I mean, those guys have their unique ways. That's why they've been in the league for a long time. But yeah, I just like to have my own running style.
What's something that you feel like between now and the end of camp you hope is where you've made the biggest adjustment or strides?
I would say just being 1,000% focused on. 1,000% clean on my details. That's what I want to work on during this camp. And I mean, obviously, the skill and stuff, just getting better at little things, but just being 1,000% on just a small details.
All right, a couple of things for fans just to get to know Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, one of the new Commanders. So if you get a day off, no football at all, what are you doing in a perfect world?
I just got me a little puppy, so I mean, he's very clingy. I mean, everywhere I go, he's following me, loving to death, and I like to eat. I like to try new restaurants around D.C. So I mean, Ashburn. So if you got any restaurants, please recommend them to me. And I like to just watch football.
What's the puppy? What kind?
I have a Schnauzer, a miniature Schnauzer. That's my little baby.
Like real young, couple, 8 weeks.
He's 7 months. He's 7 months.
Okay.
Yes.
But he's still following you everywhere.
He follow me everywhere I go.
That's
everywhere
funny.
I go.
And what types of food do you like? What Ashburn places have you been enjoying?
I like Chinese. I like Chinese food. I tried this. I think it's JW Fish, or something like that. It kind of reminds me of back down south, so that's why I really love that spot. And those are the only ones I kind of tried so far.
What about entertainment-wise? You like movies, shows? What do you like to do?
I would say I like watching YouTubers, like influencers, on just like them vlogging their life. I think that's pretty cool. And I just it's a show called Football Life.
Yeah.
It shows
NFL Network.
Yeah, NFL Network. I love that show. Just show how those guys came up, and I find it very unique.
So you're talking about watching football, watching that. You're a student of the game a little bit. Like, you're a football fan.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I just want to be the best at it while it's lasting. This is something I love doing, so I'm gonna give it my all.
Who's the best running back of all time?
I'll say Marcus Allen, number 32.
Know him well. Why him?
Because he's different. It's him and Barry Sanders, 1A, 1B. But I like Marcus Allen. He's tough. It was a grind back in his time, back in the day, and I mean he just run different. Don't like to be tackled. I don't like to be tackled, and that's why I love him. Love both of them.
Appreciate the time.
Yeah.
Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt. I dug him.
Marcus Allen?
Love that.
How about that from a young person?
Yeah, has never, not old enough to see him play, but you heard him say he's a football life watcher, so he studies the older players. And I don't know, man. I just think it's hilarious. He's got a miniature schnauzer. NFL player, miniature schnauzer? That's a funny tandem to me. Do you know what those look like?
Yeah.
It's like the tiny little, almost like a Scottish Terrier looking dog. I was thinking French Bulldog if you're going to go smaller. A lot of athletes have those, or, guys have big dogs. He's like, I got a miniature schnauzer. That's just funny to me.
Yeah. I'm glad you're amused by it. It didn't move me in any direction, but
you're not a dog guy. You wouldn't understand.
Well, I grew up with dogs, but I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe that. I can believe it.
I don't know if I'm screaming I can't believe it, but it's pretty funny breed. Like, you give me 10 guesses. What does the NFL player who's single and doesn't have a significant other have at home? A miniature schnauzer would not have been one of my choices. If you're a dog guy, you would understand.
Okay.
It's just one of those things. You got to be a dog guy.
I get it. I get it, yeah.
But he was cool. Personable guy. I'll be rooting for him.
The only thing I didn't love was I like watching YouTube influencers, and I kind of a little shake of discomfort
that's the old
there.
Man in you there.
Yeah, I didn't love that, but everything else was great.
Von Miller, best introductory press conference I've heard out in Ashburn in a long, long time. You're going to hear it next. I'm telling you, this is must-listen audio. He was fantastic. We're Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is driven by Oarsman Chevy Buick GMC Alexandria. Let's ride together. In the NFL, Commanders training camp continued on today. Second day of practices out in Ashburn. Terry McLaurin continued his holdout of training camp, but the Commanders did get one contract done today. They've agreed to a one-year extension with safety Percy Butler. Chairman Mendelson announced the deal with the Commanders for a new stadium. The D.C. City Council is going to end up holding a vote potentially as early as August 1st. Mayor Bowser joined the Junkies in studio today, talked about the transportation to the RFK Stadium site.
People drove in and out of RFK for years. Remember all those championships? It's going to be bigger, but there are also more transportation options than when the football team played there before. We have more public bus. We have more people taking scooters. We have ride share like through the roof. This is a transit town. People are not single occupant vehicle drivers in D.C. like they are in other places. So they're quite used to going to RFK. And by the way, we have a whole corridor that's waiting for these fans on H Street Northeast.
Around the NFL, Jets quarterback Justin Fields left practice early today with a dislocated toe on his right foot. He's considered day-to-day. In World Wrestling Entertainment, Hulk Hogan has passed away at the age of 71. And in baseball, the Nats have the day off today before they begin a 3-game series in Minnesota against the Twins. Oarsman Chevy Buick GMC Alexandria keeps their customers happy by offering great deals on the area's best selection of new vehicles, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Oarsman Chevy Buick GMC Alexandria, let's ride together. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Stretch run of Grant and Danny. You will hear that Von Miller press conference coming up in just a few minutes. Show's brought to you by the law firm Kondorian Murad, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. They do it all. Their attorneys are there to protect you and your family's assets. Go schedule a consultation with their team today at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Love those guys. Some road trips are coming for old Grant and Dave and the Kondorian Murad guys. We're doing a little bit of that this fall.
That's right. They're going to be taking good care of us, getting us out and about on the road to see the Commanders live in person. We'll have more details on that as we get closer to the kickoff of the 2025 campaign. Some Commanders news from just a few minutes ago while we were at break, in fact. Tom Pelissero of NFL Network reporting that the team's agreed to a one-year extension. The extension you've been waiting for with Percy Butler.
So
the safety.
Rest easy.
Who's going into the final year of his rookie deal. Special team standout. 25, former fourth-round pick. Fast, physical, quality backup safety. Makes his money on teams. Played 37% of defensive snaps last year. About 70% of special team snaps, which is only to say he didn't play all teams. You know, he doesn't do everything. But he was a full-time cover guy on kicks and on punts. And he played about 37% of the time on defense.
Yeah, so it's always a big deal when somebody accrues that second contract and I don't mean to be flippant about it, an expendable position. This game is littered with guys that had their rookie deals, and then it's like, well, you're a fullback, we'll find the next college free agent to do that, or otherwise. He's at, kind of one of those fringe roster guys, and it's always a really nice endorsement. Good for a guy that's obviously worked incredibly hard across a couple different regimes now.
Von Miller has a chance to be a game changer for the defense, to help out in ways that, frankly, Percy Butler and some of the reserves, like Von Miller is going to come off the bench, typically can't, to finish games, to make real big game-altering plays. He spoke today to the media, and I thought his press conference was must-hear. We rarely on this show play full press conferences, but I hit up Darius on my way out of the park. I said, we got to play Von Miller. This was him winning the day at the podium.
15th year in the league. It never gets old, especially being out of work for 4 months.